You were meant to be the emperor, who unites the 6 kingdoms and conquers the world. But your empress makes you lick her toes every single day. The grand secretary treats you like a mere puppet ruler. Even the lowest eunuchs and palace maids push you around. Yet here you are, a modern special forces soldier transported into this emperor's body, and you have inherited all his memories. It turns out you were heavily wounded and lost your memory in the final battle back then. The Grand Secretary, Yan Song, sought to seize control of the inner palace and the court affairs. He married his daughter, Yan Ji-ruo, to you as your empress, and thus, he became the emperor's father-in-law. However, since the day Yan Ji-ruo became your empress, she has treated the amnesiac you like a pet dog. Whenever she is in the mood, she forces you to tickle her feet. She even carries on illicit affairs with men outside the palace walls. She bullies the other women in the harem at will. She colludes with Yan Song to stack the court with their cronies and squeeze the common people dry. At this moment, Yan Ji-ruo sees you sitting frozen, waiting for you to lick her feet. A look of impatience flashes across her face. Your Majesty, my good dog, why are you still not here to serve me? You snap back to reality, your heart burning with rage. How dare this lowly woman treat me, the master of this nation, like a dog? You stand up abruptly and pin Yan Ji-ruo onto the bed. Yan Ji-ruo is terrified by your sudden movement. Your Majesty, what do you think you are doing? What do I think I am doing? There are not any other women here. Naturally, I am doing what a man is supposed to do. As you speak, you reach directly under Yan Ji-ruo's dress, groping her aggressively. Yan Ji-ruo frowns. Stop. A dog should stay on its knees. If you keep this up, this consort will be very displeased. She pushes your hand away with a look of pure disgust. She looks like she wishes she could hack your hands off immediately. Displeased, you sneer. Did you ever stop to think? If you do not listen to me, I might be the one who is displeased as well. With that, you shove Yan Ji-ruo's hands aside and continue your advance. A mere mutt dares to offend its master. Yan Ji-ruo flies into a rage and slaps your face. Then she screams, guards. A group of eunuchs and palace maids immediately rush in and kneel. Yan Ji-ruo glares at you, fuming. Your Majesty, your conduct today is inexcusable. It has greatly infuriated me. Drag him away at once to reflect on his behavior. At once, Your Highness, as you command. A dozen eunuchs and maids instantly lunge toward you. No one in the palace gives the amnesiac emperor a second thought, and every time Yan Ji-ruo sends you off to reflect, it is really just an excuse for these lackeys to abuse you. A pack of servants actually dares to lay hands on me. You curse yourself for a life as pitiful as this emperor's. With a roar of fury, you snatch the sword hanging on the wall. You point it at the crowd of eunuchs and maids. Yet the palace crowd shows no sign of fear. The brawny ones even roll up their sleeves, preparing to disarm you. They even mockingly threaten to lash you. However, what they do not know is, you are no longer that simple, amnesiac emperor. You are a top-tier special forces legend from the modern era. With a flash of cold steel, the eunuchs grab their throats, eyes wide with disbelief as they fall. He is killing us. A chorus of screams fills the room. You do not hold back. With every strike, bodies hit the floor. Yan Ji-ruo sits on the bed, watching you with pure terror. You use your blood-stained blade to lift her chin. Does the Empress still want me to reflect on my behavior? Who exactly are you? Yan Ji-ruo's eyes are filled with utter disbelief. I am the sovereign of the Great Zhou, and your husband, the emperor. A cold, mocking smile curls your lips. Since the Empress enjoys having me play the dog, why do not we switch roles? How about the Empress takes a turn playing the dog for me? Yan Ji-ruo's eyes flare with indignation. But the next second, the blade presses deeper against her skin. Looking into your blood-hungry eyes, Yan Ji-ruo falls to the ground in total humiliation, acting like a bitch on the floor. Hours later, Yan Ji-ruo kneels there, dry heaving in shame, glaring at you with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Well, are you going to serve your emperor? Are you unwilling, Empress? I watched her with a playful, mocking gaze. An aura of absolute dominance emanated from him. This consort would not dare. Yan Ji-ruo trembled within. A sudden, unfamiliar surge of fear took hold of her. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Following the announcement, a woman adorned in opulent, flamboyant robes stepped in. She scanned the disheveled gown and the blood-stained floor, then roared with fury. Zhou Yang, how dare you go on such a rampage, and to humiliate the Empress so carelessly? Do you know your crime, men? Take him. Do you know your crime? Empress Dowager Buu. She was not only his sister-in-law, but also the younger sister of Chief Cabinet Minister Yan Song, and the aunt of Yan Ji-ruo. I looked at her, still wearing that playful, mocking smile. The palace servants and maids have been acting with utter impunity toward me. You surely are not oblivious to that, are you, my dear sister-in-law? Furthermore, the Empress and I are husband and wife, fulfilling our marital duties. Even as a sister-in-law, you should not be overstepping your bounds, should you? Insolent. Buu are snapped in rage. You are but a lowly puppet emperor. How dare you commit such acts of insubordination? Kneel before the empress and admit your mistake at once. I let out a soft chuckle, my face filled with sheer disbelief. Do you even hear yourself? Is that even human language? Seeing that I remained unmoved, the look on Buur's face turned icy cold. Guards. Behind Buur stood a tall, burly, and muscular guard, Zheng Shan. This man is Zhou Kai, the Empress Dowager's personal bodyguard and commander of the Jinyue. He is also notorious as the Empress Dowager's secret lover. Seize the emperor and give him 30 lashes. Then cast him before the tombs of the former emperors to reflect on his sins. Buur issued her cold command. As you command. Zhou Kai turned, drew his sword and strode toward me. I suggest your majesty follow the Empress Dowager's orders obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me if my methods get rough. A mere dog dares to lecture your emperor. How laughable. I struck first, my blade flashing forward. The strike was as swift as a lightning bolt. Zhou Kai could not react in time. The blade pierced straight into his chest. He froze in place, too stunned to even breathe. With a quick kick, I sent him flying several meters away. I surged forward, pinning my sword against Zhou Kai's throat. You dare raise a hand against me? Do you really think I would not dare wipe out your entire clan and everything you have ever known? My words echoed like a clap of thunder. Zhou Kai was overcome with a sudden, bone-deep terror. Buur stared in shock, her eyes wide. The scene before her shattered every expectation she had. I turned my head back, wearing an amused expression. If your pet is this pathetic, how will you ever be satisfied? What are you trying to do? Buur instinctively recoiled. It seemed she finally sensed my lack of good intentions. Just then, several eunuchs hurried in. Greetings, Empress Dowager. Greetings, Empress. Chief Minister Yan begs your majesty to proceed to court and discuss state affairs. Even though I was standing right there, the eunuchs acted as if I were invisible. Dress me. To court we go. Under the incredulous gazes of the eunuchs, Yan Jiruo with boiling resentment helped me get dressed. A moment later, in the Genqing Palace, Chief Cabinet Minister Yan Song did not even wait for me to speak before stepping forward. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Speak, Chief Minister. On the surface, I still maintained the formal decorum due to this powerful minister who controlled the court. At this moment, Yan Song was still unaware of what had transpired in the inner palace. My formal address of Chief Minister only puffed up his ego even more. Reporting to your majesty, since March of this year, the Hu barbarians have continuously raided our borders, plundering the Great Zhou's wealth. They have destroyed our cities. Your humble servant proposes we negotiate peace, cede territory, and pay reparations to the Hu. As soon as he finished, most of the civil and military officials fell to their knees. We beg your majesty to cede the land, pay the reparations, and negotiate for peace. You are frowning. They speak in unison and move in rhythm. Clearly, this was all planned in advance. Is this an attempt to stage a coup? You sweep your gaze across the entire hall. Is there truly not a single loyal subject or brave general among all these officials? At this, Chen Lin, a Grand Secretary of the Inner Cabinet, suddenly kneels and cries out in grief. Your Majesty, we absolutely must not cede territory, pay reparations, or offer tributes for peace. The barbarians have invaded and razed over a dozen of our Great Zhou cities. They have slaughtered our people by the hundreds of thousands. This is a disgrace to our Great Zhou and a shame to this court. The old man Yan proposes we cede 13 cities, 10 million in tribute, and 30 princesses. This is not peace negotiation, this is groveling for favor by selling the empire. With that, he slams his head against the floor in inconsolable sorrow. Immediately, many other officials jump up, sternly refuting his words. Your Majesty, Old Man Chen is merely spreading fear and poisoning your Majesty's mind. The treasury is empty and disasters occur frequently in every province. We simply cannot afford another war. Indeed, Your Majesty, for now, the best strategy is to appease the barbarians. Yan Song, standing to the side, nods heavily. Seeing this, Li Zheng, also a Grand Secretary of the Inner Cabinet, roars in anger. Old Man Yan, you give away 5 cities today, 10 tomorrow. Before the barbarians even strike again, we will have handed the Great Zhou Empire over on a silver platter. The court descends into total chaos. The war faction and the peace faction are on the verge of a brawl. Yan Song raises his head and secretly winks at you. This is the signal he established while training you. As soon as he winks, you are supposed to agree immediately. However, this time, you show no reaction, pretending not to see him. Rubbing your head, you stand up, looking irritated. War or peace? Let me think it over before discussing further. With that, you turn and leave. In order to regain control of the court, you prepare to find one person. Meanwhile, in the laundry bureau, an elderly man with white hair is struggling to wash a window. He is already old and frail. Once the cloth is soaked, it weighs over 100 pounds. He finds the task extremely strenuous. Old dog, did you not eat today? Why are you so slow? If the palace punishes us for this, can you bear the responsibility? A whip lashes across the old man's back. The one wielding the whip is a fat eunuch, Zhang Heng, the manager of the laundry bureau, and the man being whipped is Qian Fu, the former head eunuch. Qian Fu trembles slightly. Without a word, he continues washing the window slowly. Seeing Qian Fu act like this, Zhang Heng's anger intensifies. Old dog, are you brain dead? You do not cling to the Empress's leg for protection, but instead insist on sticking with that idiot, Emperor. Look at where it has landed you. Why must you act so stubborn? Zhang Heng, even though we have lost our manhood, we must still understand the meaning of loyalty. When His Majesty settles scores with the Yan family, do you think you can escape? Qian Fu remains unmoved and speaks calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Heng laughs uproariously. Old dog, you had better get that thought out of your head. That emperor is nothing but a fool, treated like a dog by the empress all day long. By the time he settles scores with the Yan family, I will have grandchildren filling my house. Upon hearing this, Qian Fu slowly stands up. His eyes flash with a piercing light. How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty? You deserve to die. Zhang Heng is startled back a few steps by this sudden aura. Reacting after a moment, he lashes out with his whip in a fit of rage. Die, my foot. My patron is the empress, who dares touch me. Just then, a thunderous, furious voice erupts. I dare kill you. Zhang Heng turns to see you standing at the entrance with your hands behind your back. A murderous intent freezes his gaze. Yo, your majesty. Zhang Heng stammers, his entire body trembling. Then, Zhang Heng comes to his senses. He secretly curses himself for being scared by a dog. Your majesty, this is no place for a stray dog like you to be. Zhou Yang, get out of here and go back to the Empress immediately. A mere supervisor of the laundry bureau dares to call me a dog. Death wish. You snort coldly, drawing your sword as you walk towards Zhang Heng. So, you still want to kill me? Zhang Heng sneers. If you dare to touch me, the Empress will never spare you. Before he finishes his sentence, the sound of a blade echoes. Zhang Heng's head falls to the ground, his eyes wide open. Even in death, he cannot believe that you actually took action. Qian Fu is stunned, then quickly kneels to the ground. This humble servant has finally waited for your majesty to regain your senses. It is as if years of grievances and waiting have finally borne fruit. His body trembles uncontrollably. Eventually, he bursts into tears like a child. Qian Fu has always been loyal to the royal family. Even if you were severely injured, amnesiac, or completely hopeless, Zhou Yang, even though his loyalty seems impractical and somewhat naive. You have seen this devotion with your own eyes. This is also why you came to the laundry bureau. Qian Fu, you have suffered. You bend down and gently help Qian Fu up. Thank you, your majesty, for your deep grace. This humble servant can get up himself. A grown man blubbering like that, what a sight. I am now ordering you to return to the palace with me to retake control of the Internal Affairs Bureau. Will you help me clean up the harem? Yes, your majesty. Qian Fu immediately wipes away his tears. The aura of a grand eunuch begins to emerge. Now, that is more like it. You nod and turn to leave. Qian Fu follows behind respectfully. A moment later, in the imperial study, you stare at Qian Fu and speak slowly. I need you to recruit talented people for me as quickly as possible. Can you do it? Your humble servant obeys. I will certainly complete the task. After nightfall, you return to the imperial study. You see that Qian Fu has already brought 1,000 people to wait for a long time. You nod with great satisfaction. It has only been half a day. I did not expect old Qian to find so much talent so quickly. Long live the emperor. 1,000 people kneel down and kowtow. This is the first time since you ascended the throne that such a sound of this magnitude has resonated in the harem. Your majesty, rise. These 30 young eunuchs are very clever. They were all trained by this humble servant years ago. Loyal and reliable. Good. You nod in satisfaction. Old Qian, you have worked hard. From this moment on, replace all the palace maids and eunuchs around me with these people. The previous people treated you like you were invisible. From now on, you also have people at your disposal. Afterward, Qian Fu brings in 12 elderly eunuchs again. You naturally accept them without any hesitation. Finally, 4 burly, imposing middle-aged men kneel before you. Your Majesty. These 4 were formerly commanders of the Jinyue, known as Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. According to Qian Fu's introduction, all 4 of them possess great martial prowess, and are masters of all kinds of mechanisms, poisons, assassination, arrests, interrogations, and so on. You are overjoyed to hear this. These are the talents I truly need. I have long heard of the great names of these 4 commanders. I only wonder if your fiery spirit is still burning. Are you still as capable as before? The 4 men remain motionless and do not answer. Qian Fu smiles bitterly. If so, your majesty can command them to do one thing. To prove their worth. You think, then speak. Qian Fu, I have heard the chief physician's daughter, Shu Miaoling, has miraculous healing skills. Is she really a prodigy, Or is it just a rumor? It is true. That young doctor's skills are truly extraordinary. Too bad she is so proud and aloof. Even Yan Song's son tried to ask for her hand in marriage and was flatly rejected. Good. You nodded in approval. Qinglong Baihu, I order you to bring this medical prodigy to the palace immediately. Remember, do not cause her even the slightest harm. I have great plans for her. As you command, Your Majesty. Qinglong and Baihu knelt to acknowledge the order. With a flicker of movement, they vanished into the night. Zhou Yang returned to his residence. I order both of you to investigate the Jinyi Wei, the imperial guards, and the concubines in the harem. I want a thorough investigation of the Jinyi Wei, the imperial guards, and the inner palace concubines. I intend to have complete control over the harem. Throughout the night, plans and arrangements were made. Overnight, all sorts of strategies were finalized. Knowing you now have capable people at your disposal, your spirits were lifted. The next day, you convened the morning court. The civil and military officials gathered, looking utterly bewildered. Ever since you lost your memory, you had not held court in years. This sudden summons was the first of its kind in a long time. The loyal faction could hardly contain their joy. They seemed to see a spark of change in you. There seems to be hope for the great Zhou after all. Meanwhile, the Yan clique looked grave and anxious. You summoned the officials without any prior notice to them. This is a sign that you are slipping out of their control. Tension filled the throne room as everyone harbored their own secrets. The officials were unprepared for today's court session, so they all waited to see what you would say. Let us see what you are really up to today. Regarding yesterday's debate on the Hu barbarians' invasion at the border, do any of you loyal officials have a decision? Seeing you take the initiative to bring this up, Your Majesty, the border is in a state of chaos and misery. Your servant urges Your Majesty to swiftly negotiate terms of land cession and reparations, to save the people at the border from this agony. Yan Song, never one to concede, dropped to his knees and shouted. The other officials of the Yan clique quickly followed suit. Yes, Your Majesty. If we delay any longer, I fear the Hu's demands will become even more outrageous. How can we cede the land won by our ancestors? The loyal faction immediately voiced their opposition. The only way to stop the invasion is to fight. The courtroom erupted into a heated dispute. You narrowed your eyes. Yesterday, you had no plan of how to respond. But today, you have made up your mind. Minister Chen is right. We must fight to stop the war. The lands inherited from the ancestors of the great Zhou shall not be lost. Those who provoke the great Zhou, no matter how far they are, they shall pay. The officials of the loyal faction were overjoyed. They had not expected you to support them. The Yan clique's expressions turned dark and sullen. Your Majesty, fighting to stop the war is noble, but I fear the treasury cannot support such a campaign. Yan Song stood up, wearing a mocking smile. Yan Song, your words are technically correct, but sometimes one must face the storm to clear the sky. The Yan clique members stood up in agreement. Is that so? You gave a cold snort, stepped down from the throne, and stood right before Yan Song. Tell me, Yan Song, when the dynasty was founded, what was the territory, tax revenue, and population of the great Zhou? Yan Song answered without a second of hesitation. At the start of the dynasty, our territory was 5 times what it is now. The population was less than 60 million, and the treasury held 21 million taels of silver. And now, you stepped closer and asked with a gloomy expression. The population is now nearly 80 million, and the tax revenue is 11 million. As soon as he finished, Yan Song realized he had blundered. But before he could offer an excuse, you cut him off. I believe all you officials heard Minister Yan's words, did not you? The population of our great Zhou has nearly doubled from what it used to be. Yet tax revenue continues to plummet instead of rising. Would you care to tell us why, Prime Minister? The reason is common knowledge. It has been embezzled, but naturally, no one will admit to it. Your Majesty, our great Zhou has faced constant natural disasters for 3 years, hence the decline in tax revenue. If Your Majesty does not believe me, you may audit the Ministry of Revenue. Yan Song stands there, unyielding and righteous, feigning a look of complete innocence. Seeing this, you chuckle while cursing under your breath. The Ministry of Revenue is firmly under your control. You can cook those ledgers however you please. Too lazy to humor Yan Song any further, you turn around and announce, Chenlin Lijeng, you propose to use war to end the conflict, but Premier Yan claims the national treasury is empty. Therefore, I have decided to appoint you to lead the 6 ministries and mobilize the army to resist the Hu. Any objections? Your Majesty is wise. We shall serve until our last breath. The two look at each other and smile. Finally, a chance to prove our worth. Seeing this, The Yan faction is shocked and immediately opposes it. Your Majesty, this must not be. Using war to end war will severely drain the national power of Great Zhou. It may even lead to the fall of our nation. I beseech Your Majesty to reconsider. A sudden clamor arises as the court falls to their knees. Using war to stop war and drive out the Hu. My mind is made up. No further discussion. You slam the dragon throne, delivering the final word. Yan Song sneers and glances at someone. He wants to show you this emperor with cold hard actions. Who really runs this court? At this moment, the Nine Gates commander, Wei Chen, steps forward. He is a core member of the Yan faction. He controls the entire military defense of the capital. Your Majesty, the treasury is empty, yet we are launching a war. I have reason to suspect Your Majesty is being misled by treacherous sycophants. I suggest we purge the traitors first, before discussing how to handle the Hu invasion. Yes, exactly. Your Majesty must be under the influence of treacherous sycophants. The Yan faction members echo in unison. Down with Chen Lin, down with Li Zheng. They are nothing but traitors attempting to ruin the state. Immediately, Chen Lin and Li Zheng are barraged by insults from the entire court officials. Silence. You bark, looking toward Chen Lin and Li Zheng. Tell me, are you two loyal subjects or traitors? Your Majesty, we are of course loyal subjects. The two stand tall, their voices ringing with conviction. Good. There is a saying, if a sovereign commands a subject to die, the subject cannot refuse. If I command you to die right now, will you do it? If the sovereign commands death and the subject refuses, it is disloyalty. If a father commands a son to perish, and he refuses, it is unfilial. I shall prove my loyalty to Your Majesty today. With that, Chen Lin and Li Zheng charge headfirst into the palace pillar. Stop. People try to intervene, but it is already too late. A dull thud echoes. The two collapse, blood pouring from their foreheads, unconscious on the ground. Call for help, save them. Someone screams. No need to save them. They have proven they were loyal subjects who died for a just cause. You turn your head to look at Wei Chen. Now that these traitors are dead. Commander Wei, are you a loyal subject? Wei Chen's expression shifts slightly. I am surely a loyal subject, Your Majesty. Good. Then please, Commander Wei, die for me immediately. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turns tense. Many officials look on in absolute terror. Your Majesty is actually forcing the Nine Gates commander, Wei Chen, to his death. Is this the same foolish, dim-witted puppet emperor from before? In an instant, the courtiers fall silent as cicadas in winter. Your Majesty. Commander Wei raises his hands, clearly showing his anger. Chen Lin and Li Zheng are fools for killing themselves. What does that have to do with me? Simultaneously, they realize the situation. The emperor has mostly regained his wits. The situation has changed. In an instant he turned his gaze toward Yan Song, not far away. Vermilion bird, black tortoise. With a sudden wave of your hand, two powerful men clad in heavy armor rose. Leading a group of palace guards, they stormed into the great hall. With their arrival, the air filled with the deafening clatter of weapons and armor. The officials in the great hall turned pale in shock, involuntarily recoiling several steps. Under the horrified gaze of the high officials, the palace guards drew their sabers in unison, the sounds of steel ringing out. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was surrounded by armed troops. Strike! The guards raised their weapons high, their war cries thundering through the court. The sharp clash of metal and the roars of the guards filled the hall with a murderous aura. Every official's heart skipped a beat. Wei Chen, commandant of the Nine Gates, looked particularly panicked. Seize him, you shouted with a cold, piercing gaze. Two guards stepped forward quickly, grabbing hold of Wei Chen's arms. Let go of me. Lord Yan, save me. Wei Chen struggled desperately, shouting at the top of his lungs. Beside him, Yan Song's expression turned incredibly grim. He never imagined you had laid this trap in advance. Your Majesty. Yan Song stepped forward, cupping his hands with a cold face, and shouted. The treasury of Great Zhou is now empty. Does Your Majesty truly wish to act so recklessly? Yan Song gritted his teeth in the dark. Just a pathetic puppet emperor. Now that you have regained your senses, do you really think you are the one in charge? Daring to touch his people. Watching Yan Song below the steps, you could not help but sneer. The Hu have slaughtered my people, and taken 10 of Great Zhou's cities. The count of innocent subjects lost at their hands is beyond measure. And today, someone attempts to use the surrender of power to beg the Hu to cease their aggression. It is absolutely absurd and laughable. Or could it be that you, Grand Secretary Yan, have some unspeakable dealings with the Hu? Your Majesty. That accusation hit Yan Song hard, making him tremble. He immediately knelt, pleading loudly. I am being framed. Even if he truly had such intent, he would not dare let such a label stick. Otherwise, once word spread, his life in Great Zhou would be over. Seeing this, you cold snorted. Wei Chen framed the loyal and righteous, causing my loyal ministers Chen and Lin to strike the pillars to prove their innocence. Effective immediately, relieve Wei Chen of all his titles and duties. As for the matter of fighting the Hu, my decision is made. No one is allowed to debate this. Guards, carry ministers Chen and Lin to my study. After speaking, you rose slowly, your eyes sweeping coldly over the hall. No one dared to meet your gaze. Inside the study, the chief physician, Shu Miaoling, had been waiting for some time. "Greetings, your majesty." Shu Miaoling knelt respectfully. Her expression was slightly nervous. She had no idea why she was brought into the palace earlier. And now, being summoned by the emperor, she was naturally worried. "Rise. Save them first." You did not waste any time with her. Half the court consists of corrupt officials, and even among the imperial physicians, I do not know how many are Yan's cronies. I can only entrust the treatment of my loyal aides to this little medical prodigy. "Yes, your majesty." Shu Miaoling quickly stood and moved to check their injuries. She began cleaning their wounds and applying bandages. She then drew out silver needles to begin acupuncture. Standing to the side, watching Shu Miaoling busy at work. "It was also your first time witnessing how an ancient doctor treats patients. It is a shame that in your original world, TCM was often misunderstood, slandered, and severely underestimated. At one point, those veteran practitioners even had to pass Western medical exams, or be labeled as practicing without a license. Thinking back on it now, there is inevitably a sense of sorrow in your heart. But all of this was simply because the country back then was too weak, repeatedly bullied and humiliated, forced to pay reparations and cede territory, which led to a serious crisis in cultural confidence. So in this life, you have made up your mind to never let such a tragedy repeat itself. Before long, Chen Lin and Li Jung, two key officials, slowly wake up. "Down, rise. We are," just as the two were stunned and preparing to stand up. You quickly step forward to support them. "My esteemed officials, there is no need to rise. I already know both of your deepest loyalties to me and the entire Great Zhou. Today you must never again resort to such desperate measures." Hearing this, Chen Lin and Li Jung immediately recalled the scene in the main hall. "Your Majesty, please forgive the subject for my rudeness. Your words today are completely unlike the past ones." Chen Lin spoke first, holding your hands tightly, his eyes filled with expectation. Seeing this, you naturally understood exactly what the two men meant. Thinking of this, you had to grip the two old officials' hands, and with a pained expression, you said, "To be honest, I have fully recovered my memory. All these years, Yan Song and his cronies have disrupted court proceedings and caused chaos in the nation, committing acts that both gods and men find intolerable. I only regret that I did not wake up sooner, allowing the Great Zhou court to deteriorate to this point." As you spoke, you even managed to force out a few drops of tears. "Your Majesty, to hear that you have regained your sanity." The two officials suddenly burst into tears and covered their heads, sobbing in agony. Even the little physician, Shu Miaoling on the side, was moved. Her eyes reddened, even sobbing softly a few times. Qian Fu was also wailing loudly. It seemed he, too, remembered the humiliation he had endured. "Enough, let us not dwell on these things today. You two must take good care of yourselves. I need all of you. The entire Great Zhou nation needs you even more. Your Majesty, please rise." "Your Majesty." During today's court session, Li Jung and I risked crashing into a pillar to prove our innocence. May I ask what happened afterwards? Chen Lin looked at you anxiously. After all, the invasion of the Hu people into the Great Zhou is a matter of extreme gravity. Seeing this, you glanced at Qian Fu by your side. The man immediately understood his cue. He vividly recounted everything to the two officials. He painted you as a heroic and brilliant leader of all trades, leaving Chen Lin and Li Jung with boiling blood and spirits uplifted. "Your Majesty is truly brilliant. The Great Zhou shall surely prosper." The two men could not help but exclaim, their eyes filled with absolute reverence. The little physician standing aside could not help but let her eyes shine, a hint of tender feeling unknowingly surfacing in her gaze. "Ahem. All right now, since Yansong has been entrenched in the court for so many years, his power must be deeply rooted. Can you give me a detailed breakdown?" As the two discussed the current political situation with you, at length, your earlier high spirits gradually faded into silence. You had not realized that the Yansong faction had grown so immense. Not only had they co-opted most of the 6 ministries and 9 courts, but even local officials had been replaced by their own people. You could say that the entire Great Zhou court was practically surnamed Yan. If not for the need to stay wary of some vassal kings, he would have already donned the dragon robes and seized the throne. As for yourself, a puppet emperor, you would likely have been long buried in an unmarked grave. Seeing your troubled expression, Li Jung immediately saluted and advised, "Your Majesty, worry not. No matter how ambitious that traitor Yan may be, he would not dare act recklessly." "Wouldn't dare?" You squinted, not quite agreeing with him. Even from the Empress's words last time, one could already tell. Yan Song could replace me with another Zhou at any moment. Chen Lin also started analyzing the situation for you. "Your Majesty, Be patient for now, Your Majesty. First, play along with that villain Yan to clip his wings. We will settle the score when the time is right. You find it amusing. That sounds like something a scholar would say, does not it? If I actually wanted to take Yan Song down, using that method, I might as well wait for him to commit suicide by banging his head against a brick of tofu. Dismiss the 2 cabinet elders. Tell Qian Fu to find a quiet place for Shu Miaoling to stay. Arrange for trusted men to protect her. Once everything is settled, you tap your fingers on the table, contemplating your next move. As you command, Your Majesty. Qianfu, hearing this, shudders and bows deeply. You say calmly, tell Qinglong, he is now the commander of the Jinyue. He must take full control of the Jinyue immediately. As for the former commander, find an excuse and off him. Anyone else within the Jinyue who is in their way must be purged. Qianfu is taken aback for a moment. Before he can respond, you continue. Also, have Baihu purge Wei Chen's loyalists in the Ministry of War immediately. I will personally appoint the new commanders. As for Zook and Xuanwu, make sure that they filter the entire list of commanders in the capital army. Identify everyone who is a lackey of Yan Song for me. Your servant obeys. Qianfu walks away, trembling. Then you walk directly to the Dowager Empress's Sinning palace. Qianfu and a group of eunuchs stand majestically at the gate and shout, His Majesty has arrived. However, the palace maids in Sinning Palace ignore you completely. A headmaid walks forward with an impatient look. The Dowager Empress is resting. All idlers, please retreat. The headmaid crosses her arms, her eyes full of contempt. Don't you know where this is? This is no place for a puppet emperor like you to act out. You frown at her words, watching her coldly with a chilling tone. You want to drive me away. The headmaid stands before you, completely unafraid. This servant is worried you do not know your place, Your Majesty. The Dowager Empress is the wife of the late emperor, and the sister of the Prime Minister. Before she can finish, the sound of a sword unsheathing rings out. The headmaid looks at her own body, her eyes filled with disbelief. Stop! A woman's voice screams from the palace entrance. A flash of fury crosses the Dowager Empress's eyes. Emperor, you have some nerve. How dare you kill someone in my presence? So what if I did? You step forward with your long sword, wearing a playful smirk. Terrified, the Dowager Empress steps back, stammering in panic. Are you going to kill me, too? I am the wife of the late emperor. I am the wife of the late emperor. Before she can say anything else, you reach out and grab the Dowager Empress by her waist, walking toward the main hall while commanding, anyone who dares to move, kill them without mercy. Your servant obeys. Although Qianfu knows that the emperor bullying the Dowager Empress in public centers will surely cause an uproar at court, but to him, the emperor's order is supreme above all. The Dowager Empress finally realizes the situation. She struggles in panic. Let go of me, get up. You dare lay a hand on me. The whole world will never forgive you. You pause, looking at her with an amused expression. I hope you can keep that attitude up for a while longer. You just tossed the Empress Dowager onto the imperial bed. Scared out of her wits, she kept throwing threats around. Her clothes were torn into shreds. Amidst the heavy, tense atmosphere in the grand hall, and with several people assassinated right in the courtyard, the entire Xiaoying palace was in complete chaos. When Zhou Yang leisurely pulled up his trousers and stood up, he jeered, I did not expect you, widow, to be so satisfying. Not bad at all. Move, move. But the Empress Dowager was completely naked, her body covered in purple bruises, her hair disheveled, her eyes burning red as she glared at him with pure hatred. Right now, she felt nothing but utter disgust. Never did she imagine she would be bullied by Zhou Yang, someone she once considered complete trash. She persisted in her threats. Zhou Yang, you are a dead man walking. The chief minister will never let you go. When the time comes, I will make you suffer a slow, agonizing death. HMPH. Zhou Yang sneered, you bitch. Do you still dare to threaten the emperor? It seems I have been too polite to you. Move. Regarding this Empress Dowager, I have absolutely no affection left for her. She has been Yan Song's willing accomplice in all his dirty deeds, and she has humiliated and tormented my predecessor countlessly. I certainly won't let her off easy. He produced a whip. He flicked it in his hand with a cold smile. The Empress Dowager exclaimed in instinctive panic, Zhou, you tyrant, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I am the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's mother. Ah, the whip lashed across her fair, delicate skin. The Empress Dowager let out a sharp cry of pain. Move. Zhou Yang had long since despised this dog of an Empress Dowager. He struck without a shred of mercy. Lash after lash rained down upon her. She rolled on the bed, her wails echoing throughout. You pathetic woman. Does it feel good? Scream louder for me to enjoy. Keep screaming. Keep going. Snap, snap. Ah, ah, the Empress Dowager was now weeping, tears streaming down. Rolling in misery, Zhou Yang whipped her over a dozen more times. Finally he chuckled, you bitch. Get off the bed now, or else. Hey, move. Stop whipping me. Get down. The Empress Dowager, wretched and completely naked, climbed off the bed in agonizing pain. She was forced by Zhou Yang to stand obediently. Not bad, Zhou Yang chuckled, tapping the whip gently against his palm, amused as he circled around the fragile, pathetic Empress Dowager. Now, perform a seductive dance for your emperor. Quickly now. Well, the Empress Dowager lifted her head to look at him, her gaze fierce enough to kill. She wanted to murder him. You want me to dance for you? Zhou Yang ruthlessly lashed her again. The pained Empress Dowager shrieked and began to dance. HMPH, you dog of a woman, never forget your place. Just a slave. Do as I command, or this whip will do the talking. Please stop hitting me. I will dance. I will do it. I will dance until I am weeping. My body is covered in lashes and scars. She is swallowing every bit of this humiliation now, praying for her father to come save her soon, and then use 10,000 tortures to tear this dog to pieces. The Empress was quite the performer back in the day. Otherwise, she would not have captivated the late emperor and claimed the title of Empress. But now she trembles before Zhou Yang, dancing, exposed and vulnerable. Zhou Yang just nodded slowly and languidly, and occasionally cracked his whip. Dance harder, BTCH. Dance properly. Show me the skill you used to seduce the late emperor, or I will reward you with a few more lashes. The Empress is suffering humiliation like never before, but she has no other choice. She can only endure this abuse for now, or before her father can even rescue her. This mad emperor will have beaten her to death. The entire Xiang palace has been locked down. Qianfu stands at the threshold watching the scene. His expression is inscrutable, but inside he feels a sense of relief. This woman, the Empress, is pure evil. She had this coming. She asked for it. By dusk, he stepped forward to ask, Your Majesty, it is time to eat. Where shall we serve the meal today? Zhou Yang popped a piece of fruit into his mouth. He laughed and said, Right here. I have yet to see all of the Empress's dazzling dance moves. Once the dinner is served, the Empress will be exhausted. She does not even dare to put on her robes. Pitifully, she whimpered, Your Majesty, this concubine. Zhou Yang frowned and swept a glance over her. Terrified, the Empress quickly corrected herself. This servant is so exhausted and quite hungry. May I eat now? She feared Zhou Yang would refuse. She added quickly, Once this servant has rested, I will perform an even more exquisite dance for your Majesty. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and gave a brief nod. The Empress let out a sigh of relief, but just as she was about to sit down, Zhou Yang glared at her. Who told you that you could sit? What? The Empress was seething with rage. If this were the past, she would have had someone flogged him to death. But now she could only say, humiliated. Does your Majesty wish for this servant to eat while standing? Being forced to dance was already enough of an insult. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang carelessly placed a plate on the floor. Kneel and eat, and you are not permitted to use chopsticks. What? You are making this Empress kneel to eat. The Empress finally snapped. Her tear-filled eyes glared with fury. Chapter 9, Utter Despair. The next moment, Zhou Yang laughed coldly and cracked his whip down on her. The sudden pain shattered the Empress's resolve. Her anger was extinguished instantly. Zhou Yang still did not let her off. He struck lash after lash across her bare, uncovered skin, without a shred of mercy. Your Majesty, please stop. My palace. No, your Majesty, please. I was wrong. Yanji Ruo could barely stand from the excruciating pain. She collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony. This whip was specifically crafted to break the spirits of the disobedient. The sting was unbearable. Her bone-chilling screams echoed throughout the grand hall, combined with the delicate, seductive whimpers from her lips. It was enough to drive any man outside into a frenzy. Yet Zhou Yang was relentless in breaking her. With every lash he teased with a twisted smirk, You dog. Right now, you are nothing but a dog. Do you understand? The moment he paused, Yanji Ruo lay defeated on the floor. She no longer cared if her dignity was exposed. Her delicate hands clutched the painful welts on her body. Her eyes were filled with grievance. Her body trembled. She had never endured such cruel torture. She had even contemplated suicide, but her seething resentment would not allow it. Sobbing, she spoke in a fragile, trembling voice, pleading as if appealing to his conscience. I am the Empress Dowager, after all. By humiliating me like this, you will invite the wrath of the entire empire. Snap! Zhou Yang lashed out with his whip again. The strike landed brutally on her. Yanjiruo's wretched scream rang out many times louder through the hall. Zhou Yang sneered, You bitch. Who do you think you are calling yourself Empress Dowager? You are nothing but a puppet for that old dog Yan Song. Just a woman belonging to a pathetic fallen prince. How dare you claim that title in front of me? He struck her again. Eat your meal down there on all fours, or I will give you a taste of something far worse than these lashes. Yanjiruo was never the empress of the late emperor. Previously, she was merely the crown prince's consort. She was also Zhou Yang's sister-in-law. After the late emperor passed away, in order for Yan Song to control the entire imperial palace, he first honored the deceased prince with an imperial title, and then shoved this woman onto the throne of the Empress Dowager. if Yan Jiruo had truly been the late emperor's empress. Not even if Zhou Yang desperately wanted revenge would he dare to lay a finger on her. Otherwise, not only Yan Song's faction, but even Chen Lin and Li Zheng would have resisted. Yan Jiruo did not know what those threats meant, but the wicked smile on Zhou Yang's face, along with the whip in his hand, had shattered her will to resist. Despondent, she knelt down on her knees. Unable to use her hands, she could only crawl toward the plate to eat the food he had tossed down. Begging. Snap, Zhou Yang lashed her again. Across her rear, wag that tail for me, properly. Wag that tail for me, properly. If you are going to play the dog, act like one. Usually, high and mighty in the inner palace, the untouchable Empress Dowager, cowering in such a miserable state in front of him, tamely wagging her hips while mimicking a dog eating. It gave Zhou Yang immense satisfaction. Qianfu walked in from outside. He cast a glance at the Empress Dowager on the floor, a flash of vengeful joy in his eyes. This dog of an Empress Dowager had tormented so many of the late emperor's men in the past. Your Majesty, this is everything seized from the Xiaoying Palace. Zhou Yang lazily took the list and scanned it. He frowned, clicking his tongue. Is this really all there is? What is recorded here is, the entire Xiaoying Palace had only 5,000 taels of silver, and a few hundred taels of gold. The rest were just small items belonging to her servants, jewelry and other trinkets, barely adding up to 6,000 taels. Qianfu whispered, Your Majesty, go. Under torture, she confessed, the Empress Dowager has siphoned most of the palace treasury, and sent it all to the Yan residence. This sent Zhou Yang into another fit of rage. He swung the whip mercilessly, lashing down on her. Yan Jiruo was crouching on the floor, eating off a plate. Move, you treacherous woman. How dare you take my money and hand it over to that dog Yan? I will beat you to death, you spineless cur. Yan Jiruo was utterly aggrieved, writhing on the ground under the whip's strike. She wailed, begging for mercy incessantly. Zhou Yang only tossed the whip aside once his anger was spent. HMPH. Hand over all your jewelry and every valuable thing you possess to me, and put all the eunuchs and maids here under house arrest. Keep 2 of my own men to watch her. He stormed off in a fury. My first priority in coming to the Xiaoying Palace was to torment that treacherous woman and show outsiders that her arrogance is at an end. The second priority was to secure funding. After all, whatever I want to achieve, it all comes down to needing money. Once I control the Ministry of War and seize the Beijing garrison from Yan Song's grasp, as the Ministry of Revenue is practically Yan Song's backyard, they will never provide funding for my troops. I have to find the capital myself in the early stages. If I cannot pay the army, not even the Ministry of War will obey my commands, let alone the imperial guards that protect the palace. I originally thought that in the imperial palace, the all-powerful Empress Dowager would be filthy rich, but it turns out to be such a paltry amount. It is incredibly frustrating. As for the Empress, I turned her place over last time, and only found a few thousand taels, barely enough to keep my elite forces moving, for now. Back at the Imperial study, Zhou Yang subconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk, furrowing his brows. Qianfu, who in the palace is the wealthiest? Qianfu knew the emperor was desperate for funds. He pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, inside the palace, if you speak of the ones with the most wealth, the first would be the Directorate of Ceremonial. What? Qianfu glanced up slightly at Zhou Yang, who was still staring at him, expressionless. He continued, the second would be the department, specializing in crafting gold and silver jewelry for the nobles. And the third would naturally be the Manufacturing Bureau. Zhou Yang thought it over, then decided, you go and bring me all the wealth from the Gold and Silver Bureau and the Manufacturing Bureau, those lackeys of the Empress Dowager and Empress. Interrogate them thoroughly. Qianfu acknowledged the order, then whispered a reminder, Your Majesty, what about the Directorate of Ceremonial? Seeing Zhou Yang still frowning, Qianfu continued, the Directorate of Ceremonial controls all memorials from outside the palace, and ever since the late emperor's reign, all palace procurement was entrusted to them. However, the current Director of Ceremonial is Zheng Song. He is the head eunuch of the Yan faction. Qianfu truly wanted Zhou Yang to take control of the Directorate of Ceremonial too. The profits there are far too lucrative. Whether it is for the state or for personal gain, it is best kept in one's own hands. Go. Zhou Yang just waved his hand slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Speaking calmly, let the Directorate of Ceremonial be for now. Otherwise, Yan Song would surely jump out, moving against other palace departments, or even purging the Empress and Empress Dowager. He would not be afraid. Yansong is not about to start a coup just because of some palace arrogance. It is not time for a final showdown yet. What really pisses him off is that after I cleaned up the other two factions' eunuchs, I only managed to scrape together a few thousand taels. Those positions were recently filled by the Empress Dowager's cronies. The old guard had already been purged, and the lion's share was already sent to the Yan estate. Zhou Yang checked his ledger, his head throbbing. Total liquid assets come to just over 10,000 taels. This pocket change won't even cover the bare essentials. Just as he was busy troubleshooting, Qinglong of the Jinyue rushed in. Your Majesty, your servant has thoroughly purged the higher echelons of the Jinyue. These are the latest spoils from the raids. The Jinyue are starving, Your Majesty. Zhou Yang did not think much of it, but when he looked at the figures presented by Qian Fu, his eyes went wide. 260,000. Are you sure? Qinglong, still kneeling below, was taken aback, seeing the emperor staring at him with such intense focus. He hurriedly arched his hands, replying to Your Majesty, it is absolutely certain, seeming to fear the emperor might doubt him. Qinglong immediately introduced, here is the commander. The deputy commander is gone. 2 accomplices are gone. 3 managing officials were raided together and are gone. They were all connected to the Yan party. He then produced another list. This is a list of those who did not defect. Among the middle and high-ranking Jinyue of the Yan party, most of them were just released from prison. Zhou Yang was very satisfied. His heart raced. Finally, some money. Now, we have something to work with. Who would have thought the Jinyue had so much oil to skim? More wealth than I have seen in all my days toying around the palace. Gone. He marked off several names, making his own personal appointments. He told Qian Fu directly to issue the imperial decree. The upper ranks must be kept in line, to avoid the Jinyue losing control again. The cabinet has no way to intervene with these direct appointments, unlike the fool I was before, obediently listening to Yan Song, replacing everyone with Yan partisans. But Qinglong holds the emperor's imperial mandate, connecting with a group of old-timers in the Jinyue, purging the leadership in one swift stroke. As long as there is the emperor's command, it is a banner of legitimacy. Good, very good. Zhou Yang laughed heartily and slapped the desk several times. Finally, I have got some leverage. Looking at this burly man, Qinglong, he grew more and more pleased. In a gentle tone he said, Qinglong, I entrust the Jinyue to you. Restore the strength of the Jinyue as soon as possible. Whether it is investigations, arrests, or even going to the battlefield, they must be a force that dares to fight and win. Qinglong responded with excitement, yes. Your servant will devote every ounce of strength to serve you, Your Majesty. But Qinglong did not leave. He stayed there, kneeling with a hopeful gaze. Zhou Yang wondered, is there anything else? Speak your mind freely. Qinglong had no choice but to bow again, replying to Your Majesty. The Jinyue have not been paid in a long time. Ever since the Yan party took control of the leaders, they only cared about exploitation, never showing concern for their subordinates. Many of our brothers just came out of prison, their homes already raided. They have nowhere to turn. Some can't even afford to feed their families. It is miserable. Zhou Yang curled his lip. Even the notorious Jinyue are now too broke to afford a meal. Yet he insists on getting people to work. Can't expect results without paying the wages. I have thought it through. Time for a big haul, raid their homes. Use the loot to pay the brothers first. As for raiding properties, pay the brothers who have no homes first. Go back and tell them, do your jobs well. I promise you all promotions and riches. Qinglong finally kowtowed in excitement. Your servant, on behalf of the entire Jinyue, thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Zhou Yang waited for him to leave, still feeling quite pumped. Now that there is money, I will have Qian Fu notify the centurions. Clean up the Ministry of War as soon as possible. Get rid of anyone affiliated with the Yan faction. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, whether they are old, weak, sick, or crippled, or just slackers who are daydreaming, purge them all. I need to build an elite force, one that can at least defend the inner city. Got it. Qian Fu hesitated, then reminded, Your Majesty, shouldn't we also replace the Imperial City Guards? The Imperial City Guards are the ones protecting the palace. They were once the most loyal unit, but now, the officers inside have mostly been replaced by Yansong's men. Zhou Yang's face turned cold again, his eyes sharp as ice. To say I do not want to overhaul the Imperial City Guards, that would be impossible. This is supposed to be my personal army. Yet it ended up full of Yansong's lackeys. Even the commander is Yansong's nephew. You could say Yansong can enter the palace gates whenever he wants, with no one to stop him. To a scoundrel like Yan, the whole palace is like an undefended girl's boudoir. Got it. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. He shook his head slightly. Now is not the time. Given Yan's cautious nature, once he realizes the palace is out of his control, he won't let this slide easily. Night fell. Shadows danced across the massive Yan estate. The outer perimeter was guarded by muscular men in armor, armed to the teeth, standing their ground. Servants and maids were busy inside. There were also many experts hidden in the shadows, ready to prevent any assassins. Got it. In the guest hall, several high-ranking officials, dressed in their finest robes, laughing and clinking glasses with Yan Song, each with a delicate beauty in their arms. The beauties specifically hired to entertain guests at the Yan estate. After the feast, Yan Song signaled to clear the banquet tables and bring in the tea. Finally, time to talk business. Got it. Beside each old bastard sat a young and beautiful woman. The beauties flirted and giggled. Yan Song looked at all of them as he was massaged by two beautiful women. He said calmly, "Gentlemen, speak your minds. The Hu are pressuring us again, but the emperor has yet to agree to any peace terms. What should be done? All this time has passed. The question of peace is back on the table." One officer, still holding his companion, said with a righteous tone, Grand Secretary, Grand Secretary. Single quote, "In my humble opinion, we should finalize the peace deal as soon as possible to ensure the peace of my great Zhou. It is just that His Majesty is currently being hoodwinked by petty knaves, who are truly a menace to our court. We ought to eliminate them as soon as possible." Understood, Grand Secretary. Your humble subordinate also believes that the reason His Majesty refuses to negotiate is because he has been misled by those two old foxes, Chen Lin and Li Zheng. We really should dispose of those two. We can no longer afford to show mercy. Last time they faked their suicide attempts, and by that very afternoon, they were jumping around back home. It was definitely a ploy of theirs. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have protected Wei Chen, a loyal official and a good general, from being harmed. Everyone is filled with righteous indignation. Just mentioning those two grand secretaries makes one grit their teeth in hatred. Understood. Yan Song muses for a moment. You all have spoken well. His Majesty currently refuses to listen to the wise counsel of loyal officials like us. Tomorrow, I shall personally go to the palace to see the emperor. If reconciliation is still not possible, then we have no choice but to take care of Chen and Li. In Yan Song's view, the emperor lost his restraint last time, refusing to heed his words. He even sang a different tune in the court by being misled by Chen and Li, who cut off Wei Chen. It has clearly made him vigilant. There must absolutely not be a situation where the emperor escapes our control. Wait for everyone else to leave. Tomorrow, I still have orders to give to my men. Yan Song then turns to the respectful one beside him. Steward, is there any latest news from the palace? The steward stays hunched with his head lowered. He replies earnestly, reporting to you, master. The empress has sent word from the palace. Today, the emperor has been wildly indulging in the palace, playing around with the empress and several consorts. He is not listening to anyone. As for the Sinning Palace, there is no news yet. Yan Song frowns in deep thought. He looks toward his eldest son, sitting on the side. Let us continue. His eldest son, Yan Zilong, also says in confusion, Father, this young emperor was once as mentally stunted as a child. Now he is volatile and temperamental. Your son believes it would be safer if you go into the palace to probe him yourself tomorrow. Then there is the restless second son, Yan Jie, a burly man with dark skin, who is still dressed in his official robes. In a rough, obnoxious voice, he shouts one phrase, what is there to probe? If he dares not to listen, just slaughter him. Father can just take the throne directly. Chapter 11, Grand Secretary Yan. You want to overthrow the monarch. Yan Jie is arrogant. His voice echoes far away. Yan Zilong frowns, younger brother, do not spout such nonsense. Such treasonous thoughts must never be uttered again. What is there to be afraid of? Yan Jie remains dismissive. Still showing contempt, he says, it is just you cowardly paper pushers who are afraid of this and that. In my opinion, we should just strangle him. When the time comes for father to ascend the throne, whoever dares to disobey, we will just execute them. Yan Zilong is just about to object. Yan Song frowns and scolds, keep your mouth shut. If you have had too much to drink, go to sleep. Stop talking nonsense, or else this old man's family law will not spare you. Yan Jie pouts. He would never dare to cross his own father. He can only stand up in silence and leave. Yan Song adds one last instruction. Act properly when you return tomorrow. Keep a close eye on the elite army. Do not let any mistakes slip through. Once they were alone, the father and son, Yan Song sighed, my boy. Single quote, Old Tu, do you also think what Old Tu said just now? Single quote, was completely treasonous. Yan Zilong jolted in surprise. He looked at his father, who was calmly sipping tea. He bowed and said, Father, I feel that. Single quote, it is not the right time yet. Yan Song took a fleeting glance at him. Yan Zilong immediately continued, Father, even though half the imperial court is under our control, the frontier armies Single quote, and the various warlords will not sit idly by while our Yan clan usurps the throne. According to my humble opinion, we should continue to consolidate our strength. We must seize command of the frontier armies as soon as possible. Only then can we make our move. As for those warlords in the south, they are no longer a concern. Yan Song remained unmoved. However, Yan Zilong felt that he was listening. He suggested, however, single quote, the emperor must remain a puppet. If Zhou Yong shows signs of acting out, we must immediately replace him with a new emperor. Otherwise, the current emperor still has more influence than our Yan clan. Yan Song finally gave a short grunt of approval. He of course knew that the emperor cannot be allowed to slip from his grasp. Once the emperor becomes independent, never mind the neutrals, even those officials who joined the Yan faction out of convenience, would no longer be loyal to us. The next day, Zhou Yang was still fast asleep, clutching his concubines Qian and Liang. Their clothes were scattered in a chaotic mess on the floor. Qian Fu rushed in. He whispered by the bed, Your Majesty, Yan Song has entered the palace. What? Who? Yan Song, Your Majesty, please wake up. Old Yan has entered the palace. Concubine Qian and Liang, who were sleeping soundly in Zhou Yang's arms, turned pale at the mention of Yan Song's name. Frightened, they scrambled to sit up. They did not even care that they were exposed. They urged Zhou Yang to hurry up. Zhou Yang yawned. He groaned impatiently. That son of a BTCH Yan. Let him wait. I am busy here. He did not think much of it. Having some peace in the harem these past few days was nice. Surrounded by beauties. I am the one who decides who gets what. But those around him were worried. Qian Fu could only plead, Your Majesty, you really should prepare yourself. This is not the time to lock horns with Yan Song. Zhou Yang, annoyed and helpless, got out of bed. Looking at the two beauties, whose faces had turned pale with fear, he exclaimed, Are you two really that afraid of Yan Song? The concubines were not even dressed. Zhou Yang casually brushed his hands against their skin. Concubine Xian said with bitterness, Your Majesty, if the old man knows we sisters were with you, he would surely ensure we have nowhere left to hide. That terrifying, that arrogant. Zhou Yang snorted, Rest easy. With me around, no one will ever be allowed to bully you sisters. Zhou Yang, after being groomed and dressed by two beauties, he finally stepped out. Zhou Yang. Suddenly, Zhou Yang ordered, Qian Fu, have breakfast sent to the imperial garden. Make it a feast, and summon the empress, consort Da, and their entourages. Have them report to me immediately. Qian Fu did not grasp the emperor's true intentions, but he hurried to carry out the order. Soon, the empress and consort Da were urged by a group of eunuchs, arriving at the imperial garden with their retinues of palace maids. The empress, in particular, was stunned by the sight. He was lounging there lazily, with his robes loosely unfastened, relaxing on a massive throne, eating and drinking at his ease. Zhou Yang, resentment and fury flickered in her eyes. Zhou Yang, but having been tormented by the emperor for the past few days, she dared not resist Zhou Yang. She obediently led her attendants in a bow. Your humble servant. Greets Your Majesty. Zhou Yang barely acknowledged them with a faint nod. He scanned the group, then lifted his chin slightly. With a playful smirk he signaled, Consort Da, come massage my shoulders. Petite and lovely. The gentle Consort Da dared not defy him. She bowed submissively, As you wish. Go on. Consort Da stepped behind him. Using her small hands, she gently massaged his shoulders. Zhou Yang watched her pathetic, fragile appearance, and casually pulled her into his lap. Consort Da shrieked, Your Majesty. Hie, little beauty, let me check if you have put on any weight lately. Are you still keeping fit? Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang naughtily slid his hand under her skirt. Zhou Yang. Consort Da was so startled she did not dare move. She could only sit trapped in his embrace, trembling. Zhou Yang turned his gaze to the empress, who was standing there dazed, the most beautiful among the palace women. He barked in displeasure, You tramp, why have not you started dancing for me yet? Do you want another beating? The empress flinched. She had already been tormented enough. She had no choice but to remain in the imperial garden. A dignified empress, forced to lead a group of maids in a dance. Qian Fu whispered in his ear, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Yan Song has arrived. Zhou Yang. Yan Song has arrived. Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced over. Zhou Yang. It was indeed that old fox, Yan Song. Zhou Yang. Dressed in his impeccable official robes, he marched over. But Yan Song surveyed the scene, frowning slightly. He arrived but did not kneel. With a slight bow, Your subject greets Your Majesty. Zhou Yang. With a slight bow, Your subject greets Your Majesty. Zhou Yang ignored him. The empress stopped dancing. Zhou Yang. The maids also fell silent. Zhou Yang. In the empress's beautiful eyes, there was hope and surprise. Father is finally here. Then she glanced at Zhou Yang. Instantly her eyes blazed with fury. She wanted nothing more than to call him a tyrant. Zhou Yang, just wait and see how my father deals with you. But Zhou Yang was also putting on a show of rage. He hollered, You tramp. Who gave you permission to stop, Zhou Yang? You are courting death. Zhou Yang, in a fit of feigned rage, pushed the poor consorte aside, and stood up. He took a whip and lashed it hard against the empress. The empress screamed in terror, "Father, save me! Father, save me! Zhou." She panicked and scrambled behind Yansong, thinking only her father could handle this guy. Zhou Yang just arrogantly faced the others. The maids shrieked in pain and begged for mercy. They had no choice but to keep writhing. Zhou Yang strode arrogantly toward Yansong. Behind Yansong, the empress hissed, "You wretched wench! How dare you run? I will beat you to death." But with Yansong present, the empress gained much more courage. Pointing at Zhou Yang, she furiously scolded, "You damnable! How dare you show such arrogance in front of my father? My father only needs one word, and your life is finished." Zhou Yang looked at her with a lazy smirk. A grim-faced Yansong, Grand Secretary Yan, committing treason. Chapter 12. The Emperor has gone mad. Yansong frowned, watching the arrogant, unhinged Zhou Yang. In his eyes, Zhou Yang was nothing but a puppet. He used to be so obedient. Even a simple remark would make him tremble with fear. But since the last court session, it was as if he were a different person. To think he would dare right in front of him publicly beat his daughter like this. Naturally, he was displeased. He was already considering replacing the emperor. Yansong stood up straight, staring coldly at Zhou Yang. "Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to do?" Zhou. A chilling glint flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes. He bellowed boisterously. "Yes or no?" Yansong was suddenly furious. He wiped his face fiercely with his sleeve. There was an urge to beat this bastard emperor to death instantly. But being yelled at like this by Zhou Yang in public, even if he could manipulate everything behind the curtains, he could not openly claim he wanted to kill the emperor. That is treason. He could not bear such a criminal charge. Yansong gave a cold, faint huff. This old servant would never. "However, Your Majesty, if you insist on beating my daughter like this old servant will absolutely not agree." Zhou Yang cast a condescending glance at him. He grabbed Yansong's robes and swore at him, but Qianfu quickly intervened and held him back. "Your Majesty, this is the Grand Secretary of Great Zhou. We must show respect. We must not be rude." Zhou Yang stared blankly at the furious Yansong, then looked at the nervous, fawning Qianfu. "Calm your anger. I cannot. The Grand Secretary is the backbone of Great Zhou. Just like Grand Secretary Chen or Grand Secretary Li, they all require respect." Zhou Yang let out an "oh." He released Yansong, turning around. He muttered, "Another annoying old man." He went back, appearing very displeased. As he passed, he gave the two palace maids a few more lashings. "Make it look good." Yansong, having had his robes gripped by this bastard emperor, who in all of Great Zhou would dare to be this disrespectful to him? He is acting up again. I was planning to go back and have someone finish off Zhou Yang, but seeing this scene, I am a bit stunned. Qianfu bowed with a forced smile. "Please, Grand Secretary, do not mind him. But rest assured, Grand Secretary, since His Majesty knows that you are the pillar of the Great Zhou, he surely would not be disrespectful to you again." Yansong was somewhat puzzled. He frowned and asked, "What on earth is going on with the emperor? Why has he become like this?" Qianfu followed Zhou Yang's instructions, and with a meaningful glance at the empress, he sighed, alas. It was the last time the empress ordered people to beat His Majesty. He hit his head against the wall, and when he awakened, he turned out like this. His moods are erratic. He just screams and tries to kill everyone. Whether it is the empress or the various concubines, even the Empress Dowager is not safe. She is not safe either. Yes, it is true. Yansong grew even more suspicious. He looked at the figure on the throne, dressed in untidy robes, laughing loudly and arrogantly, with some concubine in his arms. This is not normal at all. Then he looked at his side, at Yan Jiruo, who was glaring at Zhou Yang with hatred. Yansong asked coldly, "Tell me, is this true?" Yan Jiruo, standing beside Yansong, did not dare say much, but she was also confused. Qianfu took the chance to whisper, "Your Majesty, Empress, have you forgotten? Last time you ordered some servants to discipline him, and even asked him to lick your feet. He changed completely after that. He keeps disrespecting you now." Yan Jiruo was lost in thought. She pondered carefully. It was indeed after she made him lick her feet that he became a completely different person. Yansong frowned. He asked solemnly, "Is that so?" Yan Jiruo was startled by the question, and nodded quickly. "It seems so. It seems that is what happened." However, she quickly added, "Father, Zhou Yang is acting so blatantly now. He even dares to strike the Empress Dowager. He whips and strikes his own daughter every single day. Please, father, take charge for me and the Empress Dowager. Please." Yansong did not answer her immediately, but kept pondering. It seems that after Zhou Yang was beaten by the Empress's men, and hit his head. This happened. The once weak and pathetic ruler, who had the intellect of a child, has now turned into an arrogant lunatic. If he were just a madman, it would not be such a big problem. After all, replacing an emperor is a complicated task. It is quite a hassle. He cannot act unilaterally just yet. Many people are still waiting for a mistake from him, but Yansong's visit to the palace this time is to get a clear picture. What exactly is going on with Zhou Yang? Nothing can be left to chance. Unable to suppress his anxiety, he asked Qianfu, with a cold expression, "No more games." Coldly he said, "Chief Eunuch Qian, you better make it clear to me, back at court, what really happened with those two, Lin and Li. Don't worry. As long as you tell me the honest truth, I will ensure your safety within the palace." Yansong's words, yet they are quite menacing. Dealing with that Qianfu is simple enough. This is exactly the side of things that worries Yansong the most. Last time, the emperor and those two old geezers played their parts a little too well. The whole court was completely fooled. They put on quite a performance. Indeed, Qianfu still keeps that same old poker face. With a chuckle and a bow he said, "Your Excellency, is there something?" Last time, by coincidence, those two masters, Lin and Li, came by personally in the evening to visit your majesty. After patiently explaining the circumstances to your majesty, they even had the imperial physician waiting in the palace. Your majesty naturally followed through with it. I see. So that is it. Yansong realized in a flash. This aligns with what they have been suspecting all along. It must have been those two old rats tricking the dim-witted monarch. Otherwise, how would this fool of a ruler ever come up with such a scheme? Regardless of his past behavior, or how he acts now, such a tactic is simply beyond him. However, Yansong remained suspicious. He needed to put him to the test. If Zhou Yang is truly just a madman, then he has nothing to worry about. As long as he just stays in the palace acting unhinged, he can be easily managed and kept in the dark, without the emperor to back him up. Handling those two, Lin and Li, would be a breeze. He felt much more at ease now. With these thoughts in mind, Yansong walked right up to Zhou Yang, softening his tone, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, your humble servant has come here today to discuss the matter of the peace talks with the barbarians." Zhou Yang was busy poking his large feet into Consort's skirt and giving those cute cheeks of hers a fierce kiss, leaving the lady blushing, though she dared not resist being disturbed in the middle of his fun. He retorted impatiently, "Peace talks? What the hell is that? Didn't Elder Lin and Elder Li already say that we could not have peace talks? If not, how could I keep being the emperor? You mentioned peace talks. Do you not want me to keep this throne? I would rather live a carefree life." "That is not at all the case." Yansong promptly explained, "Your Majesty, after the peace treaty, we will no longer need to fight against the barbarians. You will be able to remain the emperor forever, living a life of pure bliss and leisure." Really? Zhou Yang looked at him with intrigue, that old fellow with the kindly smile, and asked with some uncertainty, "Elder Excellency, why should I believe you? They are a pair, and you are just one man." "Fine, Elder Excellency." Yansong's lips twitched. This idiot of an emperor, daring to address him like that. However, he had no time to correct him right now. But the idiot emperor's question was absurd, so much so that he was at a loss for words. Does he think this is a numbers game? Indeed. Chapter 13, The Absurd. "Why should I trust you?" Just as Yansong struggled to find the right words to reply, Zhou Yang's eyes wandered over to the cold and icy Empress Yan Jiruo, who clearly detested him. Hey, it was clear Zhou Yang was unhappy. He scoffed, "Elder Excellency, those two elders gave me their word that they would send me more beauties in the future. But you won't even let the Empress move an inch. Even the Empress Dowager would not let me touch her. She has been quite unfriendly toward us. It really ruins our mood." Yansong watched him, looking stunned. Then he glanced at the Empress. He suddenly realized that those two old fossils were just humoring the emperor like this. Zhou Yang shamelessly pulled his favorite concubine, Consorta, into his arms. He laughed lewdly. "Consorta is the most obedient. She treats us the best. As for the Empress..." He cast a disdainful look at Yan Jiruo. "Since she is so disobedient, and has no desire to be our empress, and since you, Grand Secretary, treasure your daughter so much, then take her back to the Yan estate. We have no need for her. We have plenty of beauties here." Yan Jiruo was caught off guard, startled. She longed to get as far away from Zhou Yang as possible, but the position of empress cannot be left vacant. It is not just about being the mistress of the harem, nor merely about the power she holds. She knew returning to the Yan estate would lead to a grim fate. She had banked on Yansong to put Zhou Yang in his place, to turn things back to the way they were. But Yansong immediately weighed the pros and cons. He could not take his daughter back home. Otherwise, the status of empress would be lost in the eyes of all. He quickly smiled, "Your Majesty, have no worries. Since Jiruo has married into the palace, she is naturally your wife. This old servant cannot interfere. Furthermore, this old servant guarantees, that in the future, I will send even more beauties into the palace for you. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Grand Secretary, is that an honest promise? Most honest. From now on, the Empress will be perfectly obedient. As for the Empress Dowager. Single quote, Yan Song started to say, the Empress Dowager would not allow it, but seeing the desperate, hungry look in Zhou Yang's eyes, he did not care about that anymore. He nodded in affirmation. They will all be dutiful and obedient. Good, good, good. Zhou Yang grinned from ear to ear. It seems the Grand Secretary is a truly loyal subject. We await your swift delivery of these beauties. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so arrogant, and so insufferably smug, yet this actually put Yan Song at great ease. He took one final look at Zhou Yang, his eyes gleeful, asking, Your Majesty, what about the matter of the peace talks? This was the final test. He wanted to see how Zhou Yang would handle it. Zhou Yang did not think twice, shouting casually, why even ask? Of course, the Grand Secretary is the most loyal heart. Even the Empress and the Empress Dowager must listen to us. Who could compare? What of the beauties that the other officials promised? It has been days and they still have not arrived. We are growing impatient. As for the peace talks. Single quote, at the next court assembly, it is all up to you, Grand Secretary. Yan Song watched Zhou Yang, seeing no signs of a charade. He nodded in great satisfaction. He felt he had once again found the leash to control Zhou Yang. He bowed with a fawning smile. It is settled then. This old servant shall return to select more beauties for his majesty. Go swiftly. Zhou Yang urged. Such a monumental task cannot be delayed. Yan Song was finally relieved, but the Empress was filled with worry. Father. Single quote, she was met only with Yan Song's cold indifference. He glanced at her, Ji Ruo, leave. Since you are the Empress, leave. You must do a better job of keeping me amused. Do not go acting on your own impulses anymore. Remember, you are a daughter of the Yan family. Think more about the clan's interests. Yan Ji Ruo wanted to say more, but he had already turned to leave. Yan Song had already walked away with his head held high. She tried to rush after him, but it was no use. Father would not listen to her. Jiruo paused. She looked back at the tyrant, Zhou Yang. She subconsciously jolted in fear. She had been tormented by this tyrant quite a bit lately. Now, her own father would not even stand up for her. He even urged her to suck up to this tyrant. What is she to do? Bring the little bitch over to me, Zhou Yang said coldly, with a casual remark. The Empress flinched in terror. Soon, several palace maids rushed over and forcibly dragged her away. You cannot treat me this way. I am the Empress. Your Majesty. This servant was wrong. The Empress's desperate pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. Instead, she received blow after blow of the whip. Her screams echoed endlessly. Zhou Yang leaned back comfortably in his chair, surveying the disheveled beauty he had just thrashed. The Empress, left in tatters, cowered at his feet, her face drained of color. She knelt before him in humiliation, her little lips still twitching. He took a bite of fruit from the lap of his consort, the fruit sent by the doll like Defei. He grunted. He remarked with a smirk, Defei, my little treasure, you are so obedient. He gave a firm pinch, causing Defei to let out a sharp cry. Zhou Yang chuckled, my little treasure. As long as you listen to me, I will make sure to pamper you well. I will certainly pamper you well. Don't you go learning from this little bitch. Defei glanced at the Empress kneeling before them, whose head was bowed in defeat. Startled, she trembled. The once mighty and imposing Empress, who used to toy with everyone in the harem, was now treated worse than a dog, just a mere tool, nothing more. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck, whispering in a tender, seductive voice, I only listen to your majesty. Zhou Yang stretched out comfortably. He kicked Yan Ji Ruo away, standing up to adjust his robes. He muttered in disdain, little bitch, if you do not use your wits next time, I will have your teeth pulled out. The Empress gagged on the floor. She was nauseated to the point of retching, but in front of Zhou Yang, she dared not resist. Watching his arrogant figure walk away, her tear-reddened eyes filled with slow-burning hatred. How dare this tyrant humiliate her in front of others? For putting her through such shame, she would make him pay tenfold. Leaving, upon entering the study, Qianfu dismissed the others. He asked, with a worried tone, Your Majesty, how could you agree to that old villain's proposal today? What will happen at the next court session? Zhou Yang sat down nonchalantly. Raising an eyebrow, he laughed. When did I ever agree to him? This left Qianfu completely stunned, staring blankly at him. But your majesty, just now, at the court session, everything is up to that old villain, is not it? Leaving, indeed. Zhou Yang nodded firmly. This left Qianfu completely confused. Are you agreeing to this or not? Zhou Yang did not concern himself with his hesitation. His mind was on other matters. He asked how things were going at the armory. I have already poured over 100,000 taels into that place. And what of Zhu Ke and Zan Wu? How is the investigation into the capital guards coming along? In Zhou Yang's eyes, the ministers in the court, constantly bickering over these political games, meant nothing at all. His top priority right now was military reform. I must have an army that answers only to me. Otherwise, I am in grave danger. However, for so long, aside from the Jinyi way, which is barely serviceable, everything else is a total mess. Nothing is up to standard. Take the armory, for example. Trying to purge all those corrupt officers and clearing out the deadwood is not exactly a walk in the park. At times, I have considered simply building my own force from scratch. That would be easier. Qianfu said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty. Qianfu said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty. Yesterday, news came from the White Tiger camp. They wish to reorganize the armory, but they lack reliable and capable officers. Chapter 14, Learning what it means to be the Emperor's men. Zhou Yang frowned. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, most of the military generals were not worth a damn. Even the capital guards were full of dead weight. The Great Zhou has been around for hundreds of years. With peace lasting so long, there are simply no good commanders left. In his previous life, he was a career soldier, and he understood that within an army, the junior and mid-level officers are the backbone. Watching the emperor keep tapping his fingers rhythmically against the table, like soldiers marching in step, Qianfu knew he was in deep thought, and it was best not to disturb him. After a long while, Zhou Yang said smoothly, Since there is no one I can trust, I will just have to raise them myself. Qianfu, gather a group of boys between 15 and 17. Remember, they must be orphans with no families, and they must be volunteers. No forced conscription. Qianfu was stunned. What does the emperor want with street kids? Could it be? Qianfu was skeptical, so he worriedly advised, Your Majesty, what can these young boys possibly do? They are hardly combat ready. But Zhou Yang waved his hand, That is none of your concern. Just do exactly what I tell you. It is best if you filter them from the refugees. Boys with nowhere else to go are the best choice. Start by recruiting 100 or 50. Let us start with 50. Qianfu had no choice. The emperor would not listen to reason, so he folded his hands and accepted the order. He had to leave. Once a decision was made, Zhou Yang was quick to act. This was a matter of life and death. He had Qianfu go to the palace treasury, find a stash of cloth, and gather some idle maids from the palace to sew some uniforms and footwear as well. Strength lies in numbers. That was surprisingly fast. I initially assumed this would take some time. Yet to my surprise, by lunch the next day, Zhou Yang was dining in the Sinning Palace, stuffing his face with gourmet delicacies. Qianfu rushed in, beaming with a wide smile. Your Majesty, the 50 youths have arrived. They are at the front palace barracks, as you requested yesterday. Zhou Yang was surprised, so fast. Are these kids just random strays you snatched up? After all, it has only been a day. How could you round up so many people so quickly? So many teens between 15 and 17. Qianfu quickly explained, Rest assured, Your Majesty, these are all true orphans. Due to endless natural disasters and turmoil, many refugees have gathered outside the city walls. There is no shortage of such youths. Zhou Yang understood. He nodded slightly. It seems life for the people of Great Zhou is not easy. But as emperor, he could do little for them now. Having the heart, but lacking the power. Before him knelt the naked Bu. Zhou Yang did not even glance at her lush figure, her rosy complexion, or the woman coughing incessantly. To him, Bu was merely a tool. She wore a bitter expression, gazing at his departing back with eyes full of resentment. He had discarded her like a dirty rag. As Zhou Yang left while fastening his belt, she realized this time, Bu not only hated Zhou Yang, but even came to hate Yan Song as well. She had always assumed that if Yan Song knew, he would surely punish the foolish monarch, but the outcome left her filled with grief and rage. Yan Song actually did nothing to the monarch. It was as if she had been forgotten here, in the Empress Dowager's palace. Bu felt deeply unwilling. She had done so much for the Yan household, only to end up like this. Zhou Yang followed Qianfu to the front palace in high spirits. This was the Imperial Court, the Directorate of Ceremonial, and the Imperial City Guard Zone. The area was vast. There were many buildings. Just after deciding it yesterday, Zhou Yang had already tasked Qianfu to clear out a section, preparing it for the youths he intended to recruit. Yet upon entering the courtyard, and seeing the 50 scrawny, emaciated, ragged teenagers, Zhou Yang felt a sense of gloom. These kids looked barely 10 years old. They were a far cry from the 16 or 17-year-olds he had expected. Qianfu, standing nearby, snorted, You little rascals. Why are not you kneeling before His Majesty yet? Your Majesty. The man dressed in fine robes must be the emperor. The group of dozens of lads, just brought in from the refugee camp, were terrified. They all hurriedly dropped to their knees. Long live the emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. The disorganized shouting instantly drained Zhou Yang's enthusiasm. Why do they all look like scrawny bean sprouts? Are there no better recruits than this? Qianfu smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, please rise. Qianfu tried to explain. Your Majesty, I sent word out to recruit people, but the moment they heard it was for palace service, hardly anyone wanted to come. Move. Qianfu said with a flattering, oily smile. Your Majesty, once these brats have had a few full meals, they can be castrated, and I guarantee their loyalty. Castrated. Zhou Yang frowned and shot him a glare. When did I ever say I wanted them castrated? Qianfu froze, gaping in confusion. Your Majesty, did not you recruit these boys specifically to castrate them and turn them into loyal servants? Nonsense. Zhou Yang was visibly annoyed. I recruited them to train them as military officers. What is the point of castrating them just to make them eunuchs? Move. This. Qianfu was utterly baffled. This is the imperial palace. What could you possibly need these teenagers for? They are not even rugged soldiers. Zhou Yang was not pleased. The truth was, these kids looked barely 11 or 12 years old. Their arms and legs looked like they could snap at any moment, but they were certainly old enough. Qianfu, however, was clearly missing the point. It seemed he would have to make do for now. Standing on the stairs, facing the crowd kneeling before him, the dozens of teenagers looking up at him with eager eyes, Zhou Yang shouted, all of you stand up. Listen well. From this day forward, you are no longer commoners. No longer just peasants. Zhou Yang scanned the room. He noticed they still looked lost. The teenagers remained standing there, looking blankly at him. He had no choice but to continue. And you have only one title. You are my students. A murmur spread through the crowd. This bunch of illiterate kids, though they could not recognize a single character, knew exactly what the word student meant. The emperor's students. Never mind them. Even Qianfu was stunned. The emperor wants to take on students. What could you possibly want with this band of street urchins? Seeing the commotion, Qianfu barked, silence. Qianfu barked again, silence. Quiet. Once it quieted down, Zhou Yang continued, that is right. From today, you are my students. I will see that you are well fed and clothed. You will never go hungry again. I will teach you how to read and write, and more importantly, how to command troops in battle. In the future. Single quote. Zhou Yang suddenly looked solemn. His posture commanding. You will become my generals, my commanders, leading thousands into battle by my side, to forge a new era. Zhou Yang's words left the children in stunned silence. Becoming great generals and commanders, for a bunch of teenagers, had an immense magnetic appeal. He saw some of their eyes flash with excitement, while others still looked skeptical. Zhou Yang added calmly, if you have any doubts, speak now. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave right now, but those who stay will be my students from this day on. You will do exactly as you are told. Otherwise, single quote, there will be hell to pay. After a long silence, finally, one of the bolder teenagers asked, stammering, still going to castrate us? Let us go. Move. Chapter 15, bringing them into the imperial palace. Move. Perhaps for these kids, this is the most important issue. Move. Zhou Yang spoke in a booming voice. I told them quite firmly, rest assured, I will not castrate any of you, because you are all my students, just like my own children. Once you make a name for yourselves, I will personally find you wives. I will let you have as many concubines as you please, and a house full of descendants. Go. For real, we really do not need to be castrated. That is amazing. They all suddenly became very excited. No need to be eunuchs anymore. Of course it is a good thing. It is definitely a good thing. However, Zhou Yang swept his cold gaze across the room. His expression turned stern. His voice boomed like thunder, however. You must follow my rules. Go. Anyone who dares to break them shall be flogged for minor offenses and beheaded for major ones. Teach them the rules properly. These are the foundation for the future of Great Zhou. No room for even the slightest sloppiness. Go. Watching them still dazed and slow to react, Zhou Yang ordered, get some water boiling immediately. Get the medical powder. Wash away all the filth from their bodies. We cannot have them falling ill. Get their hair cut too. Zhou Yang lost interest and left. These little brats will need at least a few days of care before they can begin training. Right now, they are just weaklings. Qianfu held on to every word the emperor said. He did not dare to be negligent. He had people specifically watch over these little ones and find medicine for them, find clothes and bedding. He specially assigned a few eunuchs to cook for them. According to Zhou Yang's intentions, these 50 children must not only learn to read and write, but must also undergo rigorous training. They must have good meals to maintain their stamina. After Qianfu finished giving his orders, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really is raising these 50 little ones like his own children. Move. Once Zhou Yang gave the command, he left them to their own devices. Go. That morning he was served breakfast by two beauties, the virtuous consort Xian and consort Liang. He put on his dragon robe with some annoyance. He walked to court with his long sleeves swaying. Qianfu kept worrying all the way there. He wondered how the emperor would face Yansong this time. Is there any way to stop him from pushing for a peace treaty? He sat back down on the dragon throne. Zhou Yang faced these ministers once again. His heart had no interest in this. He felt that the morning court session was almost useless. Go. However, he still followed protocol. The ministers chanted for his long life. Then, Xianfu shook his whisk and indicated for them to stand. If you have matters to report, speak now. If not, we shall adjourn. The eunuch's high-pitched voice droned on. Zhou Yang felt a bit stifled. Hearing it was somehow jarring. Yansong stood in the first row, looking extremely confident. He glanced back at someone behind him. A young official immediately stepped forward. Clutching his tablet tightly, he announced loudly, "Reporting to your majesty. I have a matter to report." Zhou Yang did not even bother to look, completely losing interest. He let out a yawn. Lazily he remarked, "Speak your piece." The young official spoke with feigned righteousness. "Your Majesty, the barbarian envoys have urged us again. If the great Zhou does not negotiate now, they will resume their relentless assault. Millions of our common folk at the border, the very foundation of our empire, is at stake. Your Majesty, I implore you to negotiate immediately." "Shut up." Chen Lin, the leader of the opposition, stepped up at once to rebuke. "Dare you even suggest peace? Those barbarians are demanding 13 of our cities. Are you just going to hand over so many of our people? Are you trying to trade our country for your own glory?" Immediately, an official from the Yan faction stepped out to retort, "Chen, be careful with your words. Negotiation is merely a temporary measure. After all, the great Zhou currently cannot defeat the barbarians. Our troops have not even been paid. If the barbarians continue their assault, what are we going to fight with?" Another stepped forward. "If we do not negotiate, our frontline troops will have no supplies, no food, and the enemy will be at our gates, with thousands of innocent souls lost. Do you not fear their ghosts coming for you in the night?" But the opposing faction also stood up. The official snapped, "If we negotiate today, won't they just attack again later? Are we to keep ceding land and paying tribute forever? Nonsense. Negotiating today is just stalling for time. We can reorganize our military strength and reclaim our lands later. If not, there will be no later." Both sides were arguing incessantly. It looked just like a common street brawl. Round and round they went, repeating the same worn-out arguments. Zhou Yang swept a glance at Yansong. This old fox acting all high and mighty really bothered him. He could not be bothered to waste any more time. He said coldly, "Prime Minister, what is your view?" The officials below were all stunned. Some even gave strange looks. Qianfu lowered his head, wanting to laugh. The Prime Minister, Yansong, remained expressionless. Even he had thought the emperor was just a foolish puppet, but he could not dwell on that issue now. However, this old fox was highly experienced. He held his tablet and said, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should negotiate." Li Zheng immediately stood out and pointed at him furiously. Do you not fear the whole of Great Zhou calling you a traitor?" But Yansong did not even look at him. He only kept his eyes on the emperor. He remained very confident. After all, the two had just come to an agreement. Sure enough, Zhou Yang cut Li Zheng off. He yawned and said, "Since the Prime Minister says so, then let us negotiate." At this, the Yan faction was overjoyed. Yansong also revealed a kindly smile. "Your Majesty, you must not." Chen Lin and Li Zheng looked on in disbelief. The emperor had gone back on his word again. Why was he listening to that old crook again? Li Zheng even knelt on the spot. "Your Majesty, we cannot negotiate. If the great Zhou falls, there will be no kingdom left. The savage's hunger can never be satisfied." Chen Lin knelt down, showing no weakness. "Your Majesty, the great Zhou is already at its wit's end. The royal treasury is completely empty. If we pay this indemnity to the savages now, there will be no chance for the great Zhou to recover." The opposition party all fell to their knees. Even some neutral officials could no longer watch this. They truly felt that this peace treaty was unacceptable. Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table. "Furious, you people, saying we should not make peace. But what are we supposed to do without money? What will we use to resist? When the savages' army reaches the capital, there will be nothing left for us to do." His look of disappointment was palpable, leaving many ministers speechless. He hardly looked like an emperor. Yet Zhou Yang turned to Yansong. "Tell me, Chief Minister, the savages demand 3 million taels for the peace deal. Is there that much money in the treasury right now? If we cannot produce it, what happens if the savages attack anyway?" This caught Yansong off guard. He had not even considered that question. Recently, it was all about rushing the peace deal. He had no choice but to glance at the Minister of Revenue, Shang Feng, on the side. The old minister with graying hair sighed and arched his hands. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue can only scrape together what remains. 1 million taels." Zhou Yang feigned anger, shouting, "Only that much? How can we make peace with so little? Do you think we can pay in installments to the savages? Yansong finally decided to speak up. We can offer 1 million taels first, and pay the remaining 2 million after the autumn harvest. That way, the savages won't be able to invade in the south. The opposition naturally disagreed with this. Even Li Deng shouted out in agitation, "Your Majesty, if those 1 million taels were given to the frontier army, it would be used to resist the savages. 1 million taels, for the frontier troops who have gone hungry for years. It is more than enough to save their lives." However, Zhou Yang was only concerned about another matter. Securing those 1 million taels. This concerns the very authority of this emperor. I cannot rest easy. Listen, Qianfu, go to the Ministry of Revenue yourself. Bring that 1 million taels to the imperial palace. I must inspect it personally. Not a single coin can be missing. What? 1 million taels brought to the palace. As these words left his lips, the entire court was stunned. Chapter 1.6, I personally guard the indemnity. Go. This left all the ministers in the hall caught off guard. Bring the money to the palace. Yansong started to refuse. Your Majesty, there is no need for such trouble. Just have it counted at the Ministry of Revenue. Sign the treaty with the savages, and have it escorted there specifically. No. Zhou Yang stood up directly. He looked serious, and tapped the table with urgency. This is a matter of whether the savages reach the capital, and whether I, the emperor, can keep my throne. Therefore, this million taels, I must verify personally. You are not allowed to embezzle even a single coin. That is final. Without giving the ministers a chance to object, Zhou Yang added, Qianfu, have the Jinyue go immediately. Fetch that 1 million taels from the Ministry of Revenue. Seal all of them up. If anyone dares to embezzle even a single ounce of silver, they are obstructing the peace negotiations. I will have them arrested. Wipe out their entire lineage. Yes, their whole clan. Indeed. He gritted his teeth as he spoke those last 4 words. He let out a cold snort and left. Zhou Yang was finally satisfied. Swaggering with his sleeve swaying, he made his exit. He did not even wait for the formal dismissal of the court. This left all the ministers stunned. Watching the emperor leave, they were dumbfounded. Many immediately asked, Grand Secretary, what should we do now? Everything is in a mess. They were utterly bewildered, especially the old Minister of Revenue, who was particularly anxious. He asked anxiously, Grand Secretary, is this really happening? Do we really have to send 1 million taels of silver to the palace first? Yansong, however, had no such concerns. He replied calmly, why not? As long as His Majesty agrees to the peace negotiations, that is enough. This money is for the barbarians anyway. Do you still want to hold back now? Go. As Yansong's gaze swept across the room, the ministers felt quite awkward. Only then did they suddenly realize. Understood. That is right. The silver is for the peace talks, not for other military purposes. Yes, exactly. If it were other funds, we could easily embezzle a portion. But for this money, whoever dares to touch it will be dealt with. After all, if the silver amount is short, we won't be able to answer to the barbarians. Understood. Yansong felt he had achieved his goal for the day. He also felt that this dim-witted emperor was clearly terrified of the barbarians attacking, which is why he insisted on checking the silver himself. Just now, seeing Zhou Yang's panic state, he clearly had no master plan. He is just a brainless fool. Yansong felt even more at ease. Only Chen and Li, the 2 grand secretaries, had sour expressions. They truly had not expected this. The emperor, who had been behaving abnormally, is now acting even more strange. This turns out to be a complete surrender. Chen Lin was fuming, let us go. We must seek an audience with His Majesty. We absolutely cannot let it end like this. However, before they reached the royal study, they were intercepted by a young eunuch. He said with a respectful smile, Grand Secretaries, His Majesty has just decreed, if the 2 Grand Secretaries arrive, there is no need for an audience. Please return in 2 days. In 2 days, Chen Lin, who had a short temper, could not stand for this. His voice rose significantly. In 2 days, the peace talks will be settled. By then, all the silver will have been handed over to the barbarians. What use will it be to come back then? This is ridiculous. Li Zheng urged, go back and urge His Majesty again. This is a matter of ultimate urgency for us. It concerns the very survival of our great Zhou. But the young eunuch just shook his head. He remained firm. My answer is the same. His Majesty will not see you too. You should return home, both of you. Patience is what is required now. Back in the royal study, Zhou Yang had just returned. He enjoyed a cup of tea peacefully. He comfortably shed his heavy royal robes. He then urged Qianfu, tell the Jinyue, send as many men as possible to deliver the silver to me quickly. Whoever dares to obstruct, deal with them for hindering the peace process immediately. Yes, at once. Qianfu, still confused and head spinning with doubt, asked with a worried look, Your Majesty, is this really the right path? He looked worried as well. Your Majesty, this is risky. That is 1,000,000 taels of silver. If we give it all to the barbarians. Like hell I will. Zhou Yang sneered. I am certainly not giving it to the barbarians. Not a single cent. Forget it. Qianfu wore a blank, aged expression. He was stunned for a moment, but Your Majesty. He was stunned, but Your Majesty, you have already agreed to the negotiations. The Ministry of Revenue has already prepared the payment. Zhou Yang chuckled, that is right. I did agree to the negotiations, but I did not say I would give them the money. With these 1,000,000 taels, I will give 500,000 to the frontier army, and use the other 500,000 to upgrade the barracks. Isn't that better? This. Qianfu was completely bewildered for a while, watching the emperor looking absolutely delighted. He finally began to understand. It turns out the emperor was pulling a white wolf scheme, getting something for nothing. Once the money is in hand, he intends to welsh on the deal, playing the court like a fiddle. He was truly speechless. Your Majesty, Qianfu said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, if you proceed like this, you will gain a reputation for breaking your word. In this era, especially for a monarch, your word carries immense weight. How can you simply go back on your promise? They have already sent the silver, and now you won't deliver. If word of this gets out, you will be the laughingstock of the world. But Zhou Yang could not care less. Negotiations, you say? It is just like doing business. You can always haggle for a better price. I will just negotiate with them properly later. That is all. It is not as if I am calling off the negotiations. This is enough to buy us some time against Yansong. Zhou Yang did not want to waste any more breath. He urged Qianfu to have the Jinyue collect the money immediately, only after the silver is in his hands. Can he finally act without restraint and get some real work done? Go. Qinglong received the emperor's command. He followed up multiple times. Naturally, he did not dare to delay. He personally led a group of elite Jinyue to the Ministry of Revenue to demand the funds. Usually, getting money from the Ministry of Revenue is excruciatingly difficult. But this time, the emperor's order was firm. Yansong, even the minister had to comply with the demand. He even explicitly warned, if a single tael is missing, we will investigate to the bitter end. Anyone daring to embezzle this money will be executed along with their entire clan. This concerns the negotiations. It is no joking matter. Qinglong expected a long-winded fight with the Ministry of Revenue, but he never thought it would go this smoothly. The minister himself personally handled the turnover. All 1,000,000 taels were packed in crates, not a single tael short. That is the business of you, Jinyue. Zhou Yang had instructed Qianfu to clear out a safe location beforehand. He would not leave it in the inner treasury. It was too insecure. He had it hidden in a secret location within the back palace. He truly did not trust that group from the Imperial City Guard. By the time they were done and it turned dark, Qinglong finally led the Jinyue, with over 20 horse-drawn carts, to the emperor's residence. The front courtyard was lit with torches everywhere. Zhou Yang watched over it all in person, along with a group of eunuchs, looking at the crates now safely sealed and stored. The large crates have been moved into the inner palace. I am quite satisfied, but Yan Zibiao, commander of the Imperial Guard, is suspicious. He even brought over 100 soldiers with him. Go. Yansong even gave him a direct order. Strictly guard them day and night, to prevent any trouble with that silver. After all, it concerns the very thing he is obsessed with. Away. But seeing so many crates arrive, he could not help but ask, Your Majesty, why not store them in the inner treasury? Why here in the back palace? Zhou Yang gave him a sideways glance. You blockhead, what do you know? My private vault in the back palace is the safest place. I shall verify each one personally. Seeing Yan Zibiao still wanted to say something, Zhou Yang impatiently waved him off. Your duty is to guard the front palace gates. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. This left Yan Zibiao feeling quite peeved. He is the commander of the Imperial Guard, and a relative of Yansong. To be scolded like that by this mad emperor of all people. Back then, I would have dragged him out and whipped him. But now, he felt nothing but stifled frustration. He could only huff in anger and turn away. Qinglong's face darkened. He whispered, Your Majesty. He actually dared to be so insolent. Allow me to lead our men and seize the Imperial Guard. Chapter 17, Who Dares to Risk Their Families' Lives? Zhou Yang watched Yan Zibiao's arrogant departure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. But I know for a fact, now is not the time to clean house. Move. Once we take action against the Imperial Guard, Yansong will immediately know the game is up. He will surely retaliate in a panic. Now that the silver has arrived, Zhou Yang felt a lot more at ease. He specifically ordered Qianfu to deploy plenty of eunuchs to guard his treasure vault. On the perimeter, he stationed high-level Jinyue, locking down the paths between the front and back palaces. This was solely to prevent any interference from the Imperial Guard. Everyone in the court had their eyes fixed on this conflict. On the surface, Zhou Yang seemed to be enjoying himself in the back palace, but in the shadows, he was already pushing for progress. Hurry and reorganize the military office. Get some reliable troops ready first. Control the key city gates before moving on. Proceed. Zook and Xuanwu finally delivered the intel on the capital garrison outside the city. Zhou Yang took one look and nearly vomited blood. The organization of 8 armies, 4 of which are entirely Yansong's lapdogs. The other 4 armies, one is guarding the imperial tombs, one is to the west at the Dragon Pass, and still retains some actual combat capability. The last 2, filled with nobility's brats serving as officers. They have absolutely no combat power, just hollow shells. Meanwhile, Yansong's 4 armies actually do not look half bad. Zhou Yang tapped on the table, furrowing his brows. Helplessly he sighed. No wonder that old Fox Yan is so arrogant. He controls 80,000 troops in the city garrison. Even if we trim out the dead weight, there are still over 60,000 combat-ready soldiers. Truly terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that Yansong could topple the dynasty with a single word. Qianfu also looked worried. After a moment of thought, he suggested, Your Majesty, why not bring in several tens of thousands of border troops? The border army has not been infiltrated by Yansong yet. The border troops have excellent combat capabilities, long accustomed to fighting the barbarians. After some careful deliberation, Zhou Yang shook his head. Forget it. The barbarians could invade the borders at any moment. The border troops are not strong enough yet. Seeing Qianfu still wanted to persuade him, Zhou Yang waved his hand. It seems I must handle it myself. Go. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. Sigh. The beginning is always the hardest. But with these 1 million taels of silver, he still has some confidence. What Zhou Yang lacks right now is time, but others will not grant it to him. Only 3 days. Another imperial court meeting ordered. Balls. It was Yansong's faction who insisted on it. As an emperor, I am simply surrounded by a bunch of corrupt officials. To survive. Early in the morning, sitting on the dragon throne while yawning, dozing off lazily. Showtime. Yet all the officials below were full of arrogance, especially those running dogs of Yansong's faction. Even more active. Your Majesty, since we have already agreed to negotiate for peace, there is no reason for us not to pay the tribute to the barbarians. Otherwise, if the barbarians use this as an excuse to strike, the great Zhou will be in grave danger. Your Majesty, the barbarian envoy has urged us many times. They are running out of patience now. We cannot delay any longer. Clothes. Zhou Yang had a headache, looking at Chen Lin stepping forward, ready to spit out more nonsense. Some annoyance with these old guys arguing back and forth. Zhou Yang slammed the table. Enough. All of you shut your mouths. Showtime. Zhou Yang scanned the room, then straightened his dragon robe, giving the Yan faction a contemptuous look. Officials, since I have already agreed to the negotiations, I naturally won't go back on my word. The money is all in the imperial harem anyway. Do you think it could just run away? But shouldn't a peace negotiation involve an official letter? Shouldn't there be a signed treaty? There is nothing here. You want to rush the payment. If the barbarians take the money and attack anyway, what then? An official immediately stepped out and bowed. Your Majesty, this is our great Zhou begging the barbarians for peace. Only after we pay the silver can we show the sincerity of our great Zhou. Once the barbarians receive the tribute, they surely won't have any reason to invade again. Can you speak for the barbarians? Zhou Yang cast a condescending side eye at him. The official froze, subconsciously saying, Your servant naturally cannot. But that will do. Zhou Yang interrupted him directly. If you can't, then stop spouting your crap. If we hand over the money, and the barbarians give no official letter of surrender, and do not sign any treaty, who among you here will stand up and personally guarantee that they will never attack again? Someone with credibility. Pledge your own head and the heads of your 9 clans as a guarantee. I will immediately appoint you as the imperial envoy, and let you personally deliver the gold. At that moment, the court went dead silent. Who would dare to give such a guarantee? The officials all exchanged worried glances. Instead, Li Zhang looked on with disdain. Toward them, a bunch of national traitors, eagerly waiting to throw their money at the barbarians. But not one of them dares to vouch for the barbarians' word. Finally, a moment of mockery, leaving the Yan faction with miserable looks on their faces. They may serve Yansong, but very few are truly loyal subjects. They do it just to live more comfortably. How many are actually willing to negotiate with barbarians and gamble their entire family's lives on it? Zhou Yang slams the table in a fit of rage, scolding them loudly. You all claim to be. Single quote. You were all pushing me to pay up and leave, right? And now that there is no one left to do the job, you walk away. Chen Lin finally seizes the opportunity. He steps forward and salutes. Your Majesty, this old minister believes the barbarians have no integrity. Negotiation is impossible. They have no regard for treaties or formal agreements. They just demand money outright. History has never seen such a negotiation. It is clearly a wolf's ambition. This does not please the Yan faction, even if they do not dare to step up themselves. Chenlin is still quite skilled at this. Minister Li, you two need not be so sarcastic. Both of you always call yourselves loyal ministers. If you have the talent, handle this mission then. Not bad. Another one steps forward. You two ministers claim to be virtuous and upright. Then do you have the courage, in front of the entire court, to stake your 9 generations as a guarantee? Zhou Yang wears a peculiar look. This group of the Yan faction is truly shameless. They want to negotiate as soon as possible, but they refuse to give any guarantee. Instead, they want the opposition to take the risk. Enough. But they are no pushovers either. Li Zheng steps forward immediately, pointing at them with anger in his eyes. A bunch of shameless crooks. I never agreed to any negotiation. Why not do it this way? He bows to Zhou Yang. Your Majesty, this old subject is willing to take these million taels myself, and organize the army to fight the barbarians. If we lose the battle, the court can take my 9 generations' heads as they please. Everyone is left in shock. They all look at Li Zheng with different expressions. Silence. Even Zhou Yang takes a long, hard look at him. Li Zheng doing this just to resist. He is really putting it all on the line. Is he not afraid of being berated by his own relatives? But Chenlin looks on with some worry, and keeps glancing at Zhou Yang, who is sitting above. He opens his mouth, wanting to say something, but ends up letting out an helpless sigh. After all, even if Minister Chen wanted to be a loyal subject, that is one thing, but not by dragging his whole family to the butcher's block. Zhou Yang cannot help but admire him. Minister Li, you truly are a pillar of defiance for our great Zhou, I think. But before he can finish his sentence, Yan Song immediately stands up and says, Your Majesty, even if Minister Li is loyal, and stakes his 9 generations as a guarantee, once the battle is lost, the whole of Great Zhou will be finished. Furthermore, Your Majesty, we already agreed to negotiate last time. He has no intention of letting this madman Li Zheng ruin everything. What does your 9 generations matter? They are worthless when it comes to the peace talks. Chapter 18. I will inspect it personally. Yan Song's words leave Zhou Yang expressionless. Li Zheng is anxious, Your Majesty, but Yan Song scowls immediately. Minister Li, you stake your 9 generations as a guarantee. Single quote. Can they truly stop the barbarian army? If the barbarian army reaches the capital, would your entire clan be worth the Great Zhou? It was difficult enough to reach a consensus on the truce, and we have finally arrived at the final step of the negotiations. I will absolutely not let this Li Zheng cause any more trouble. Move. Yan Song also knows the emperor is not the same as before, but this emperor must still have a loose screw. He must be made to feel terror. Li Zheng opened his mouth, but he was unable to articulate his own point. Can 9 generations of his clan really stop the barbarian army? He was met with sneers and contempt from many of Yan's faction. What does it matter if you bet your entire clan? Move. Is it not still useless? Move. Chenlin could no longer stand it, and stepped forward. Even if the barbarians attack, the border still has hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if the border is breached, there are still 200,000 troops in the capital garrison. That is enough to stop the barbarians. But there is no need to cede land and pay reparations, right? Chenlin and Li Zheng are of one mind. Both of them absolutely despise the truce. They are firmly opposed to it. Even if the emperor hinted at the agreement last time, now that it has come to this, one must find a way to stop it, and make a final effort. Move. Zhou Yang is sneering inwardly. The capital garrison, that is just a pile of trash. Yet he puts on a show, slamming the table in excitement. Tram still has the elite 200,000 of the capital garrison. Then there is nothing to fear. This. Yin Song frowns. Everyone knows what the state of the capital garrison is. He thought this dim-witted emperor was unaware of it. He thought this dim-witted emperor did not know. An official bowed. Biha. The capital garrison is no longer fit for service. Oh, why is that? Who can tell Tram? Why the army is unusable? Move. Zhou Yang glared. Move. Looking visibly urgent. Move. This time, even Chenlin and Li Zheng are stunned. After all, they have no face to respond. Zhou Yang simply looks down at one of the generals. The calm and composed Jinyue commander, Qing Long. Qing Long immediately understood. Move. This was something already agreed upon with Zhou Yang. Move. He stepped forward and bowed, reporting to Biha. The capital garrison, except for the 4 northern armies, the tiger hunting and eagle hunting armies, are now existing in name only. The officials below are all in an uproar. Some of the nobles glared at him fiercely, but Qing Long did not care at all. He only answers to the emperor. Move, move. Zhou Yang immediately leaned forward, asking urgently, what does it mean existing in name only? Qinglong remained calm and explained, Biha, the tiger hunting army barely has 5,000 men, and they are all old, weak, sick or disabled. The eagle hunting army has fewer than 6,000. What? Move. How can this be? Never mind Zhou Yang. Many officials were shocked. They knew the capital garrison was useless, but they never imagined it was this useless. Zhou Yang was instantly enraged. Move. Slamming the table and shouting, what is going on here? Who can tell Tram? The officials looked toward the Duke of Liang and the Duke of Cheng. These two nobles were descendants of the founding fathers, and they were the commanders of the two armies. The two of them hated Qinglong to the core, but at a time like this, I have no choice but to step up. The Duke of Liang bowed gravely, Your Majesty, I am the commander of the tiger hunting army. The recent accusations by the Jinyue are pure slander. The tiger hunting army currently boasts over 10,000 troops. How could it possibly be fewer than 5,000? Furthermore, is that so? Let us go and see for ourselves right now. Zhou Yang stepped down directly from the dais. I am heading to the tiger hunting army camp immediately. Ha! The Duke of Liang was stunned. He looked up at the emperor, completely bewildered. He immediately tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven. How can you leave the imperial palace on a whim? The other ministers also scrambled to voice their opposition. None of them wanted the emperor to leave the palace, but Zhou Yang was clearly fuming. He snapped, all of you get out of my way. Jin Yue, immediately summon the elite guards. You are coming with me, and the Ministry of War as well. Mobilize the troops and join us. Move. Qinglong and Baihu both stepped forward to receive their orders. These two had already received secret instructions from the emperor. Naturally, they were very composed at this moment. Move out. Zhou Yang pushed aside the ministers and marched straight out, seething with anger. Qianfu hurried along behind him, looking flustered. In truth, even Qianfu had no idea what was going on. Right, because Zhou Yang had personally written those two letters for Qinglong and Baihu himself. He thought the emperor was only consulting them regarding the reorganization of the army. Who would have thought the emperor would insist on leaving the palace now? This makes no sense. Your Majesty, state affairs are of the utmost importance. You must not be so reckless. A minister urgently tried to intercept him, but Zhou Yang shoved him aside viciously. He snapped, to hell with your state affairs. None of that matters right now. If anyone tries to stop me again, Jin Yue, arrest them for me. Watching the emperor stride out of the palace hall, audaciously, many followed behind him. The nobles were the most anxious ones. Each of them scrambled out, clutching their robes. The emperor's plan to visit the tiger hunting army is a major event for them all. Move. Only Yan Song remained expressionless. He did not say a single word. An official of the Yan faction whispered anxiously, Senior Cabinet Minister, you must stop the emperor immediately. We cannot let him march out like this. Indeed, sir. What will happen if the emperor leaves the palace for the capital, barracks? The morning court session is still going on. Everyone was chattering, trying to get Yan Song to make a decision. Go. Yan Song simply said nonchalantly, Gentlemen, do not worry. Let the emperor go if he wishes. It has nothing to do with us. Deep down, he even held him in contempt. He had just watched the emperor's foolish display. Initially, the emperor heard the capital barracks had 200,000 troops, and his eyes had lit up with excitement. But then, he heard that the barracks were in a sorry state, and he was so eager, he had to go see for himself. So let him go and look. Leave. In any case, the tiger hunting army is not his. They are just a bunch of good-for-nothing nobles. The two noble armies have long existed in name only. Even if this foolish emperor goes there, it will be completely useless. It will only make him fear the barbarians even more. Isn't this better? The Yan faction officials were stunned. They are all sly snakes. They quickly regained their composure. Indeed, what does the noble guard's business have to do with us? Even if those nobles are wiped out, it is for the better. It saves us from feeding a bunch of parasites. The emperor had just emerged from the great hall. Qianfu was by his side, trying to offer some words of caution. But Qinglong had already shouted, Jin Yue, provide escort. Over 100 heavily armed Jin Yue were already waiting in the forecourt. Each one was fully equipped, belts and blades, shields, even archers were in position, along with body armor. Everything was prepared for battle. Even a carriage had been made ready. Qianfu was taken aback. It looks like everything has been planned for quite a while. Zhou Yang was directly assisted into the carriage. Qianfu had no way to stop him now. He had no choice but to hurriedly get on board. Qinglong personally led the formation, move out. The hundreds of Jinyue on both sides marched in formation straight toward the palace gates. This left the departing ministers completely stunned. However, a group of nobles, fretting in a panic, they rushed to follow. They were whispering to each other, urging their men, immediately inform the barracks, to get ready. Chapter 19, Just how many people are there? Go. The imperial city guards and officers were also bewildered. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the emperor's carriage and a group of Jinyue were leaving the palace. Yan Zibiao just wanted to block them. Qinglong pulled out his token and waved it. His Majesty is leaving the palace for an inspection. Clear the way at once. The Jinyue aggressively pushed past the guards. They moved with complete disregard for the perimeter. The imperial city guards truly had not received any orders. Why would the emperor suddenly want to leave the palace? Go. Yan Zibiao had not received any instructions from Yan Song. He was still anxious, but then he looked back. A crowd of officials was rushing out in a frenzy. It was even more confusing. Finally, he saw Yan Song approaching with his gang of followers. He let him pay his respects, uncle. His Majesty insists on leaving the palace. Does your nephew need to stop him? Yan Song waved his hand with a faint smile. No need to worry. Just ensure the palace gates are properly guarded. Understood. Yan Zibiao was relieved, since his uncle said so. Naturally, there was no need to care anymore. After all, the orders Yan Song usually gave him always strictly forbade the emperor from leaving the palace. He immediately motioned for the city guards to stand down. As soon as the emperor left the palace, it was quite a grand spectacle. Behind him, a swarm of nobles emerged, urging their servants and guards to catch up with them instantly. They even had people racing on horseback to spread the word everywhere. Conversely, the civil officials behind them were dawdling, as if they had nothing to do, chatting among themselves, even bowing to each other before getting into their carriages. Inside the carriage, Zhou Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, I have left the palace in a legitimate manner. Otherwise, with the city guards constantly watching, there would be no other way. Qianfu stripped off the cumbersome dragon robes and changed into the pre-prepared plain clothes, otherwise these robes would have been suffocating. Qianfu remained worried. Your Majesty, how can you leave the palace in person? Outside is far too dangerous. What if the Yan faction plots against you? Zhou Yang chuckled, opened his fan and fanned himself. That old fox Yan Song won't give me any trouble this time. Qianfu still seems doubtful. Zhou Yang continued, this time, the trouble I am stirring up with the Liehu army is exactly what I intended. Yan Song is probably desperate to go look for the hereditary nobles. He realized long ago that Yan Song's clique and the nobles are not exactly on the same page. The two sides have not had much business together. The nobles are not going to go out of their way to follow him around, because as long as the Great Zhou dynasty stands, these hereditary nobles will be just fine. However, they are dissatisfied with Yan Song's current trajectory. Yan Song's current state carries a high risk of changing the dynasty. After all, once the dynasty changes, these hereditary nobles will certainly have a rough time. Historically, when power shifts, the nobles from the previous era are usually still kept around. Qianfu let out a slight sigh of relief. He was still worried, but there is no need for your Majesty to go personally. You only need to send someone else to handle it. Zhou Yang opened his fan and shook his head slightly, sighing, you do not understand. Only by my own hand can I reclaim the Liehu army. Why must the emperor personally intervene? He is just an attendant eunuch. 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 Handling palace matters is one thing, but reaching the east city gate, outside the city, there were already 2,000 soldiers fully prepared and aligned. Bai Hu had already arrived on horseback. They departed immediately after joining the emperor's procession, shielding the emperor's entourage from the front and back. Qianfu looked outside, feeling a sudden tension. He was surprised that the military department had also been mobilized, and everything appeared to be fully prepared. It seems your Majesty had already planned this exit thoroughly. He feels that the emperor is now truly inscrutable. 20 miles to the east lies the Liehu army camp. The Liehu army once followed the supreme ancestor through countless battles, earning a glorious reputation, but now, the camp looks utterly dilapidated. The people of the Duke of Liang's faction were already racing, having sent word an hour early. Chaos reigned as they scrambled to assemble the troops. There were even guards blocking the entrance. Zihu had long since changed into full armor. He shouted at the entrance, His Majesty is inspecting the Liehu army. Anyone who dares to block the way will be executed for treason. Ever since he took charge, those soldiers of the military department finally looked like real soldiers. He brandished his spear and charged forward. The cowardly sentries at the gate had no choice but to step aside. With great momentum, two armies surged into the camp. Zhou Yang finally stepped out of the imperial carriage. The Jinyue stood guard around him immediately. He walked step by step toward the drill platform. Below, the soldiers were already gathered in disarray. Zhou Yang swept a glance over them with disdain. 3,000 or 4,000 at most. And look at them, old men and children. Except for the ones in the front, some had armor, but those in the back had none at all. They were just holding spears in a disorganized mess. Behind them, a group of nobles arrived one after another. They had not even had time to change into their court robes. The Duke of Liang himself was leading the way toward the emperor. The Duke of Cheng was nowhere to be found, probably off to the Liehu army camp. More civil officials were streaming in behind them. Even Yan Song came to watch the show. The drill platform was now crowded with influential figures. The capital guards below were all curious. When have their barracks ever been this crowded? The Duke of Liang, usually a superintendent, rarely. He scanned the area stunned and bowed. Your Majesty, the Liehu army currently has 16,000 men. Move it, move. Some officials could not help but sneer at this display. Even a fool could see the soldiers standing below. There are not even 16 or 17,000 of them, are there? Yet Zhou Yang waved his hand. Qinglong, move it. Count their heads for me one by one. A team of the Jinyue moved out immediately, urging the soldiers to line up in single file. In a single line, there were even officers among the nobility standing there, flanked by their personal guards in iron armor, shouting, "What do you think you are doing? Move. Get lost. Are you looking for a death wish? Move." Trying to stir up trouble, but they were immediately surrounded by the men from the Ministry of War, holding long spears enclosing the troublemakers. These young nobles were quite defiant. Your Majesty, what kind of humiliation is this? Are you trying to force a military mutiny? Move. Death wish. Zhou Yang roared furiously. You dare to resist? Seize them and execute everyone who refuses to comply. March. Yes. The White Tiger Division followed the order immediately. The archers inside, and the Jinyue archers all took aim at them. The Duke of Liang was sweating profusely, never expecting the emperor to be this reckless. He kept signaling to his men frantically. Damn it, brothers, slaughter these bums. Let the emperor know the hunting tiger army is not to be trifled with. Finally, someone started a commotion. Though there were only 100 or so of them, the heavily armored personal guards struck back immediately. Move. They tried to stop the head counting. We, over 10,000 men of the hunting tiger army, do not submit, defiant and creating chaos. Everyone knows the emperor has no real power now. The nobles are no longer afraid. Chapter 20, Slaughtering These Fat Fools. The soldiers below started to riot. Many officials on the platform watched coldly from the sidelines. They just came here to watch the show. Even the Duke of Liang was not the least bit worried. He believed that as long as these soldiers acted up, the emperor would have no choice but to back down. Everyone knew the emperor was the biggest coward of all. But suddenly from below, a sound of thwack, thwack, thwack filled the air. 10 Jinyue archers drew their bows and fired directly. Those guys who were causing trouble earlier, along with their house servants, were struck down instantly. Many were shocked that he actually dared to kill. You, how dare you, move, helping those who were arrogant just a moment ago. At other times, everyone had to be mindful of their status. But these people now have no regard for anything. Yet the 100 Jinyue continued to hold their weapons. Bows and arrows still aimed, Xinglong's face remained blank. Since no command to stop was given, they continued the slaughter. White Tiger was also dealing with his opponents. Orders to the Ministry of War soldiers, strike, move. After being carefully screened for so long, and fed with silver, the soldiers of the Ministry of War, for a duration, even if they had not seen much of the battlefield, they knew they had to grit their teeth and charge with weapons in hand. This time they had brought hundreds of archers. The officers and servants kept firing volleys, terrifying every soldier in the arena. Move. Many soldiers in the back were panicked, holding their weapons, unsure of what to do. The young nobles scrambled into the crowd behind them. Some even screamed, go up quickly. You want to die. But the other soldiers, one could hardly call them soldiers. It would be better to call them slaves, treated like dirt most of the time. This is not an army, just a bunch of random locals. As for training, it literally does not exist. With a few soldiers holding shields and long lances, and the archers constantly pushing them forward, someone shouted loudly, those who want to live, drop your weapons and kneel down. Some of the lackeys tried to fight back, but they were quickly finished off by the Jinyue and the military office. There were not many people, and none of them had any combat experience. They act tough when bullying commoners, sure, but they are hardly material for a real fight. Go. Most of these guys are actually just slaves. Now they are so scared they have meekly dropped their weapons. The group of good-for-nothing officers inside was completely stunned. One by one, they were dragged out. Let go. I am a loyal official. You bunch of thugs, how dare you treat me like this? Your Majesty, I am the son of the Count of Pingnan. Don't kill me. These losers were dragged and shoved onto the officer's platform. They were all shouting incessantly. Some were so terrified they wet their pants, while others were still acting cocky. Zhou Yang just glanced at Qinglong. You can begin now. Finally, they are quiet. Move. Drive them all, make those able-bodied men stand still. The head count was finished quickly. Only a little over 3,000 people, and many are just old men. Zhou Yang glared furiously at the Duke of Liang. Explain this. Where did your 10,000 men go? The Duke of Liang was drenched in sweat, his face deathly pale. He never expected his subordinates to be this incompetent. They tried to stir up trouble, but were quickly suppressed. Yet at such a moment, no official helped him. They were all just watching the show. The Duke of Liang could only grit his teeth and bow. Your Majesty. Single quote. The others are already on leave. Bullshit. Zhou Yang roared at him. Do you take me for a fool? These losers spilled the truth themselves. That is all you have. You still dare to lie to me, you fat pig. Do you have a death wish? Move. Come execute this fat pig for me. Go. Move. Soon, Tu Jinyue stepped forward to grab the Duke of Liang. He was absolutely terrified. Get him. His fat face trembling, he cried, Your Majesty, you cannot kill me. I am the Duke of Liang. The founding ancestor decreed that Great Zhou shall never fall, and the lineage of the Duke of Liang shall never end. But Zhou Yang quickly kicked him in the stomach, making him scream in pain and collapse to the ground. Move. He kicked him hard again, cursing, You obese bastard. You have ruined my army to this extent, yet you still dare to lie to me. No matter who says otherwise, today you are going to lose your head, you fat pig. Feeling satisfied, he waved his hand, signaling the Tu Jinyue. Behead him in public. The Duke of Liang was dragged off the platform like a fat pig. He was kicking and struggling all the way, screaming in agony, Your Majesty, have mercy. Our Liang clan are founding heroes. You cannot kill me. You can't execute me. My family has an imperial pardon. Seeing the Jinyue ready to draw their blades to kill, an official finally stepped in. Your Majesty, you must not. Even if the Duke of Liang is at fault, he cannot truly be. Single quote. After all, the Duke of Liang's lineage are founding heroes. If you kill him now, it will chill the hearts of all subjects. Another official stood up. Your Majesty, the ancestral laws forbid it. Killing a hero's descendant is too cold and heartless. But Zhou Yang glared at them angrily. Move. The barbarians are attacking. 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 How are you supposed to resist with this kind of army? He even shoved an official who was begging for mercy, spitting in his face, the next time the barbarians invade. Single quote. If I fail as an emperor, it is entirely because of your incompetence. How dare you people show your faces here to plead for him? Do you want the barbarians to breach the capital gates? Enough. Zhou Yang is acting so arrogant. It makes many ministers uneasy, yet there is nothing they can do. Indeed. However, the Liang family possesses an imperial immunity token. Yes, their status is protected. It should at least exempt them from dismissal. Exactly. Once the head of the Yan faction speaks, every official in his clique immediately follows suit. They insist one must not execute noble merit holders, or it will alienate all others. It makes the throne look so weak. Zhou Yang cast a cold, sharp glance at that old fox, Yansong. He was deep in thought. Why would that old bastard suddenly plead for the Duke of Liang? It makes no sense. Actually, Yansong only acted just now, because his soldiers in the Ministry of War finally moved, and he felt nervous. Precisely. Although the fighting force of those soldiers, in Yansong's mind, they are just a mob. Useless parasites who only know how to extort and feast, hardly comparable to a real army. He did not fear the emperor having such a small force. So he treated these nobles as no threat at all. They are nothing but a group of leeches. Zhou Yang was tired of their endless persuasion. He knew he did not really need to kill this fat pig today. He sneered at the Duke of Liang, who was disheveled and covered in dust. The Duke, who had lost his cap in the scuffle, looked up, hearing so many people begging for his life. I can spare your life for now. The fat man was terrified. He kowtowed hurriedly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. However, Zhou Yang's tone suddenly shifted. You have embezzled military funds for years, risking the safety of my realm. Qinglong, you know what to do. Qinglong immediately bowed. Your servant is here. Go. It is time to confiscate his assets. Proceed. Zhou Yang commanded. Jinyue, head to the Duke's residence. Seize every cent of the military funds he has embezzled throughout the years, and strip these good-for-nothings of every penny they possess. As you command, Qinglong replied, moving out instantly. He immediately ordered several agents to carry out the decree. Zhou Yang added, and one more thing. Bring my imperial immunity token back. Do not let me see it again. I am going to slaughter this fat hog. Go. The two of them were playing a dangerous game. The Jinyue agents galloped away. The others had not even had time to react. Yansong frowned. Your Majesty, one cannot simply confiscate a noble's estate. Even if so, it should be handled by the censorate, the Board of Punishments, or the Court of Judicial Review. Zhou Yang shot a look of disdain at the ministers who were ready to stir up trouble. He retorted coldly, "Did I say I was confiscating their estates? I only ordered them to retrieve the military funds they embezzled. That is at least 100,000 taels of silver, at the very least. Also, Zook, who had been standing there, Zook, I need you now. Reorganize the hunting tiger army properly for me. Increase the personnel count to 20,000. Remember, this is my lifeline. Go." Zook had been investigating the situation at the capital camp, having already received Zhou Yang's secret orders. He bowed and accepted the command. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, your servant will surely whip the hunting tiger army into shape." But the ministers were deeply dissatisfied. The Minister of War stood up first. "Your Majesty, recruiting new troops requires approval from the Ministry of War. It should be carried out under our authority, along with all the high-ranking officers. How can you let someone from the Jinyue handle this?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, this violates all protocol." "Silence." Zhou Yang glared at them. "You lot. Single quote, do you think you are in charge? If any of you can secure the border within 7 days. If you cannot, then get out. Now, sign the death warrant. I will have his head by then. Keep moving." This has left the Minister of War completely humiliated. Yansong frowned. "Your Majesty, forming a new army is not. Single quote, a simple matter of reassigning soldiers and gathering equipment. It cannot be accomplished in an instant. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. I cannot wait. I need them ready in case the barbarians attack. We need an army that can actually hold the line. Instead of just wasting time with all this stalling and bickering, by the time you finish, this emperor will have nothing left. Damn it. He just did it like that. Keep moving. He even gave the order right on the spot. Move out. The Ministry of Revenue must produce the grain supplies immediately. The Minister of Revenue immediately said, "Your Majesty." Single quote, the Ministry of Revenue is running low on grain, we cannot provide much. But Zhou Yang would not hear of it. Bring me whatever you have. If not, I will have the Jinyue go to the Ministry of Revenue warehouses personally. And for weapons and gear, I will head to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War depots. Those two ministers are clearly not happy about this. Keep moving. Your Majesty, there are no weapons or gear left in the armory. Everything is allocated to the other imperial battalions. Nonsense. Zhou Yang does not believe a word of it. Yansong's 4 camps have plenty of weapons and gear, all funneled to them by these two scoundrels. If the Jinyue do not find any in the warehouse, round up their craftsmen and have them build them for me right here. Move out. Zhou Yang was annoyed seeing those officials trying to block his path. Useless fools, only good for holding this country back. I really want to just execute them all. Move along. Move out. He barked at them. Let me be clear with you all. This army is to protect my life and the safety of the great Zhou. Whoever dares to obstruct me is guilty of treason. I will have the Jinyue wipe out your entire family. Do you think I am not capable of being that emperor? Go die, all of you. The threat was clear enough for everyone to see. The emperor has lost his patience. Yansong was stunned, realizing for the first time. It seems that whenever the emperor feels threatened now, there will be no more compromises. Everyone stopped talking. They dared not provoke this furious emperor, who was ready to have Jinyue drag their families away. However, Yansong still threw out a warning. Even if you want to reorganize the tiger hunting army, where will you get the troops? You cannot pull soldiers from the border defense. It is already too late. He was afraid Zhou Yang might actually listen to their nonsense. Move on. He really goes to the border to pull troops. Move out. By the time the new tiger hunting army is formed. Keep moving. That would still be a threat to him. Move out. Keep moving. But Zhou Yang had already thought of this long ago. He indifferently said, it is simple. I have seen plenty of refugees outside the city. I will recruit from them. Anyone of the right age can join the army. They will have food to eat and coin in their pockets. Choosing from the refugee camps left many officials wide-eyed. They were speechless for a long time. Chen Lin, who had been watching, could not help but advise him. Those refugee camps are filled with ordinary people fleeing the chaos. How can they possibly become elite soldiers? The old minister felt. Perhaps we could still pull some from the border. Keep moving. moving. He clearly saw that the emperor wanted to build a completely new army. This was a good thing. Even if it was just one unit, at the very least, it would provide some leverage against Yan Song. But it was immediately met with opposition from Yan Song's faction. Both sides looked like they were about to brawl again. Keep moving, Zhou Yang impatiently interrupted. Enough all of you, not a moment of peace, it is settled. I will select my men from the refugee camps. Nothing more to discuss, everyone go home now. He walked away in a grand manner, leaving those who followed him scrambling to catch up. Keep moving. The ministers had no choice but to depart. Once in his carriage, Zhou Yang immediately issued orders. Tell Qinglong to take the silver seas from the raids, and send 200,000 taels to the tiger hunt army at once. Go find grain merchants to procure supplies immediately, and recruit more blacksmiths and artisans. Pull some more skilled workers from the Ministry of Works, and fire up the furnaces for the tiger hunt army again. Qianfu had not even caught up with the rapid pace of Zhou Yang's actions. He could not help but ask, Your Majesty, did not you say you would not raid? How could I not raid their homes? Zhou Yang sneered, those fat pigs. If I do not butcher them now, when will I raid them? Just make sure they do not starve to death. That is enough. He felt there were many things to handle, but the emperor cannot just leave the palace whenever he pleases. Otherwise, he would love to oversee the tiger hunt army in person, and whip this army into shape properly. For now, he could only entrust it to Zhu Ke. However, upon returning to the palace, Zhou Yang began his next move. He personally summoned Zan Wu. I will give you 50,000 taels of silver. Take 200 jinyue and set off to the west immediately. Recruit 20,000 able-bodied men to form the second unit for me. No problems, right? Go. Zan Wu had long known of the adjustments Zhou Yang had made before. The capital guard was already mostly under control. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, Zan Wu will surely complete it. This satisfied Zhou Yang. He did not have many men he could trust right now. He could only rely on the most dependable, Zan Wu, along with the elite Jinyue, to get the job done. As long as those 20,000 men from the northwest arrive, and I rearm the army, I won't have to look at the sour face of that old thief Yan Song ever again. Meanwhile, Yan Song was feeling strangely at ease now. Zhou Yang started reorganizing the tiger hunt army, which worried him deeply. To think he actually went to recruit people from the refugee camps. It made many ministers find it laughable. Is that not just an army of beggars? What kind of fighting power could they possibly have? Chapter 22, Settling Accounts with Yan Song. Zhou Yang's handling of Duke Liang did not cause much of a stir. However, while tapping on the desk, he told Qian, Fu, have all my storehouses prepared. It is time to raid homes. A Duke Liang is one thing. The other military officials were merely fined. Go. After all, those minor nobles certainly cannot be compared to a duke. To save trouble and avoid attracting the attention of the Yan faction, raiding just one home is enough. Zhou Yang paced back and forth, waiting. Finally, Qinglong arrived with over 300 jinyue and dozens of large carts, but a small eunuch ran over urgently to report. The Imperial City Guard won't let the Jinyue enter. Zhou Yang frowned. Let us go see. Let us go have a look. Go. This was a matter he considered of great importance. The Imperial City Guard actually dared to block them. Go. When he hurried over with a group of eunuchs at the palace gate, the two sides were in a standoff. From afar, one could see a group of soldiers holding weapons, blocking the Jinyue who had also drawn their blades. His Majesty has arrived. The little eunuch shouted loudly. Everyone looked over. Qinglong immediately bowed. The Jinyue pay their respects, Your Majesty. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes as he looked over. The Imperial City Guard, clad in imposing armor, with their leader, Yan Biao, looking at the sky with his nose in the air. None of them bowed or offered a salute. In his eyes, Zhou Yang was still that pathetic waste from before. He just glanced at them coldly. What business does the emperor have at the palace gate now? Curfew is in effect. No one leaves the palace. Qianfu shouted, to show such disrespect before his Majesty. Are you planning a coup? And you all alongside him, do you seek to revolt? Are you all in on this treason? The other officers glanced at each other. The soldiers looked to their officers for orders, standing firm. Ultimately, they all looked to Yan Biao for the final word. Ambition. But Yan Biao was completely unfazed. He smiled coldly. My duty is clear. He smiled coldly. It is my sacred duty to maintain the security of the imperial palace. Night is falling upon us now. For the safety of the emperor, no one shall leave. How can this be wrong? Qianfu tried to intervene, but Zhou Yang raised a hand to stop him. Though raging inside, this damn Yan Biao, a mere palace watchdog, dared to defy him time and again. But Zhou Yang knew now was not the time to purge him. After all, he commands 3,000 palace guards. Though the treasury has been bled dry, 2,000 guards at least remain. The officers inside have all been replaced by the Yan clan. Not one of them considers him the true emperor. There will be plenty of time to deal with Yan Song's lackey later. But for now, Zhou Yang said coldly, if I cannot go out, then let them come in. Let them enter. Proceed. Impossible. Yan Jibiao flatly refused. He sneered, the Jinyue brought these carriages into the palace on their own accord, without the cabinet's authorization. I cannot allow them to pass. You. Zhou Yang's face darkened. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. This wretched dog. He really knows how to court death. He said icily, I am the emperor. I command you to step aside immediately. Yet Yan Jibiao showed him no respect at all. He retorted coldly, Your Majesty, I am the one who gives the orders here, unless the Grand Secretary commands it otherwise. Yan Jibiao, you are pushing your luck to the grave. Qinglong's eyes also grew dark with malice. Everything outside had gone so smoothly. The confiscations, the fines, all the gold had been secured. Yet here at the palace gate we are blocked. Yan Jibiao chuckled, let us see what you can do. Is this how you treat your superiors at the gate? Come on, surround them. Check if they are carrying any dangerous items. Plotting to threaten the imperial palace. Acting on his command, the officers led their soldiers to surround the Jinyue. Go. You have a lot of nerve. Move. Everyone's blood was boiling today. The officers drew their weapons. Stand down. It is best you behave yourselves. Hand over the carriages immediately. Qinglong wanted to lead his Jinyue against them, but he knew they were heavily outnumbered. Zhou Yang just looked calmly at a small aide nearby, gave him a look. He immediately ran toward the inner palace. Seeing the palace guards acting so arrogant, trying to seize the carriages, Zhou Yang stopped holding back. I would like to see who dares to touch them. Yan Zibiao remains unconcerned. He sneered, Your Majesty, my word is the law here. Brothers, if the Jinyue dare to resist, kill them all. I never expected to run into this mess. Zhou Yang burned with the urge to draw his sword and end Yan Zibiao. He roared, Qianfu. Qianfu was also livid. He immediately cupped his hands. Your Majesty, Zhou Yang shouted, right now. Summon Yan Song to see me. Tell him to keep his dog on a leash. He also gave Qianfu a look. He whispered, have the White Tigers mobilize their troops immediately. Since it has come to this, no more holding back. Zhou Yang finally realized, without cleaning up the Imperial City Guard, they are useless. He won't be able to achieve anything. Yan Zibiao was stunned for a moment, then exploded with rage. Your Majesty, how dare you insult me like this? Zhou Yang snorted, I shall wait for Yan Song to arrive. I will ask him if he intends to imprison his emperor. You are welcome to try. Wait until Yan Song arrives. See if you still dare to block me. Qianfu immediately ordered a sharp young eunuch. The eunuch shouted, we are going to find the minister. Get out of the way. These dogs chosen by Yan Song. Did they really not dare to stop them? They watched helplessly as the young eunuch ran out. Move. Yan Zibiao snorted. Indifferent, he replied, even if the uncle comes, nobody is getting past me. The two sides remained in a standoff. Qianfu whispered, Your Majesty. Single quote, the Imperial City Guard has about 2,300 men. Their combat prowess is significant. Do not act rashly. But Zhou Yang did not care. It has come to this point. If I do not clean them out today, the palace and the outside world will remain completely severed. Both sides fell silent. Yan Zibiao even sat down on a chair. Less than half a shichen passed. A swarm of torches appeared toward the inner palace. Everyone looked over. Around 100 Jinyue guards. These were the guards protecting Zhou Yang's private treasury, along with over 500 eunuchs. These were the inner palace guards. Every single commander of the palace guards had been replaced with men Qianfu trusted. Each one wore half armor, holding blades and long spears, followed by a group of archers. Yan Zibiao stood up instantly. He narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, what do you hope to achieve by mobilizing the palace guards? Are you trying to cause trouble for our city guard? Go. Just with these eunuchs. How bold. Several palace guard officers inside looked grim. Qianfu was already burning with anger. The grand eunuch gave the order, everyone, anyone who moves, kill them. Go. These eunuchs actually raised their weapons. Even the 100 Jinyue drew their blades. Yan Zibiao squinted. He was not afraid at all. He waved his hand. Brothers, let these people see what real elites look like. Hundreds of them stepped out from behind him, with their spears drawn against the guards. Zhou Yang just said calmly, wait, Yan Song. I will settle the score with you soon. Move. He knows, with just this many men, they are no match for the Imperial City Guard. Chapter 23, Kill Without Hesitation. Yan Jinbiao was not afraid of the Emperor at all. If it were not for Zhou Yang already calling for Yan, he would have already struck first. He even thinks now, that it is good that Yan Song came. It is a good chance to let my uncle see that I have done my job well. He even intercepted many of the emperor's carriages. At a glance, those carriages carried valuable goods. It was just getting dark, but Yan Song did not wait. Instead, many torches appeared. Many people looked over. A sea of fire was rapidly approaching. When they reached the front, it shocked all the imperial city guards. A force clad in steel armor arrived, all soldiers clutching their weapons. The general in front, armored and mounted, dismounted and shouted, "White Tiger, report for rescue. Move." And that was not all. More than 200 Jinyue arrived, one after another, each one brandishing their weapons. Everyone quickly formed a battle formation. In front were the spearmen, along with many archers. Torches were everywhere, lighting up the palace gate as if it were day. "Move." Yan Jinbiao instinctively flinched. Looking grim, he yelled, "What are you doing? How dare you create a scene at the palace gate? Do you wish to commit treason? Imperial City Guard, listen to my command. Anyone who dares to move without order, kill them. Move." He was not afraid in the slightest. Even now, he felt no worry. Many officers of the Imperial City Guard summoned many soldiers from nearby. The two sides immediately confronted each other. Everyone held their weapons ready. While inside the palace, Zhou Yang was surrounded by 600 palace guards, along with 100 Jinyue. He shouted coldly, "Imperial City Guard, drop your weapons immediately. Otherwise, your entire clans will be wiped out. Since reinforcements have arrived, there is nothing left to discuss. I may not be able to summon more large armies, but finishing off these Imperial City Guards is enough. Move." White Tiger also roared, "Soldiers prepare. Everyone, prepare to suppress the mutiny. Move." Azure Dragon also wore a look of immense confidence. There are already 500 Jinyue outside the city. He ordered, "Jinyue, get ready. Suppress the mutiny." Even inside the palace, the eunuch guards also brought out their weapons. Drawing their bows, they all aimed at the Imperial City Guards at the gate. This left many officers of the Imperial City Guard bewildered. They looked left and right. What exactly is going on? "Move." Yan Jinbiao's face turned grim. Facing the emperor, "Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you intend to strike at our royal guards? If you dare to cause trouble, watch your head. Move." To hell with it. Zhou Yang loathed this bastard. Usually, it was his men entering the palace, constantly searching, inspecting every corner. Now, they even intercept the imperial carriage. Naturally, I cannot spare this scoundrel. I am the son of heaven of the great Zhou. Listen well. I am the son of heaven of the great Zhou. Royal guards, do you all intend to commit treason? I shall count to 3. Those who do not lay down their weapons will be executed for treason. 3. Yan Jinbiao was furious. He regretted it deeply. If he had known, he would have gathered the Jinyue outside the city earlier. He had not expected to wait for Yan Song, only to face so many soldiers and horses instead. Brothers, do not. Minister Yan will certainly account for this, to everyone. We have tens of thousands of elite troops outside the city. What is there to fear? 2. Zhou Yang roared out loud. Yan Jinbiao sneered. Even the officers of the royal guards were hesitant. Prepare the soldiers for battle. Both sides were at a standoff, but the royal guards did not think a fight would actually break out. Many soldiers thought they were here to protect the palace. How could they be treated this way? But Zhou Yang gave the final count. 3. Fire. At his command, the already impatient archers on both sides immediately loosed their arrows. This threw the royal guards in the middle into a panic. In an instant, hundreds fell, struck by arrows. This is it. The officers of the royal guards were anxious. Yan Jinbiao roared, "That muddled ruler. You dare to make a move. Are you tired of living?" However, Zhou Yang stood in the back, letting out a cold, faint order. "Kill anyone who dares to resist. Leave none alive. Kill them all. Go. Slay the traitors. Go." Suddenly, soldiers from both inside and outside the city, with spears and blades in hand, charged ahead on command. Both sides were about to collide, but many of the royal guards still could not believe it. However, the troops on both sides were already charging with roars. "Go." Inside, the officers were frantic. "General, they are really going to kill us. What do we do?" Yan Jinbiao was also shocked. He absolutely had not expected that useless emperor would actually dare to strike. "Go." Watching them charge with weapons in hand, roaring, "Surrender and live. Go." And the archers kept coming, raining arrows into the crowd. Over 200 archers. That caused massive casualties. Yan Jinbiao was seething with rage. "Charge with me and kill that muddled ruler. Any who do not want to die, charge forward. Raise the stakes, just kill that tyrant, and my uncle will make him account. Reinforcements will arrive immediately." He really does have his loyal lapdogs following him, leading men toward Zhou Yang's position, trying to put on a show, but they were all blocked tight by hundreds of eunuch guards, and over 100 Jinyue standing firm, inside and outside the palace gates. It was surrounded floor by floor. There are over 2,000 imperial city guards. Yan Jinbiao had just gathered everyone together, even those 100 or so on night watch on the walls. They have started to fight back. Move. The imperial city guards are meant to protect the palace. Move. Their equipment is excellent too. Move. Naturally, their combat strength is not weak. Move. But the capital has been at peace for too long. These people have never experienced actual war. When encountering this for the first time, they are terrified. Just then, someone on the wall started firing arrows. Qianfu grabbed a guard shield, shielding Zhou Yang. Your Majesty, please pull back to safety. But at this point, where is there to retreat to? Since I have decided to clean up the imperial city guards, I cannot be soft-hearted. Zhou Yang ordered, get on the walls. Take everyone up there out. A eunuch led about 100 men, grabbed their blades and charged up the hallway. Yan Jinbiao is very anxious, because he can clearly see the troop the emperor called up is truly going to finish them off. Gritting his teeth, he roared, anyone who wants to live, charge out with me immediately. They can't break out of the palace. There are over 2,000 of them, constantly pushing inward with spears and shields. Few remain inside the palace. They have started to panic, yet they are constantly brought down by bows and arrows and troops. Casualties are already at 500 or 600. Move. Inside, soldiers are panicking and starting to fire back. This also caused eunuchs near Zhou Yang to take arrows. Move. But these eunuchs and the Jinyue were locked in a death struggle, constantly holding them back from charging out. Even inside, there are soldiers who do not want to fight. Amidst the roar, they drop their weapons and surrender. Once someone does it, more and more start to surrender, except for the high-ranking officers. The soldiers beneath them have no interest in rebellion. But Yan Jinbiao is desperately urging his army forward. Otherwise, his imperial city guard is truly finished. Chapter 24, Massacre. Zhou Yang just stood firm in the back, watching everything with cold indifference. Yan Jinbiao has pushed him too far today. He detests this dog of Yansong. If I do not kill him, I will not rest. However, their side has also suffered heavy casualties. The battle has not even lasted long. Move. Some officers of the Imperial City Guard were crying out for a charge, which caused the 600 soldiers in front to lose too. On the contrary, on the walls, the eunuch guards are fighting for their lives. Those 100 or so people are in the middle, leading to their surrender, forcing them to surrender. Those outside the city are desperately charging in. People are everywhere. Corpses and wounded soldiers are everywhere. While the Imperial City Guards continue to charge inside, those within the city block them. The sounds of battle are deafening. Yan Jinbao's voice is nearly hoarse. Keep killing. Otherwise, we all die here. Move. More eunuchs kept pouring in. All the remaining guards rushed in as well, joining the resistance directly. Yan Jinbiao and his officers shouted to attack. They could not break through. The eunuchs were fighting for their lives, and the Jinyue kept raining down arrows. When an officer fell to the arrows, the soldiers around him fell into disarray. Without their leader, they were lost. Finally, outside the main gate, waves of reinforcements kept charging in. The Imperial City Guards were either dead or had surrendered. Less than half were left. Others were pouring in directly into the palace from the side gates. This time, Zhou Yang had nothing to fret about. With constant reinforcements, they had completely surrounded the remaining imperial guards. Surrender or die. The soldiers roared. Amidst the shouting, arrows were still being fired inside. For those who never intended to fight to the death, their morale was already low. But now, besieged and trapped, more and more of them fell. The archers specifically targeted the officers. Once the officer died, their men lost all will to fight. Groups of soldiers chose to surrender. By the time it reached Yan Jinbiao's side, only 100 or so men were left, holding weapons. Move. They were hit by another volley of arrows. Move. Finally, the survivors scrambled to surrender. Yan Jinbiao knew the game was up. Yansong never arrived, but he was not afraid. His uncle is Yansong. This emperor is nothing but a puppet. He is so afraid of my uncle. He would not dare touch me. But as he dropped his weapon, eunuchs pinned him down before Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang stared icily at the kneeling Yan Jinbiao. Coldly, he commanded, drag him away. Execute him. What? Yan Jinbiao looked up sharply. His eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, do you dare kill me? My uncle is Minister Yan. Move. Zhou Yang looked down at him coldly, his voice even colder. Even if your uncle were here, I would still execute you for treason today. He looked at the rest of them. Move. Officer, execute all the officers. Move. Officer, execute every single officer. Move. No. The officers cried out, Your Majesty, we did not rebel. We were just following orders. Zhou Yang sneered, You are the Imperial Guards. Yet you disobey my orders. To follow that bastard. In your eyes, that pathetic waste is more important than your emperor. Anyone who points a weapon at me is guilty of treason. All officers. Move. Confiscate their property and execute their clans. Move. He must be ruthless now. Move. These bastards. They are truly hateful. They never took their emperor seriously. If it were not for the eunuchs fighting with their lives, they would have dared to execute me just now. Zhou Yang will not show them any mercy. Now, the begging for mercy won't stop, but soon it will be heads rolling one by one. Yan Biao, panicked and frantic, leaves. He shouts loudly, "You tyrant! You cannot kill me. My uncle will not let you get away with this. Release me at once." But the very next moment, an imperial eunuch takes his head with a single stroke. Yan Biao could not believe it even in death. Zhou Yang actually went through with it. Zhou Yang immediately orders Qing Long to take the Jinyue and raid the homes of all these military officials. Leave no one behind. Move. He then issues the command, Imperial guards who are wounded, step aside. Leave no one behind, move aside. Those who surrender, move. All captured Tiger Hunt army soldiers are to be enslaved for 3 years. Move. Any who dare to resist will have their entire clan executed. Zhou Yang's non-stop commands make everyone tremble in fear. The emperor has truly turned heartless. With every word, he orders wholesale executions. Of course, regarding his own wounded men, he immediately orders the imperial physicians to treat them, provide generous compensation for those who died, move, and he absolutely forbids anyone from engaging in corruption. Move. In fact, besides the heavy casualties among the eunuchs, the military ministry and Jinyue saw few losses. They launched the attack from the outside and faced no fierce resistance from the imperial guards. Zhou Yang breathes a sigh of relief. The imperial guards are finally cleaned up. However, he immediately tells Zihu to sift through for 1,000 reliable soldiers from the military ministry to rebuild the imperial guard. Move. Move. Those who were able to fight tonight, Zhou Yang can clearly see. After the recent reorganization of the military ministry, those were the best performers. Everyone is from within the city. Move. Select the 1,000 best. Move. Let them guard the imperial city for now. Move. Forget the rest for now. Move. Leave it to them to handle. Move. Qianfu asks with concern, Your Majesty. Qianfu asks with concern, Your Majesty. Move. We have cleared out the imperial guard. Move. And even killed Yan Biao. Yan Song will not take this lying down. But Zhou Yang is unconcerned. He scoffs, if I do not clean up the imperial guard, I can't get anything done. Yan Biao's crimes were absolute, unless Yan Song plans to rebel this very second. Otherwise, he can only endure it. Zhou Yang also has his own plans. Today was quite infuriating. Move. That Yan Biao was far too arrogant. Move. And the imperial guard only watches the palace gates. Not cleaning them up made it impossible to work. However, he's not afraid of Yan Song. Move. Although there is no way to deal with that old fox right now, at least we can vent some frustration through others. Move. Watching carriages finally being brought inside, he looks at the ledgers. Zhou Yang gasps in shock. In the Duke of Liang's manor, they actually seized over 2 million taels, along with 300,000 taels in gold. Move. And quite a few various precious artifacts. Except for some heavy items that could not be transported, they were left at Liang's. Everything else has been delivered. Move. This is even after deducting the funds for Zhan Wu's recruitment in the northwest, and the military funds for the Tiger Hunt army. Move. Of course, the Jinyue is definitely corrupt. It is just that he does not have the time to deal with that now. There is no way the Jinyue would do the job without expecting some kickbacks. With these funds, I can certainly breathe a sigh of relief. Have Qianfu immediately send men south and procure a massive stockpile of military grain and supplies. It is already the middle of the night. Zhou Yang now feels far more confident. He arrives at Kun Ning Palace. The palace maids at the entrance bow, Your Majesty. The Empress has already retired to bed. Kun Ning Palace and Si Ning Palace. Every confidant of the Empress and Empress Dowager, every maid and eunuch has been dealt with. These are all men newly appointed by Qianfu. Zhou Yang pushes open the grand chamber door without hesitation. The glow of an oil lamp illuminates the room. The glow of an oil lamp illuminates the room. On the grand bed, the Empress lies with her shoulders exposed. She moves, but the next moment, Zhou Yang lashes out with his whip, striking her body hard. The Empress, deep in slumber, is jolted awake by the strike. She sits up in a panic. Terrified, she gazes at the expressionless Zhou Yang by the bedside. Chapter 25, Crushing Those of the Yan Family. Yan Ruo was lost in a peaceful dream. The painful lash wakes her with a scream. Looking at this terrifying emperor, staring at her with icy eyes by the bed, Yan Ruo begins to tremble uncontrollably. That tyrant who never fails to find trouble has returned. Yan Ruo, like a frightened rabbit, cuddles into a ball on the bed, looking at Zhou Yang pitifully. Your Majesty, why? How have I offended you, Your Majesty? Zhou Yang stares at the woman with a blank face. He will not be swayed by her pathetic exterior. He approaches. He lashes her again with the whip. Yan Ruo lets out a shrill scream, but Zhou Yang does not stop. He strikes her repeatedly. He curses as he lashes out, all of you. You Yan family scoundrels bringing me this trouble. Like dogs, the lot of you. I will beat every one of you Yans to death. The more Zhou Yang curses and strikes, the more invigorated he feels. Seeing anyone from the Yan family just fuels his rage. Whether it be in the inner palace, outer palace, or the royal court, everywhere he looks, the Yans are making trouble for him. Right now, he cannot touch Yansong, so he will naturally take it out on Yan Ji Ruo. After all, she is Yansong's own daughter, and she has wreaked enough havoc in the palace. Yan Ji Ruo rolls on the bed in agony, wailing and begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please stop. Your servant is wrong. I have married you, Your Majesty. I am no longer part of the Yan household. She has no idea what has angered Zhou Yang today, but she can tell from his words. Her father must have provoked him again. She is merely his venting post. Zhou Yang feels satisfied after the beating. He scoffs, get down. Get down and kneel. Yan Jiruo's hair is in complete disarray. Her body is marked with welts. Sobbing, she crawls down and kneels weakly by the bed. The chamber door is pushed open once more. Qianfu enters with Consort Xian and Consort De. They enter. The two of them gaze at the miserable empress on the floor. Nervously, they quickly bow to Zhou Yang. Bowing, your servant offers her respects to your majesty. Rise. Zhou Yang nods slightly. Yawning, the two of you, assist me in retiring to rest. Damn it. I am exhausted tonight. Consort Xian and Consort De dare not refuse. They approach and proceed to help Zhou Yang undress. On this plush soft bed, Zhou Yang suddenly grabbed Consort De in a tight embrace, startling the poor girl, her adorable eyes wide with fear. She chirped, Your Majesty, your concubine. Zhou Yang playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. He chuckled coldly, my little beauty. Today, those of the Yan clan have truly crossed the line with me, especially that mongrel, Yan Zibiao, daring to incite the Imperial Guard to revolt. I had him executed on the spot, but I am still not satisfied. Yet you are the daughter of the Yan faction, are not you? Tell me, how should I deal with you? The entire room fell into a stunned silence, especially those sobbing on the floor. Hearing this, they lifted their heads in shock, their wide eyes filled with disbelief. Yan Zibiao, a rebel, executed. Is it really true? Yan Ji Ruo is Yan Zibiao's cousin. One was the commander of the Imperial Guard. The other is the Empress of the Inner Palace. They have cooked up plenty of schemes together. But now, Yan Zibiao is actually dead. Yan Ji Ruo felt a chill run down her spine. Then, a sudden realization struck her. If Yan Zibiao has been killed, Yan Song will never let this slide. In Yan Song's eyes, that nephew was more important than his own daughter. Yan Song will surely be furious and strike back at this dethroned emperor. The more Yan Jiruo thought, the more restless she became. She could no longer feel the pain of the lashes on her body. With tear-swollen eyes, she stared at Zhou Yang with intense excitement, as if she could already see Zhou Yang being dragged off the throne, and the scene of her sweet revenge. Consort Do was equally stunned. With her large, innocent eyes, she could not believe it was true. They had not received any news at all. Consort De did not know how to respond. Meanwhile, the Consort Xian sat aside, barely dressed. A joyful smile lit up her face. Your Majesty. That guard had quite some nerve, daring to commit treason. Your Majesty should round up his entire clan at once, and throw them all into the death row. Zhou Yang gave an odd look. He laughed lightly, my beauty. So that is your take on it? Yes, certainly. Consort Xian replied earnestly, Your Majesty, you are the heaven of the great Zhou. Anyone who commits treason is deserving of death, especially the Yan faction. They are the worst. That old thief Yan Song should be executed by being torn apart by 5 horses. Consort Xian's father was not part of the Yan faction. She had suffered enough under the Empress and the Empress Dowager in the palace. Only since Zhou Yang started cleaning up the Yan household had her life taken a turn for the better. Naturally, she hated the Yan faction to the bone. So now, she did not hesitate to vent her anger at Yan Song right in front of the emperor. Zhou Yang burst into laughter. Very good, very good. Next time, I will take down the entire Yan household myself. However, Zhou Yang turned a cold gaze toward Consort De in his arms. Aren't you part of the Yan faction as well? Tell me, how should I handle you? No. Then Thiep your concubine is not. Consort De was terrified. With her large, adorable, innocent eyes she pleaded, Your Majesty. Then Thiep your concubine. Then Thiep belongs only to you, Your Majesty. I too despise the Yan faction. Especially. Right, exactly. Yan Song is the absolute worst. For Prime Consort De, such a sweet and obedient soul, to be able to say such things, is truly remarkable. Zhou Yang grinned, a wicked glint in his eyes, as he pinched her hard, making Consort De cry out in pain. Yet she dared not resist. My little beauty, it is good that you know your place. Your identity now is solely as my woman. Do not keep pining for your family home. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as this wretched woman. Move, he said, kicking the Empress, who was kneeling on the floor. Move. Only moments ago, the Empress was still bubbling with excitement, imagining how she would put this puppet king in his place. But suddenly, she was kicked down to the ground. She let out a piercing scream, in unimaginable agony. Zhou Yang joyfully pulled the pitiful little beauty, consort De into his arms, tormenting her severely. Poor, tender consort De could hardly withstand Zhou Yang's overwhelming virility. She could only whimper and plead for mercy. Move, bullying such a petite doll-like beauty. Zhou Yang felt perfectly at ease. He dozed off, embracing two beauties. When dawn broke, the fair and supple consort Xian was in his arms, acting coquettishly. Your Majesty, this concubine wants to go to the privy. Zhou Yang yawned as he let her go. He looked at the empress, lying on the floor. To think this woman could sleep so soundly. Zhou Yang was annoyed. He casually grabbed his horsewhip from the bedside and lashed at her. Ah! The empress was jolted awake by a lash, crying out in pain. Who dares to strike me? The empress's furious roar startled consort De awake as well. She looked on with fear and concern at the king, as well as the king holding her in his arms. Move! The empress instinctively looked at the one sitting on the bed. She shuddered. Only then did she regain her senses and realize this was reality, not a dream. In her dreams, she was the one tormenting Zhou Yang. Terrified, she hung her head. Trembling, she begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please forgive this slave. Your slave. Ah, Your Majesty, this slave was wrong. Please, no more lashes. Chapter 26, Seeing no one. Zhou Yang had lashed her enough. He scolded, You useless creature. Get up and fetch the chamber pot for my beauty immediately. The empress was in agony all over, treated with such misery. Her beautiful eyes were filled with nothing but fury. Consort Xian and consort De were both on the bed, stark naked. All of them felt terrified. The once arrogant empress, who was so domineering in the palace, was now reduced to such a pathetic state. Consort Xian was still worried. She whispered, Your Majesty, letting a palace maid do it would suffice. That will not do. Zhou Yang ordered, she must go. From now on, this is her job. Yan Jiruo was completely helpless, fearful that Zhou Yang might lash her with the whip again. She felt a deep sense of humiliation, as the proud empress, to be forced to fetch a chamber pot. Even worse, she has to serve those who once bullied her endlessly. Just keep serving consort De obediently. But deep down, the empress is cursing up a storm. Just you wait, let us see how your father deals with you. Zhou Yang is enjoying being dressed by two beautiful women, while shamelessly getting close to the adorable consort De. He smiles and says, My little beauty, behave yourself. Serve your man well. Don't pick up any bad habits from that useless woman. Consort De also stays cautiously in his arms. She coyly agrees. I obey your every command, Your Majesty. She glances at the pathetic empress, fear flickering in her eyes. No one wants to suffer like this. What they are afraid of is, Zhou Yang is not like the former emperor. In the past, no consort was ever left in the cold, or directly tossed into the cold palace. But Zhou Yang does not operate that way. He specifically delights in tormenting the empress. Once Zhou Yang returns to the imperial study, Qianfu hands him a list. Your Majesty, this is the list of military officers from the old imperial guard. Please take a look. Zhou Yang takes it and reviews it carefully, including their former leadership, and detailed backgrounds for several key officers, what their families have done for generations, their past performance, how they fared during the late emperor's reign, who their family connections are. But they were all dismissed by Yan Song. Some high-ranking officers were even imprisoned. Their families have already been raided, because they were the late emperor's loyalists. Yan Song treated them quite brutally. He shows no mercy. Zhou Yang uses his brush to circle some names, and writes his decree, bring them back immediately. Organize the Imperial Guard as soon as possible. Also, take some silver from the internal treasury. Give it to them as compensation. Some of them had their homes confiscated. They have nothing left. I must get this arranged first. Everything must be set. Currently, the Imperial Guard is under the control of the Ministry of War. Bai Hu is personally guarding the palace gate. That won't work anymore. With the Emperor's direct order, the pace will be much faster. It won't take long. These old officers of the Imperial Guard, handpicked by the Emperor, they have all shown great promise. Everything is ready. Qianfu says worriedly, Your Majesty, Yan Song is leading a group of ministers to demand an audience. Don't worry about Zhou Yang. Believe me, after dealing with Yan Zibiao, Yan Song will surely be furious. It does not matter. Tell that old thief. Tran was quite shocked yesterday. I need a day to rest. We will hold court again tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, at the palace gates, a group of ministers is being blocked by Bai Hu and his soldiers. They are firmly denied entry. Yan Song's face is very grim. He only received the news this morning. The Imperial Guard has actually been replaced entirely. The palace is now completely cut off from the outside, and now he can't even enter the palace. Seeing a group of guards blocking him makes him seethe with rage. In the past, he could enter this palace whenever he pleased. Look at him now. Not a single soul respects him, even though he is here in person. He does not even know how his nephew is faring. At the same time, he is furious with Yan Zibiao. What a useless piece of trash. The Emperor is cleaning up the Imperial Guard. Do they not know how to resist? 3,000 Imperial Guardsmen. Are they really afraid of these weaklings in the Ministry of War? They could have at least sent one man to report back. Damn it. Watching a young eunuch approach to shout, "Your Majesty, you were startled last night. Rest for the day. The court session is postponed until tomorrow." This left the arriving officials quite dissatisfied. They traveled a long distance, and yet, they were not even allowed to enter the palace gates. However, there is absolutely nothing to be done now. For a fleeting moment, Yansong actually wanted to lead his troops and charge straight in. He snorted coldly, returned to the manor first, with the Grand Secretary leading the way. Even if the others were unhappy, they had no choice but to head home. As soon as they returned, Yan Jihu immediately asked, "Father, what did the emperor say? Did he start throwing cups again?" But Yansong ignored him. He headed to the study with a blank expression. Yan Jilong followed him inside. After pouring him a cup of tea, he said, "Father, there is no need to worry. Even if the emperor has seized control of the imperial guard, it is hardly a threat." But the hot-tempered Yan Jihu was fuming. "Big brother, what exactly is going on? Tell us. Has the emperor really started arresting people, and he has not released them yet?" Yan Jilong glanced at him. He hesitated, but decided to tell him about the situation at the palace. Yan Jihu's eyes widened instantly. "What? That bastard emperor? Does he have a death wish?" "Father, I will go rally our elite troops immediately. We will storm the palace and chop that dog emperor down." Yansong remained silent. He was already sufficiently infuriated today. However, Yan Jilong was extremely cautious. He frowned. "Second brother, do not act rashly. If you lead troops to storm the palace, that is a clear act of treason. Who cares about that?" Yan Jihu sneered. "That dog emperor is just an idiot. Even if we kill him, so what? Who in the entire court would dare speak otherwise? That temper of his. He truly fears nothing in this world." Yan Jilong reprimanded him sternly. "Can you, for once, actually use your head? Even if the emperor is incompetent, if you lead those soldiers to cross the line, it is officially rebellion. Enough." Yan Jihu still wanted to bicker. Yan Song suddenly said quietly, "Long, my son, what do you think? Can our Yan family really not control the imperial palace?" This. Yan Jilong flinched. He looked at Yan Song. He understood instantly. The old man is already harboring such thoughts. He would love nothing more than for Yan Song to get rid of the puppet emperor early, so the Yan family can become the royal family. But his father is always calculating. He is a cautious man by nature. At a time like this, one cannot afford to be reckless. Otherwise, the entire Yan family will hit a dead end. Yan Jilong bowed respectfully. "Father, our Yan family has not yet reached the point of toppling the great Zhou. Think carefully." Under Yan Song's piercing scrutiny, Yan Jilong continued to analyze, setting aside other factors. "Right now, our Yan family still holds the real power. Forget the imperial court, let us talk strategy. Let us focus on the military. Beyond the 4 battalions of the Imperial Guards, there is nothing else. Truly nothing else. And those 4 other battalions lack real potential. Not to mention the useless hunting and hawk armies. However, the East and West armies still have bite. They still possess combat power. What is there to fear?" Yan Jihu remained entirely unfazed. "My God. Single quote, we can crush them easily. If they do not surrender, we wipe them out." Yan Jilong rolled his eyes. "Talk is cheap. Even if you defeat them, so what? They will not surrender so easily. All we need is to hold our ground. Because when that time comes, the many vassal kings across the land will surely lead their armies north. The vassal kings might mock the court for now, but if the palace is breached, the vassal kings won't just stand by." According to Yan Jilong's logic, all the vassal kings combined could field hundreds of thousands of troops, although some of those kings are at each other's throats. If anyone truly dares to topple the Zhou dynasty, those regional lords will be the first to march their armies to the capital. Walk, and you are relying on those 4 imperial battalions. Yan Jilong added, "And there are the border troops." Yan Song frowned. Of course he was worried about the vassal armies, but there is not much to worry about with the border troops. Right. The barbarian army is right at the border. Do the border troops dare strike south? Yan Jilong gave a bitter laugh. "Father. Single quote, if our Yan family breaches the capital, and the Great Zhou court is gone, do you think the border troops will still be so hesitant? Besides, how many of those border generals are actually close to our family? And how many, among them, can you truly guarantee to win over?" But Yan Jihu refused to accept it. "Says who? Our family already has a foothold in the border armies, and we have already secured significant forces. It is impossible that Yan Song has not reached into the border armies. But how many of those troops can we truly control? He himself can be certain. It is not even 1/3. As for Yan Jilong saying this is truly treason, how many can really be persuaded to join us? He himself is not very confident. Move." However, Yan Sung was not satisfied as he asked, "My son, do you really think our Yan family should just give up here?" "It is not that." Yan Jilong smiled. "Father, to be direct, As long as our Yan family proceeds at this pace, and takes a few more years, securing peace, while keeping the border wars at bay, then slowly weeding out those who do not side with us, as long as we control the entire border force, and have plenty of officials in the north on our side, by the time our Yan family truly enters the palace, even then, if the southern vassal kings rise up, with our Yan family controlling the north, and having a host of southern officials pledged to our cause, with hundreds of thousands of elite border troops, do not we have more than enough power to deal with those kings? Move. Seeing Yan Song was still considering it, Yan Jilong continued to persuade him, at the very least, by then our Yan family could control the north, and carve the land in two with the south, becoming a kingdom of our own, with our Yan family as one unified whole, watching from above as those southern kings tear each other apart, accumulate our strength, and strike south all at once, sweep away all opposition. Zhou Yang, this has caught Yan Song's interest. Ever since the late emperor passed away, Zhou Yang, Yan Song has long seen a glimmer of hope for the Yan family. It is fair to say now that most of the key officials appointed across the land have been replaced by the Yan faction. Furthermore, within the 6 ministries of the court, most have pledged allegiance to the Yans. According to my eldest son's plan, if we develop for a few more years, it will be the safest bet. Yan Jihu stood there anxiously. He had no intention of waiting. He urged, Father, why do we need to go through all this trouble? Why wait several more years, Zhou Yang? Why not just take the emperor out right now, Zhou Yang? We can ascend the throne ourselves, Zhou Yang. Even if those vassal kings in the south make trouble, Zhou Yang, we can immediately recruit troops and buy horses. We can rally an army of hundreds of thousands at any time. What is there to fear from them? Yan Jilong rolled his eyes. Little brother, which of those southern vassal kings does not have tens of thousands of elites? Combined, they possess hundreds of thousands of elite troops. They are not like the raw recruits holding sticks that we have. Zhou Yang, enough. Yan Song said calmly, no more bickering. Second son, get back to the Shenyang army and do your job. Your mission is to maintain control of the army, not just bury yourself in the Green Dragon brothel. Zhou Yang, Yan Jihu's face darkened. Zhou Yang, he had no choice but to leave. However, after watching him leave, Yan Song frowned again. I understand that your suggestion is the safest, but this emperor of ours today has me feeling a bit uncertain. He actually purged the imperial city guards. This is what worries me today. The emperor actually made a move, without any warning signs at all. Once the imperial city guards are out of our control, it severs our connection to the palace completely. Yan Jilong was unconcerned. Father, at tomorrow's court session, we can just ask why he moved against the guards. And this emperor now, it seems to me, although he has changed his temper, Zhou Yang, he is even more reckless of the consequences. He is more cowardly and easily panicked. Whenever anyone even mentions threatening his throne, he immediately loses his cool. Take the tiger hunting army, for example. Yan Song pondered for a moment. He thought that could be it. The tiger hunting army is just that, someone said. It has no combat power. It is completely useless. If the barbarians ever come, they would be unable to resist at all. His throne would be lost. That is why the emperor would not care about anything else, Zhou Yang, and would rush off to the tiger hunting army in the middle of a court session. Zhou Yang, could it be the imperial city guards were purged for the same reason? But the imperial city guards are nowhere near as pathetic as the tiger hunting army. The next morning, back in the court hall, a pawn of the Yan faction stepped forward and asked, the day before yesterday, why were the imperial city guards suddenly surrounded and attacked? There were countless casualties. We do not know the reason for this. All the ministers are quite puzzled. Everyone watched silently as the emperor stood on the dais. Zhou Yang said nothing. As the emperor, he certainly did not need to involve himself personally. He merely cast a glance. Qinglong, the commander, stepped forward. He stated coldly, the Jinyue have committed treason. They must be surrounded and captured. What? The Jinyue committed treason. Is that real or fake? That is impossible, surely. Those are the imperial guards. At this moment, all the ministers were stunned. It would be one thing if any other army rebelled, but the Jinyue. Are you having a global joke? The Jinyue exists solely to protect the palace. If they rebelled, then Great Zhou would be as good as finished. Yan Song frowned deeply. The Jinyue cannot be rebelling, right? Yan Jinbao is supposed to be very obedient. He had also refused to let Yan Jinbao bring soldiers into the palace, fearing that someone might catch him in a trap. Members of the Yan faction immediately retaliated. Your Majesty is framing them. How could the Jinyue rebel? Indeed, if the Jinyue have truly rebelled, is there any army left in all of Great Zhou that we can trust? Your Majesty, this is surely a false accusation by your hounds. Please punish those hounds immediately, and release the wrongly accused Jinyue officers. One minister after another, righteous and indignant, demanded the emperor release them, even those from the neutral faction. were left completely dazed. They had no clue what was truly going on. Why would the Jinyue rise up? Impossible. Seeing the crowd of ministers complaining, Qinglong felt helpless. He was the only one present at the scene earlier. Currently, White Tiger is still standing watch at the palace gate. Zhou Yang suddenly slammed his hand onto the table, stood up and spoke coldly. A few days ago, I ordered the Jinyue to go hunt down the tiger armies, commanders, and bring the fines they owed into the palace. But the Jinyue did not allow it. Impossible. This statement silenced the entire court. Someone immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, how can you define this as a Jinyue rebellion? The Jinyue are meant to guard the safety of the palace, and should not allow the secret police to come and go at will. There is nothing wrong with that. However, Zhou Yang walked to the front, looked down at them from on high, and stated coldly, I went to the palace gate personally, and told the Jinyue commander, Yan Jin Biao, that this is what I required, and to open the gates immediately. But Yan Jin Biao not only refused to show the proper respect, but even arrogantly told me that he is the only one who decides what happens at the palace gate, and that I, as the emperor, have no right to oversee it. At this, there was an uproar among the ministers. Even the Yan faction does not treat Zhou Yang like a real emperor, but you cannot just say that out loud in public. Zhou Yang continued his scan of the room. He even threatened me, telling me to leave immediately, or he would force me into the inner palace. This time, things were beyond control. Many people looked at the equally stunned Yan Song. I am the evidence. Impossible. Even Yan Song did not dare believe that Yan Jin Biao could be so foolish. When the emperor spoke like that, he had no choice but to step forward, cupping his hands. Your Majesty, Yan Zibiao would never be this disrespectful. But Zhou Yang glared at him coldly. What are you implying? That I am a liar? Go. It is the Yan family. If it were just the two of them, Yan Song would have already lectured him. But with so many people present, having been cornered, he could only say, Your Majesty, Yan Zibiao has guarded the palace for so long, and has never overstepped his authority. He would not suddenly say such things. It is impossible. Zhou Yang sneered because he saw the carriages and the loot seized by the Jinyue, and wanted it all for himself. He even ordered his soldiers to surround the Jinyue carriages to seize those funds. Witnessing this scene, the other ministers were at a loss for words. Yan Song cursed inwardly. This, he believed, Yan Zibiao is a greedy bastard. Seeing the Jinyue haul away so much wealth, he was bound to be tempted. But you useless idiot, wanting to embezzle the money. At least give me a heads up, will you? To think he tried to seize it in private. Go. Soon someone from the Yan faction spoke. Your Majesty, even if that were the case, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, inspecting items entering the palace is not a crime, let alone treason. Hey. Zhou Yang suddenly laughed, with his hands behind his back. He looked down upon the ministers, saying coldly, I explicitly told him it was the bounty of the hunting tiger army. I, the emperor, told him personally not to touch it. Yet Yan Zibiao completely ignored me. Is it that my words no longer carry any weight? Or perhaps, this palace is no longer mine, but his, Yan Zibiao's. He decides who gets in, and he decides who gets out. Even if the Yan faction is shameless, they could not possibly argue with that. Some officers still tried to counter. There are others who want to talk back. Zhou Yang scoffed. What is even more hateful is, the army commander had already arrived. I gave the order for the Imperial Guard to move aside. Yet Yan Zibiao gave the order to assassinate the sovereign, promising everyone promotions and riches. At these words, the whole hall was in an uproar. Even Yan Song was stunned. He thought even if Yan Zibiao were foolish, no matter how greedy, or how little he respected the emperor, now that it has come to this, you have to step aside. Everyone knows those funds were a penalty fee. It was the emperor's personal funding for the hunting tiger army. The Jinyue were authorized, and no one else could lay a hand on it. Yet Yan Zibiao dared to do this. He had to cup his hands and say, Your Majesty, do you have proof? Do you have evidence? Not really, Your Majesty. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, how could he ever utter such treasonous words? Let alone Yan Song. No one could believe it. Zhou Yang glared at them furiously. Keep yelling, I heard it with my own ears. I saw it with my own eyes. Yan Zhenbiao led a group of commanders. A group of Imperial Guard soldiers, all of them. A group of Imperial Guard soldiers. Wielding their weapons, they shouted for my life. They even fired arrows at me. If it were not for the hundreds of palace guards fighting for their lives, if it were not for Qian Fu holding the shields and refusing to back down, I would already be dead. Is this not enough evidence? Pointing at the ministers, they all saw it. The soldiers and officers involved in the battle. The Jinyue, the many palace guards, hundreds of casualties, and thousands of imperial guards who were captured. All can testify. With such solid evidence, how dare you still try to absolve him? That traitor who tried to take my head. Do you think that the emperor's words no longer matter? Or do you think I should have just let Yan Zhenbiao behead me? I suppose that would have been fine, right? Who was just now trying to cover for Yan Zhenbiao? Step forward. I really want to see who exactly is on Yan Zhenbiao's side. At this, the room went dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock. Since the emperor said so himself, there is no way it could be a lie. Go. They all looked in disbelief at Yan Song. Your own nephew actually dared to do such a thing. Even if you want to rebel, if you want to kill the emperor, you do not do it like this, do you? Even if there is a desire to rebel, one should at least secure the palace first. Keep the emperor under house arrest, and then slowly, secretly take him out, instead of shouting to kill the ruler in broad daylight. Yan Song was completely speechless. He cursed Yan Zhenbiao in his heart. This clumsy fool. He has absolutely ruined everything. And just like that, the pride of the Imperial Guard is gone. Chen Lin was the first to speak out. Such an evil deed. As a leader of the Imperial Guard, how dare he defy His Majesty's orders? He even cried out to kill His Majesty. He deserves to be executed, along with his entire clan. Li Zheng immediately followed. Your Majesty, where is Yan Zhenbiao? And all those Imperial Guard officers. They must all be executed immediately. Yan Zhenbiao should be torn apart by 5 horses. This group of opposition members finally saw their chance. They started clamoring, demanding immediate, harsh punishment for the Imperial Guard commanders. This put the Yan faction in a very awkward position. The Imperial Guards truly went way too far this time. Forgotten. Even here in the royal court, one cannot defend what the Imperial Guard did. Exactly, the Minister of Rights calmly added. Even if Yan Zhenbiao is guilty, the matter should be handed over to the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, for an open investigation. Yes, the minister bowed to Zhou Yong. Your Majesty, please hand Yan Zhenbiao over to the 3 high judicial offices for a public trial, to give the people of this world an explanation. The Yan faction immediately cried out in support. Hand over Yan Zhenbiao now. Turn him over to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. But Zhou Yang just sneered. Yan Zhenbiao is already dead as a doornail. Hand over what? Back off, he said calmly. He was killed in the chaos of battle. What? Yan Song snapped his head up. Just a moment ago, he was still deliberating, considering how to get Yan Zhenbiao back, and looking for an opportunity to have him released. After all, he is my nephew, but I never imagined that he would already be dead. Even the ministers would not dare to believe it. Your Majesty, even if Yan Zhenbiao caused a disturbance, he surely should not have been executed so callously. Your Majesty, this is extrajudicial punishment. Back off. Damn it. Zhou Yang was furious. I would love to take a machine gun to these officials. At a time like this, they still want to blame me. He slammed the table hard. Damn it. Yan Zhenbiao led the charge himself to kill me. He was as conspicuous as a lighthouse. My Imperial Guards and the Jinyue were there. Countless archers were aiming at him. If I do not kill him, who should I kill? If any of you think I was wrong to kill him, step forward. Who thinks that on the battlefield, you must tell the guards not to harm Yan Zhenbiao? Get the hell out. In reality, Yan Zhenbiao was not even charging. He remained hidden amidst the crowd. That guy was actually a coward. The archers could not even get a clear shot at him. But now, Zhou Yang has explicitly stated that the bastard was leading the charge. So I just dealt with him. Are you not convinced? As an emperor, constantly being interrogated by my own ministers is humiliating enough. Yet these bastards still think the emperor is in the wrong. Zhou Yang was very frustrated. Damn it. It is all because my power is insufficient. If I had 100,000 elite troops, would I let them ramble like this? Anyone who defies me gets their entire clan wiped out. I must make these ministers behave. Damn it. Even if they are dissatisfied in their hearts right now, there is nothing they can do. The emperor himself stood as a witness. Is that not enough? The man is dead. What further investigation is needed? Yan Song felt like he had the worst luck today. He originally wanted to demand an explanation from the emperor, but it ended up becoming a problem for the Yan family. If it were before, for Yan Zhenbiao to have done something like this, the entire Yan family would have been wiped out. But now, no one dares to say that Yan Song should be taken down. Even Chen Lin and Li Zheng are powerless. Chapter 29. You want money. Keep dreaming. The matter just passed like that. Yan Song did not even dare to ask further. Even if he was dissatisfied, he knew there was no way to get an explanation from Zhou Yang. The Imperial Guard had been completely lost. Looking up at the furious emperor on the throne, Yan Sung narrowed his eyes slightly. This emperor is getting harder to control. In the past, as long as I bluffed, he would listen immediately. However, right now, this emperor's threats are useless. He must be cajoled. Otherwise, his temper is more volatile than anyone's. Zhou Yang let out a cold snort. He sat back down on his throne calmly. Being an emperor who has to haggle with his own ministers. None of this is ideal. But who can blame me? My strength is lacking. And I lack my own reliable men. Yet, even if I have to bicker with this bunch, my banner as the emperor still holds some weight. And next, another official from the Yan faction stepped forward and bowed. The barbarians' envoy is urging us again. They hope we reach a deal as soon as possible. Otherwise, their army will lose patience. Right on cue. With him taking the lead, ministers immediately started lining up to speak. Your Majesty, a peace deal is of utmost importance. Otherwise, the barbarians will be at our city gates. Your Majesty, given the current state of our border troops and the capital garrison, we are simply unable to stop the barbarians' southward march. If we do not make peace now, once the barbarian army enters the capital, Your Majesty's throne will be lost. The incessant nagging continued. Seeing Chen Lin about to stand up to retort, Zhou Yang cleared his throat. I have already spoken. I said it already. Clears throat again. A peace deal is fine, but what of those barbarians? Should we not see a signed treaty, with their great Khan's personal signature? Yan Song glanced at an official. The official immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, that goes without saying, but the great Zhou must show our sincerity. We must offer 1 million taels as a token of goodwill first. Otherwise, it does not truly represent the great Zhou's commitment. So they want money. Besides, even if the emperor gives them the gold, he just wants to count it himself. Are you done counting? Hurry up and hand over the cash. But Zhou Yang was not about to cough up the money. He slammed the table in anger. Are you all playing games? We have not even seen the treaty or their formal offer of intent. And you want me to send money first? Not a chance. Even Yan Song stood up. Frowning, he urged, Your Majesty, this concerns the security of the throne. They still think the emperor cares most about his throne. Using that to threaten him, Yan Song continued that million taels was taken from the national treasury. Your Majesty should return it to the treasury first, then hand it over to the barbarians. In your dreams, Zhou Yang looked at him coldly. Prime Minister, let me ask you this. Besides this 1 million taels, can the treasury even scrape together another million? This time, Yan Song did not need to speak. That old guy, the Minister of Revenue, immediately chimed in. That is quite impossible. The treasury is already empty. We cannot even pay the officials their salaries right now. The annual tax revenue has already been bled dry by this group of thieves. Zhou Yang had no way to deal with them yet, nor could he say he was not going to talk peace anymore. So he could only find excuses to stall, drag it out as long as possible, build up enough strength of my own. Once more, Zhou Yang slammed the table. Since there is not a second million available, what is the rush to send it over? What if we send it now? The barbarians won't admit their debt. Where are they going to find the money to pay back by then? The ministers were also getting anxious. Anyone else want to step up and talk? Leave. Dismissed. Zhou Yang cut them off directly. No more talk. That million taels is my life-saving fund. Have the barbarians sign the treaty of peace, and get their chieftain to sign it in person. Guarantee 10 years of peace. Be gone. Wait, no. Guarantee 30 years of no invasions. Peace it is. Only then will I pay them. Who pays before getting a signed agreement? Why are you all in such a hurry to give away money? He stood up, ready to leave. Then he remembered something else. He turned back and added, also, tell the barbarians that the 15 cities they demanded, guard them well for me. If anyone dares to lose a single city, I will have their whole family executed. This is all my life-saving fund, after all. HMPH. Zhou Yang strode away with his sleeves flowing nonchalantly, leaving the ministers stunned. Someone asked worriedly, Grand Secretary, what are we to do now? At the same time, others asked, Grand Secretary, we can actually let the barbarian envoy go back and ask their chieftain for such a treaty, right? Yan Song was also frustrated. This emperor, he won't part with a single coin now. He even regrets it. If he had known, he would not have taken it out of the national treasury. He should have just agreed to the peace talk. They could have just had someone take it straight out of the treasury and be done with it. Back home to go. But now, the money has entered the palace. The block-headed emperor is clutching it for dear life, constantly whining about his life-saving fund, demanding a treaty signed by the chieftain at every turn. The envoy can't possibly run back such a long distance to ask the chieftain for a signed treaty. But for now, all we can do is let the Ministry of Rights go and clear things up with the barbarian envoy. Li Zheng let out a cold snort, nothing at all, in such a rush to throw away government silver. More filial than to one's own parents. These words incited the wrath of the Yan faction. It drew a wave of cursing, but they were met with utter contempt from Li Zheng and Chen Lin. Traitors to the country. Spineless cowards. Chen Lin even gave Yan Song a disdainful look. They even dare to shout for blood and and killing before His Majesty. Treason and rebellion. According to the law, they should be executed to the 9 degrees of kin. Now things were awkward. Many ministers looked at the grim-faced Yan, though on the outside, old Yan Song was looking thunderous. In his heart, he was actually letting out a sigh. Only now did he subconsciously feel he had miscalculated. Given how short-tempered and violent this emperor acts, who would dare to cross him? He seems like the type to kill anyone who opposes him. Yet today, he only traded barbs and got a little fired up. Could the emperor be hiding his true intentions, behaving with mysterious motives? Yan Song is a very cautious man. He left with a frown, deep in thought. It seems there is a need to observe him closely now. If that really does not work out, we will just have to replace the emperor. As soon as Zhou Yang reached the imperial study, he began making arrangements. Tell Zhu Ke, recruitment must be done quickly. There are plenty of refugees outside the city walls. As long as they are of age and in good health, they can all be sent to the military camp. Qian Fu said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, Zhu Ke sent news this morning. Recruiting the refugees is fine for building up numbers, though most are as thin as rails. A few days of rest and proper food should do, but many of them have families in tow. He thinks recruiting like this is too much of a hassle. Many refugees are whole families. Some do not even have a home to call their own. If you recruit them, what happens to their families? Zhou Yang pondered. That is simple. The military fields, once owned by the tiger hunting army, were seized by those greedy bastards. I am going to take them all back. We will relocate the veterans' families to those fields. He instructed, make sure the soldiers are well taken care of. Food, clothing, shelter. Provide everything they need. Don't be afraid to spend. I have plenty of money. I have got millions in the coffers now. Naturally, funding is the least of my worries. Yet no one has faith in him. Recruiting soldiers from among the refugees. Where's the combat power in that? But Zhou Yang proceeded regardless. He even had Qian Fu go and find some doctors, and sent men to the Ministry of Revenue to demand fabric. We collect a hefty amount of cloth every year. Bring it all to the imperial palace. The palace maids are stuffed to the gills anyway. Put them all to work. At least it will stop them from gossiping all day long. He was not going to feed so many people for nothing, not without them doing some honest work. Chapter 30. I do not want a desk. Finally, things seemed to be falling into place. Zhou Yang went to inspect the progress himself. The 50 little brats he recruited, after just a few days, under the care of those few eunuchs, were already looking half decent. They had all shaved their heads as he commanded, though they were still a dusty, dark-skinned bunch. Once they put on their custom uniforms, they looked much more spirited. Seeing the emperor arrive, the young eunuchs immediately bowed. Zhou Yang walked in. He peered into the room. He found it quite amusing. They were all sitting perfectly still, just like a classroom back in the modern day. A scholar was up front teaching them to read, and they were all reciting after him in unison. It was truly quite a scene. Zhou Yang frowned. Is this what they do every day? The young eunuch immediately bowed his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Every day, these lads follow your orders, diligently studying the classics with the tutor. Zhou Yang looked at Qian Fu. He was the one in charge of this arrangement. Qian Fu explained, Your Majesty, according to your instructions, these little rascals will one day be your loyal students. With a few years of study, they will be worthy of serving the Son of Heaven. Zhou Yang nearly snapped, listening to the scholar. Bobbing his head back and forth left him speechless. Isn't this just churning out a bunch of bookworms? What good is that? Qian Fu added with a smile, Your Majesty, this tutor is a renowned scholar. His learning is impeccable. These students will be highly educated. It is the best education one could ask for. Impeccable. Bull. Impeccable, my foot. Zhou Yang cut him off right then. Enough. Tell this scholar to stop the lesson. Gather everyone in the courtyard. This. Qian Fu was stunned. He had no idea what the emperor was planning. He had no choice but to announce it himself. Stop your studies, all of you. Everyone, into the courtyard. When the children saw the emperor again, they were filled with genuine gratitude. After all, it was the emperor who provided them with food and clothes to wear. They stood in the courtyard in rows. Some even mimicked the scholars, bowing properly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhou Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. So this is how they were trained as bookworms. That certainly won't do. It seems in these last few days, you have all recovered your strength well enough. Good. Zhou Yang scanned the crowd coldly. From now on, I will personally oversee your education and mold you into true men of worth. Now, listen to my orders. Arrange yourselves, all of you, in formation. The tallest, to the back. The shortest, to the front. Follow the instructions. The children were dazed and confused, but a few eunuchs pushed them into place. It felt about right. Only then did Zhou Yang nod with satisfaction. Today, I will teach you your first lesson. Military stance. Stand perfectly still. Anyone who shifts gets a lash. This left everyone in the court wide-eyed. Are you serious? The emperor personally drilling children. It really is like that, and they are still wearing those loose robes. Jo-young felt a deep sense of regret. I really should have given clearer instructions before. Training this bunch like scholars. What kind of useless results could that bring? He immediately ordered Qian Fu to make arrangements, to have new uniforms made for them at once. Short sleeves, fit for training. These students, honestly, they could stand steady at first, but soon they were all struggling. By now it was past noon. The sun was high, and it was midsummer. Who could endure this? They could not. Someone could not help but scratch an itch. Jo-young pointed at one, give him a lash. The eunuchs were strictly keeping to the emperor's rule. One strike just like that. The student let out a miserable cry. The other students were instantly jolted awake. Terrified, Jo-young mentioned no breaks. Everyone had to stand like a statue. If someone buckled, a lash was all it took. Several more cries echoed in succession. Finally, the tutor could no longer watch this unfold. He bowed, Your Majesty, these are students, the future pillars of learning. How can you be so harsh? Jo-young looked at him coldly. I never, at any point, intended for them to become scholars. No, right. The tutor was stunned. Doesn't Your Majesty want to take them as personal disciples? If the emperor's pupils do not study the classics, then what else are they good for? Forget the teachers. Even the eunuchs are completely lost. The students are baking under the scorching sun, not even knowing what exactly the emperor is pushing them to do. They used to think these long flowing robes were fine to wear, but now they are in training. What rotten luck. Move. Jo-young did not want to over-explain. He stated bluntly, you do not need to teach here anymore. You do not need to teach here anymore. Just like that. You are fired. What? The tutor stammered in disbelief. Your Majesty, what have I done wrong? I have devoted all my heart and strength to these students. Devoted your heart and strength, my foot. Is that all you have got to show for it? Jo-young immediately had his men chase him out. A useless bookworm, only good at shaking his head and babbling. He even issued an order. In this courtyard, unless it is his command, no one is allowed to enter. He has high hopes for these 50 children. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Seal the city. Just let them stand there for now. It seems they have been eating well in the palace lately. They are all starting to look the part. After all, they are at least 15 now. Even if some are a bit short, others are already reaching about 1.7 meters. Move. He had Qian Fu bring over a grand chair. Jo-young sat on it, looking down at the gathered students. Nearby, several eunuchs stood by with whips. Whoever dared to fidget received an immediate lash. Feeling that time was about up, Jo-young finally spoke, you may rest now. Finally, a rest. Many of the students just plopped right down, exhausted to death. Jo-young had not left yet. If there is any trouble, just come see him directly. Move. At noon, he had the eunuchs boil a pot of mung bean soup. Let these guys eat and drink their fill. Back on your feet. Someone collapsed. Jo-young just had the unconscious ones carried away. The rest continued standing. By the time evening came, 50 sets of gear were finally delivered. Hand the emergency training uniforms to them. After that, they can go wash up. Get to sleep early. Tomorrow morning, the drills start bright and early. Jo-young barked the order and strode away. The students finally let out a sigh of relief. They were dead tired today. Many of them felt as if their legs were filled with lead. But come the next morning at break of dawn, Jo-young arrived with his men. He had the eunuchs call them all out to put on their new gear. Move. For any still dazed and confused, one lash of the whip brought them right to their senses. Move. Line up, everyone. He had the eunuchs lead them in laps around the courtyard. Everyone was panting for breath. After a quick wash, they did not even want to move. But after breakfast, they were back to standing. This time, Jo-young stood tall on the steps, facing the 50 young kids. He said coldly, Tram recruited you. To bring you here is so that you may become the emperor's own pupils. What I need is an imperial guard, not some book-thumping scholars. I need fierce warriors to kill on the battlefield, commanders to lead thousands of troops. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze. Look at these lost souls. Let us move. Jo-young continued, to truly become a general, to become my worthy students, you need persistence, and the will to endure hardship. The training will be brutal every single day. If you can't take it, you can leave now. Get the hell out while you still can. Chapter 31, Training the Troops. Jo-young had very high expectations for these children. Moving on, he pushed them to their limits. Keep moving. He personally supervised their training every single day. Move it. He even drew up a strict schedule. Move it. Early morning runs. Move it. Morning physical training. Move it. And in the afternoon heat, he brought in a eunuch to teach them how to read. Move it. Just literacy, that is all. Move it. No need for those stuffy Confucian classics. Move it. Basic reading skills will suffice. Move it. Learning a dozen characters a day is enough. Over time, they will be able to read all sorts of reports, as long as they follow his training program. The rest barely concerned him. Stopping by to check on them occasionally was enough, but their food and living conditions were strictly managed. These guys, The training they endured was indescribable. They were even woken up in the middle of the night for surprise drills and training. Yan Song also heard the emperor was gathering a bunch of kids, training them right inside the palace. He dismissed it entirely. After all, they were just children. It looked like the emperor was just playing house. Move it. Now Yan Song was fully focused on the court politics. But every time he came to the palace, move it. Zhou Yang pushed him away with all kinds of excuses. Move it. Move it. The barbarian envoys were helpless too. Move it. The great Zhou emperor insisted on the Khan's personal signature and seal, or he would not agree. Move it. The journey back and forth was too long. Even losing their temper was useless. They had no choice but to go back to the Khan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang took the chance to sneak out of the city with his men to his precious tiger hunting army. Zhu Ke had already recruited quite a few men. The tiger hunting army was his first direct force, so he placed great importance on it. When he arrived at the army camp, he saw men everywhere in undershirts, or guys stripped to the waist. The camp was filled with the sounds of intense training. Move it. Zhu Ke did not even feel the heat. Move it. Wearing his battle gear, looking sharp. Move it. Sharp in battle gear. Move it. He was now the commander of the tiger hunting army. Move it. He proudly introduced, Your Majesty. Move it. We currently have over 7,000 soldiers, recruited from the refugee camps near the capital. Zhou Yang took a tour around. Seeing the people there, they were decent enough, but he furrowed his brows. What kind of training is this? It is not just about building physical strength, flailing wooden sticks and spears around. Some were lifting stones to work on their arms. Move it. Others were practicing wrestling. Is this what you call military training? Zhou Yang was very unsatisfied. Move it. Is this your idea of combat training? Move it. Zhu Ke immediately responded, Your Majesty, let us step aside. Zhu Ke reported immediately, Your Majesty, they are all trained to border army standards. This allows them to push their physical limits, training according to their strengths. Given time, they will be ready for the battlefield. Go. Enough. Zhou Yang interrupted, training like this, we will be counting the days forever, and still won't achieve a thing. He abruptly ordered all the soldiers to stop, line up properly. He then called for the eunuchs, naming 30 of them from his own side. Have them distribute themselves among the new recruits. Let them train the students according to their own methods. Starting today, train these soldiers properly. The emperor personally oversees the drills. Zhu Ke finds it impossible to argue, but for 2 consecutive days, he feels very frustrated. Unable to hold back, he says, Your Majesty, is it any use? Go. It is really just making them stand there. It is completely useless. Is this how you train soldiers? It is just staring blankly, is not it? Go. Yet Zhou Yang persists in doing just that. He shouts to everyone, good training results in automatic promotion. Poor training means being weeded out. This makes the gang, who were just refugees, all nervous and jittery. The emperor's recruitment provides such a well-equipped army, and he even looked after their families. Go. And that is not all. The rations are also not bad. They certainly do not want to be weeded out. Zhou Yang has already moved into the military camp. He realizes, if I follow my previous ideas, it will simply not work. Relying on these people to train themselves would take forever. Even in the afternoon, when the weather was hot, he specifically ordered the eunuchs to teach them to read. As long as you are literate and trained diligently, everyone can attain an official rank. Go. There are only about 7,000 people now. Zhou Yang remains distinctly dissatisfied. However, this is already the limit. Zhu Ke smiles bitterly, Your Majesty, finding these laborers from the refugee camp is already a decent effort. Anything else simply will not work. Besides, military rations are insufficient, and we are lacking in weaponry and equipment. This makes Zhou Yang frown. He looks to Qianfu, urgently contact South Sideway. Ship the rations immediately. Get as much as you can. Also, go to the Ministry of War and demand weaponry. Furthermore, send people to locate nearby iron mines and other resources. We must establish our own armory. Depending on the Ministry of War or Works is unrealistic. It is better to build our own weapons. Nearby, there are various sites occupied by corrupt nobles. Seize them all for our use. He observes a group of ironsmiths brought from the Ministry of Works. Every single one of them was in rags. Although I have provided some living subsidies recently, they are still sallow and emaciated. These are all highly skilled technicians. I can't believe the Ministry of Works treated us like this. When the Jinyue went to requisition supplies, they were completely uncooperative. They only gave us a bunch of low-quality equipment. I have so much to do these days. I have not even had time for the imperial palace. Going to the palace right now is just a total waste of time. Locked in endless debates with those old relics, it is completely useless. I would rather spend that time training my own army. Over the past while, for some time now, some of the soldiers are starting to reach their breaking point. Just kick out those who can't keep up and let them go farm. Those who excel will become squad leaders, and eventually platoon leaders. These grassroots officers will be useful for rewarding and motivating the troops. But looking at the batch of weaponry the Ministry of Works sent, it just makes my blood boil. What a bunch of junk. The blades and spears are mostly rusted through. They promised 5,000 sets of armor, but only ended up sending 3,000 helmets, and barely over 1,000 pieces of standard chest armor. They look like they have been through a war already. This group, from the Ministry of Works, is just too sloppy. Needless to say, it must be that bastard Yan Song behind this. After all, he knows I want to reform the tiger hunting army, so of course he would not let go of any decent gear. Taking a pile of scrap, dumping it on me and calling it a day. He thinks I will just deal with it. Zhou Yang has no other choice. For now, the artisans can only try to repair these. If they can be salvaged, that will have to do. We must arm the main force first. At the very least, everyone needs a long spear. It is fortunate that back then, the weapons and armor of the servants in the tiger hunting army, along with those of the veterans, were still kept around. Even if it is just a spearhead, it is better than nothing. For half a month straight, Zhou Yang has been yelling until his throat is dry. After watching the training for so long, the front rows have helmets. Hundreds wear the servants' armor, and with 1,000 more in chest armor, I finally feel a little more confident. I feel that after 2 months of training like this, they might actually look like a real army. Now I have something to rely on. Recently, Zhou Yang has been training them personally. Now he announces, next, you are to practice military formations, perform well, and there will be bonuses and opportunities for promotion. Leave immediately. After half a month of intensive, hellish training, these soldiers are a lot more obedient. After all, the eunuchs I assigned to train them did not hold back at all. Go. Chapter 32, Seeing Blood for the First Time. Keep moving. These eunuchs have personally followed Zhou Yang, training those 50 little brats. They know the emperor's training methods well, and I must say, those I initially thought were hopeless. Now, looking at the 7,000 or so men, they actually look the part. Their posture and formations look like a proper army's. I am fairly satisfied. Of course, that is just for now. This newly formed army does not have much combat capability yet. Zhou Yang knows this too. To make them a formidable fighting force, there is still a long way to go. Move it. Qian Fu walks over and says with a smile, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The arms workshop is up and running. Production is currently slow, but it is only crafting arrows and long spears. This is no longer a concern. Zhou Yang nods. If I have my own military factory, then training soldiers will be much faster. What worries him more is the grain supply, getting the food shipped in. Move. Qian Fu says with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, there have been natural disasters in the south this year, so grain prices are quite high. We have only been able to procure 80,000 shi. 80,000. Zhou Yang frowns. That is not enough. Then keep buying. Zan Wu's recruited forces from the northwest will arrive soon. They are a group of big eaters. Move. He plans to take those new recruits from the northwest and reorganize them into an army. Then he will screen them for those who perform well, to act as instructors for training the new recruits. According to his plan, in at least 2 months, less than 3, 2 armies could be formed, but their combat effectiveness is questionable. An army without battle experience cannot be fully relied upon. Move. But Zhou Yang is helpless right now. As an emperor, he hardly has anyone he can truly use. He can only hope to build an army from scratch, and then filter out the key personnel. As for those people in the imperial court, let Yansong meddle as he wants for now. But looking at these new recruits, it is hard to compete with Yansong's 4 imperial camp armies. It is very frustrating. Who told that idiot predecessor of mine to hand everything over to Yan? It makes it difficult now just to take back what is mine. Qian Fu has also been very busy lately. The emperor's orders. He needs to go everywhere to oversee and give instructions. He can find no one else. So he either bothers the Jinyue, or he relies on the eunuchs. To have been able to keep this chaos going until now is quite a feat. The equipment produced for these men is not bad either. Qian Fu says with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, the new recruits from the northwest are expected to be 10,000. To arm this many people, we do not have enough weapons. This. Zhou Yang thinks for a moment. In the past, the Imperial City Guards had decent equipment. Move them over. Move. For everything else, we build it ourselves, for now. Currently, the main focus is training. This is all we can do for the moment. However, he has Qianfu scouting everywhere for ironworkers and carpenters. Carpenters. As long as there are more craftsmen, we can build enough good stuff. Move. Everything is starting from zero. Fortunately, I have money now. Meanwhile, he uses negotiations to delay Yansong's faction. Move. Yansong also frequently sends people to see how the emperor is training his army. When they see the emperor's way of military drill, many of them express their thoughts. This emperor has lost his mind. This is just training simpletons, not training them to kill on the battlefield, but practicing left turns and right turns. Just a bunch of fools. Pay them no mind. It only makes Yansong more at ease. He thinks the emperor is only worried about his seat. So he is desperately recruiting healthy men to use as an army. They fall far short compared to the elite metropolitan guard he fought tooth and nail to control. And look at these new recruits the emperor has. Mere refugees scraped together from the camps. They are absolutely useless. Useless. Yet Zhou Yang, after barely a month of training them here, he is throwing these rookies straight into combat. Many were left in awe. Zuke frowned. Your Majesty, they have only been here for a month. Is this wise? It may not be wise, but it is necessary. Zhou Yang firmly stated, necessary or not, it must be done. I do not have the luxury of time to turn them into elite soldiers. I must resort to shortcuts. So-called shortcuts. It simply means taking everyone to a nearby mountain to flush out bandits. Watching Zhou Yang mounted on his tall steed, leading the grand army with such flair, Qianfu could only stand there speechless. The emperor actually hunting bandits. Absurd. But Zhou Yang thought it was a brilliant idea. What is wrong with hunting bandits? It serves as excellent combat training. The so-called bandit raid is just finding a mountain stronghold with a few hundred outlaws and ordering the infantry to charge immediately. However, the mountain stronghold was built on steep, treacherous terrain. Zhou Yang and his men watched from below as the soldiers charged up with ladders in hand. It was proving difficult to breach. If they were not being pelted by stones, they were knocked back by tumbling logs. The new recruits were terrified and wanted to turn and run. Zhou Yang said, expressionless, if you disobey my orders and try to flee, I will have you executed. After he personally severed a dozen heads, one after another, the new recruits were finally struck with genuine fear, and Zhou Yang knew that at this moment, he had to be ruthless. He gazed coldly at the recruits. If anyone dares to desert, they die. Their families will be sold into slavery, and any land granted to them will be confiscated. But for the brave, there will be rewards. For those wounded or killed in battle, I will personally oversee their compensation. Understood. No one dared to run anymore. Those selected for this military campaign were all here for the sake of their families. Now they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge with their ladders. Advance. Although the stronghold was merely a small hideout, the casualties were quite high. Yet, despite losing hundreds of men, they finally broke through. In reality, the number of soldiers actually engaged was less than 3,000. Many were simply standing by watching. But Zhou Yang immediately issued an order. Tie the hands of every surrendered bandit. Make the soldiers take turns with their spears, terrifying the new recruits who had not seen action yet. Many of them gripped their spears, trembling from head to toe, afraid to advance. Whenever they hesitated, the eunuchs would step in, viciously cracking their whips. Whoever fails to strike will be kicked out immediately. Your families will be sold into slavery. Do it. Finally, someone gritted their teeth and thrust their spear, stabbing into the bandit kneeling on the ground. Some even shouted aloud to steel their own nerves. Zhou Yang watched the entire display, his face devoid of any emotion. As for the hundreds of restrained, begging, screaming, and cursing bandits, he did not care in the slightest. They are just scum, a pack of outlaws who have plagued these lands for too long. They deserve death, and today they serve perfectly to train my troops. It is a way to bolster the soldiers' courage, squeezing out their final value. Next, we hunt down every bandit den in the area. Have the new recruits take turns heading out. Everyone must draw blood. Everyone must experience the battlefield. After sweeping through the nearby bandit dens, we have seized quite a bit of silver. Beyond the compensation for the fallen and the military payments, there is actually a surplus. That shows just how rampant those bandits were. Upon returning to check these troops, the greenness has been shed from all of them. They are already far better than those trained inside the barracks. This time, Zhou Yang even handpicked a number of solid soldiers and junior officers, promoting them one by one. Everyone is beaming with joy. Even the wounded have received proper medical care. Zhou Yang personally leads his men to handle the fallen bodies. Anything that can win over the hearts of the army must never be overlooked. Just by trailing the emperor on this excursion and smashing several bandit lairs, these soldiers are now truly and sincerely impressed. Moving on. Back at the camp once more, watching the soldiers train with such precision, and seeing different unit types coordinated seamlessly. Zhu Ke sighs in genuine admiration. Your Majesty, they can finally be called true soldiers now. Chapter 33. I will go personally. Moving out. Zhou Yang leads the main force to the Hawk Hunt Army. The Hawk Hunt Army is nothing compared to the Tiger Hunt Army. 3,000 soldiers. All of them are just for show. They are completely surrounded by the army that just finished off the bandits. Charge in. Surrender en masse. Showtime, though there was not much plunder to be found. Aside from the meager collection of roughly 2,000 weapons and supplies, this encampment is now entirely under Zhou Yang's control. Advancing. Zhan Wu also brought over 13,000 men this time. All sturdy men from the northwest. Each of them carries a different presence, and many are quite unruly. Zhou Yang has Zhu Ke select 3,000 of them to merge into a 10,000-strong Tiger Hunt army. The others are dumped into the Hawk Hunt Army. From those who perform well in the Tiger Hunt Army, a new batch of junior officers will be screened, along with a dozen eunuchs to assist. We will use the Hawk Hunt Army to reinforce the training of the Tiger Hunt Army. However, military equipment is scarce, relying solely on the weapons workshop. The total output is still far from what we need, but for now, this is how we must train. Since the last bandit raid, Zhou Yang has developed a new idea. He specifically ordered Qian Fu to collect a batch of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. He personally crafted a barrel of gunpowder. Upon ignition, a thunderous boom rang out, and quite a few people were terrified. Qian Fu stares intensely at the giant crater. What is this? This is terrifying, is it not? The emperor asked us to find all these materials. At first, Qian Fu did not know what they were for. Now at last, he understands. This substance can actually explode. Zhou Yang squats down to examine it closely. He nods slightly, claps his hands and says, gunpowder. Specifically for use on the battlefield. But for now, it will suffice. We will use it to produce explosive charges and such. It is not bad at all. Regarding the gunpowder, he is very familiar with it. There is no better way to produce explosives for now. But this thing, to deal with ancient armies, is more than enough. Zhou Yang looked at a nimble eunuch. I am here, Your Majesty. Xiao Chunzi replied immediately. Listen carefully. Zhou Yang gave his instructions seriously. I intend to establish a bureau of munitions, and it must be kept under complete secrecy. You are to select the personnel. They must be absolutely reliable. They will be tasked exclusively to manufacture gunpowder for me. Do you understand? Xiao Chunzi jerked to attention. He had just been startled by the power of this gunpowder, and now, the emperor actually commanded him to find men for its production. Yes, Your Majesty. He patted his chest in excitement, pledging his loyalty, stating he would definitely complete the emperor's mission. Xiao Chunzi was an old hand, because he had not sided with the empress. He had been thrown into the palace to do menial chores, until Qian Fu rescued him. He has been by the emperor's side ever since. A person Zhou Yang trusts implicitly. This bureau of munitions must be treated as a top priority. It requires a designated, secluded area, and 1,000 soldiers to guard the perimeter. Inside will be the most trusted Jinue, along with a few chosen eunuchs. Listen further. Also, recruit the most reliable group of artisans. Furthermore, they are not allowed to leave. They must remain inside at all times, secured within layers of protection. Without the emperor's express command, no one is allowed to enter. Moreover, it is not far from the Liehu army base, so reinforcements can arrive at any moment. Even the 1,000 soldiers guarding it must be those who have brought their families with them. Their compensation will be the best possible. Understood. It was clear how much importance Zhou Yang placed on this bureau of munitions. With gunpowder, he would have the means to quickly take down Yan Song's forces. Zhou Yang knew that wasting time fighting Yan Song in the imperial court was pointless. Only by dismantling the military forces under his control could Yan Song be completely eradicated. As for those in the Yan faction, they are nothing but a bunch of big talkers. With the blade in my hand, I can deal with them whenever I please. Acknowledged. At the same time, I will have Qian Fu urge his men to find saltpeter mines, and sulfur mines as well. Otherwise, relying solely on purchases, there will never be enough supply. Now that Qian Fu knows the importance of the black powder, he is more diligent than anyone. He is sending people everywhere to scout. Whenever they find such mines, they are to occupy them immediately. Most of the mines near the capital are held by the nobility. If I do not deal with you lot now, who will I deal with? Zhou Yang did another inspection. He really went to great lengths. Seeing the batch of military supplies purchased at a high price, he felt much more at ease. That is good. He then went to check the armory workshop, scouring everywhere for blacksmiths and carpenters. Finally, a dedicated area had been set up. Though it was not large, there was no shortage of manpower. Hundreds of artisans had been drafted from the Ministry of Works. At least they are well fed and housed for now. Silver coins are finally rolling in. Zhou Yang even took direct control of the management. Those craftsmen who perform well are being rewarded, no longer controlled by the eunuchs or other corrupt officials. Hundreds of craftsmen are hard at work, hammers striking. The first batch is currently forging spearheads, as well as arrowheads, and a number of shields and sidearms. Some carpenters are busy building ballistae. By their account, within the current army, the longest range is that of the ballistae. Zhou Yang observed closely for a while, then let them fire a test shot. He realized it was essentially a scaled-down version of the siege bows, a prototype, mounting a small spearhead on top. It can reach just under 300 paces. This is already the best gear our infantry has. He ruminated on it, and issued a directive. Strap an explosive charge to the spearhead, and pack it with iron nails. When it detonates, the results are quite impressive, though it does not match the power of a catapult-launched bomb. It is sufficient for our infantry's current needs. Having reached the scale is no small feat. Once he gains full control of the capital, Zhou Yang is determined to unleash full-scale development, build an elite force of 100,000, and the armory will surely be a force to be reckoned with, far more effective than manual labor. Even the 2 small blast furnaces just built barely grabbed his attention. This is already the limit of what can be produced, and the best resources in the court are all in the hands of the Yan faction. Yan Song would never willingly let Zhou Yang use them. What he dumps in the treasury is nothing but scrap metal, broken, discarded gear at best, hardly worth a glance. As for the thousands of recruits brought from the northwest by the emperor, Yan Song does not think much of them. In fact, a while back, when the emperor took his new recruits to squash some bandits, he was mocked by the court ministers. They thought the emperor was ignoring his real duties, thinking that wiping out a few hundred outlaws made his army seem formidable. None of them took it seriously. After all, elites are not forged overnight, especially without a single experienced officer. It was practically child's play. Still using that junk equipment, the situation is clear. Zhou Yang went to inspect the Falcon army again. The thousands of men from the northwest are now well drilled and disciplined. With ropes tied around each leg, they march in perfect unison. Whoever steps out of line gets a taste of the lash, wielded by the junior officers. He is satisfied. Zhan Wu smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, training the troops by your methods is indeed impressive, but we are about to start drills for military formations. We lack sufficient weaponry. Out of this whole Falcon army, despite all our efforts so far, only 4,000 men have decent weapons. The spearheads from the workshop are still lacking. Far from enough. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. Tram shall handle this personally. These troops are the foundation of my survival. A lot of money has been spent here. Naturally, I cannot be careless. Issue the order. Return to the city immediately. Chapter 34, Forcing Through the Ministry of Works. Prepare to move. Zhou Yang has been away for so long. He has endured the entire summer, and finally, returns to the city. As long as those 2 armies are trained according to his requirements, it will suffice. Next time, the Hawk army will handle rounding up the bandits. It is already a trial by fire. At most 2 more months, and these 2 armies will have completed their training. Even if they are not quite as seasoned as Yan Song's 4 capital battalions, their defensive capabilities are still impressive. Now, let us head back. With over 100 elite Jinyue by my side, and 500 Imperial City Guards. Move out. Move. These 500 Imperial City Guards march. They were handpicked based on their performance in the last battle. The Imperial City Guard has been completely purged and replaced from top to bottom. No longer do I need to fear them causing trouble. Even the officers have been replaced, leaving only those who were previously cast aside. Loyal to the Emperor, to the core. However, upon returning to the city, Zhou Yang immediately commanded, to the Ministry of Works. Qianfu hesitated. Your Majesty, why are we heading to the Ministry of Works now? Zhou Yang snorted. Obviously, to demand armaments from the Ministry of Works. That bunch of old fossils, daring to stall my military supplies. Looks like I have to handle it personally. The Hawk army is currently lacking even the basic weaponry. Most of them are empty-handed. How will that work? The output from the weapon workshops should first be used to fill the shortages of the Tiger army. Move. Currently, we have no choice but to demand it from the Ministry of Works. Even if they do not want to give it, they must. The imposing army marched straight to the Ministry of Works. The sentries at the gate were completely stunned. A minor official barked, "What do you think you are doing? Whose soldiers are these? Is this place somewhere you can just barge into?" But a eunuch marched forward and slapped him. "Stop talking nonsense. Watch your head." Attacking right away, scaring the sentries into silence. Several Jinyue surged forward and shoved aside the others. Hundreds of soldiers surrounded the perimeter to stand guard. Forward motion. Over 100 Jinyue cleared the path and forced their way in, causing many officials inside the Ministry of Works to panic. Upon seeing the Jinyue, they scattered. All of them were infuriated but forced to retreat. But very quickly, they were pushed aside ruthlessly by the Jinyue. The emperor, dressed in simple civilian clothes, arrived with a group of eunuchs. The Ministry of Works was never really that highly regarded. It ranked near the bottom of the 6 ministries, but it was still one of the 6 ministries nonetheless. Breaking in like this. Naturally, they could not allow these people to run wild. The minister, along with the vice ministers, and section heads all came out. The 50-year-old minister, portly and pompous, snorted, "Jinyue, such immense audacity. You dare to trample upon the Ministry of Works. Are you attempting treason?" Onwards, the Jinyue simply ignored them. After taking their positions, Zhou Yang strode in behind them. He snorted, "Is the threshold of the Ministry of Works so high that not even I am allowed to enter?" This left the bunch of officials dumbfounded. "Move." The emperor. The minister immediately bowed. "This servant pays respects to your majesty. I was unaware that your majesty would personally arrive. My apologies, but why has your majesty suddenly intruded upon my Ministry of Works?" The other officials also quickly bowed. Zhou Yang stared at them coldly. A bunch of lackeys at the Ministry of Works, refusing to even kneel. However, there was nothing to be done. Currently, the Yan faction. Move. Only bows when necessary to keep up appearances in the court. Usually, no one dares to kneel before this foolish emperor. Zhou Yang said calmly, "I have come to collect a debt." A debt. The emperor personally visiting the Ministry of Works to collect a debt. The officials were left completely stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances. The vice minister bowed and asked, "Dare I ask, what is it that the Ministry of Works owes your majesty?" Zhou Yang did not waste any time. He said straight away, "What I want are the weapons and equipment for the eagle hunting and tiger hunting armies. You have not delivered them to this day. Do you think my words have lost their authority?" The officials found it laughable. The minister sneered. "You should ask the Grand Secretary about this matter." "Why ask us?" "Exactly." Of course he would not say that out loud, but he had his excuse, "Your Majesty, my Ministry of Works cannot possibly produce weapons for 2 armies so quickly. The last shipment already exhausted the entire warehouse. We have nothing left. And without funds being allocated, it is impossible for us to manufacture anything. The Ministry of Works simply cannot proceed." "Nonsense." Zhou Yang snapped back. "Do you take me for a fool? I have heard plenty. Every year, how much silver is poured into your Ministry of Works? Where exactly does it all go? Trying to fool me with years of pathetic excuses. Go on. My armies need to be ready. They are meant to repel the barbarians. Do you expect them to go into battle with wooden sticks?" Zhou Yang gave them no face whatsoever. He even grabbed the minister by the collar and berated him. "Let me tell you this. If the weapons and equipment are not provided today, I will see to it that your positions are at risk. I will start by cutting your heads off. Get the equipment for me, now." "Understood." He gave the minister a hard shove. The minister nearly fell over with his portly gut. He had to be steadied by several other officials. He was spitting with rage. Furious, he wiped his face with his sleeve. Being berated by the emperor like that, he felt deeply humiliated. His face turned ghastly pale. His tone was icy. "Your Majesty, you go too far. You are making things difficult for your subjects. I cannot manifest weapons and equipment out of thin air. If your Majesty is willing to release the funds, I can have them produced for you as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I am helpless." "Helpless? If you are helpless, then lose your official cap. You are done being the minister." Zhou Yang shoved him again. He stood there arrogantly and barked at him. "In my eyes, you are nothing but a corrupt official. You have pilfered the imperial treasury, yet you cannot produce a single useful thing. What good are you to me? Resign at once. Go on." He was being completely insufferable. The minister was also extremely furious. Burning with anger, he raised his voice. "Your Majesty, I am a veteran of 3 reigns. I am a high-ranking minister of the 1st grade. I will not be insulted by you at will. Just, to hell with it." Zhou Yang huffed. "Fine. If you won't give it to me, I will go to the warehouse and take it myself. Let us go." To the warehouse. He turned and strode away with purpose. He led the Jinyue straight inside. Behind the Ministry of Works gates lies the armory. Warehouse. It is all connected. Those high-ranking officials are trying to stop me, Your Majesty. You cannot simply storm the warehouse. Move. Your Majesty, move. This is a grave crime. Stop. The entire court will never approve of this. But they were soon intercepted by the Jinyue. Zhou Yang pointed at them angrily. "Detain them all. Who dares to stop me? Beat them for me. Damn it. A bunch of corrupt criminals, daring to hoard what belongs to me. You are all asking for death." He is currently playing the tyrant to the fullest, regardless of who he is facing from the Yan faction. He must maintain an arrogant and overbearing stance. Let them know that the current emperor has a fiery temper and is willing to defy anyone for his throne. Forcefully entering the Ministry of Works, he even went straight to storm the warehouse. I doubt there has been such an emperor throughout history. Yet he just did it. All the way into the outside of the Ministry of Works warehouse. There are soldiers guarding here too. Move, move. They were driven away by the Jinyue with weapons drawn. The warehouse official said anxiously, "You." The warehouse official said anxiously, "You." But he was kicked aside by Zhou Yang. "Get out of my way." When the warehouse gate was opened, he walked in and took a look, gasping in cold breath. Inside were batches of swords and spears, shields, armor, heaps of helmets, and even quite a few iron caltrops, bows and arrows, bundles upon bundles of arrows. Chapter 35, Unpredictable Moods. A bad premonition. What is all this? I am asking you, what is all this? Zhou Yang was already furious to the extreme. If the locals do not pay up, are they going to fight? Move. The Ministry of Works was actually hiding a pile of weapons. Is there any hope left for this great Zhou? Everyone around dared not speak. Move. The minister and the left vice minister jumped out one after another, only to be pinned down by the Jinyue. The remaining small fries no longer dared to step out. Seeing that the situation was slipping out of control, the warehouse official hurriedly waved his hands to block Zhou Yang's vision, saying, "These are all to be sent to the border troops. Your Majesty, surely you do not want the border troops to fight with burning firewood sticks. Move away." Zhou Yang laughed out of sheer anger. Move. This warehouse official actually has some guts, but that is all he has. Move. Tie this man up for me. Move. Right, and the minister too. Move. Everything is under control, right? Move. Zhou Yang queried the Jinyue behind him. Move. Move. Everything has been seized. Move. Qinglong's heart was also incomparably stirred. Move. Ever since he was marginalized, he watched the Yan faction thrive every day. Deep down, Qinglong felt somewhat gloomy, but lately, the emperor's actions, move, have helped him rediscover his own, and his methods have become even more ruthless. Move. Tyrant, move. You tyrant, move. I want to see Prime Minister Yan, move. The warehouse official shouted. Move. How does this guy still have the energy to put on a show? Move. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Move. Even an official guarding the warehouse at the Ministry of Works has such a backing. It is a miracle that this great Zhou dynasty has lasted until now. Zhou Yang stepped forward and gave the warehouse official a slap. Warehouse guard, how dare you strike an official? Zhou Yang chuckled, finding it amusing. This warehouse guard is quite a character. Unfortunately for him, he won't find his boss Master Li here to back him up. He waved his hand, signaling the move. Qinglong stepped forward quickly. Move. Yeah, move. Like this. Zhou Yang muttered under his breath. Move. He whispered to Qinglong to proceed. Zhou Yang simply gestured for them to proceed. Clear out all these weapons for me. Warehouse guard, you cannot take them. You cannot move these. Several Jinyue guards barely managed to hold back the warehouse official. Qianfu, have Xuanwu investigate where this shipment of weaponry was originally bound. Move. He held back the urge to slap him again. Zhou Yang watched his men moving the weapons and spoke to Qianfu. Move. Acknowledged. Move. He glanced at Qianfu. My team is currently in desperate need of some competent talent. I cannot manage every single thing in this empire by myself. If I had a top-tier strategist, it would save me so much trouble. But top-tier talent is hard to come by. Move. At least these weapons solve my current most pressing emergency. Now, the army's training can continue uninterrupted. Though I am still cultivating capable commanders, I can't very well lead their training sessions myself, can I? Just thinking about it feels quite thrilling. A true man should hold his sword high and bring peace to the world. Zhou Yang stood still, watching the Jinyue guards move in and out. Qianfu stood by, bowing and waiting at his beck and call. When Yan Song heard the report that the young emperor was flying into a rage, when it came to the Ministry of Works incident, his mustache was practically twitching. In all of our history, we have never had an emperor like this. Move. To think he actually broke into the Ministry of Works. How can things possibly go on like this? Yan Song immediately summoned both of his sons. Today this brat of an emperor dared storm the Ministry of Works. Will he be tearing down the entire court tomorrow? Move. If the timing were not so delicate right now. A flash of malice flickered in Yansong's eyes. After a long while, Yansong let out a weary sigh. Steady, be patient. I must keep my composure. As long as I can still manipulate this puppet emperor, I can weather this storm. But looking at how things have been going lately, the boy is becoming increasingly difficult to control. Move. Soon, Yansong's two sons arrive. Regarding the matter of the emperor seizing those weapons from the Ministry of Works, what do you two think? Yan Song scrutinized his sons. After all, I am getting on in years. Whatever happens to our family legacy or the future, it will eventually fall to you, Yan Zilong or Yan Zihu. Yan Song felt a sudden, fleeting moment of sorrow. Can I really take that position for myself, after all? I hear the emperor has detained the Minister of Works, along with the senior vice minister. Father, are you trying to protect? The minister is still beating around the bush. A sharp glint flashed in Yan Zilong's eyes. Move. But Yan Zihu was unimpressed. What are you two even deliberating about? Just force the little emperor to release them. Yan Song remained silent. He just listened to his two sons argue. Although I have already formulated my own plan, I still wanted to hear what Zilong and Zihu had in mind. The little emperor's moods have been volatile lately. Yan Biao has already been harmed. We must remain on highest alert. Even the market square has been cordoned off by the Jinyue. Yes, they have completely surrounded the marketplace. What could that young emperor be plotting? I think we need to get to the bottom of this. What exactly is he up to at the marketplace? I have a bad feeling about this. Yan Jilong's suggestions were quite standard. I stick by what I said. If he keeps acting up, I will lead my troops straight into the palace and hack that little emperor into pieces. Yan Jihu said, sounding completely nonchalant. Get back to your divine brave army. Yan Song suddenly realized why he would call Yan Jihu back. If not for the fact that the young emperor's recent actions were so bizarre, he would not have bothered calling Yan Jihu back. Fine. Yan Jihu was not offended. He simply left. The priority right now is to rescue the Minister of Works. He is my old man, after all, and that shipment of weapons as well. Yan Song took a slow sip of tea and calmly added, as for that, during the court session, Father will unite everyone. The rest of the officials will pressure the little emperor together. We will claim the border military and the weapon supply are in a state of emergency. Force the little emperor to release the Minister of Works and hand over all the weapons. Yan Jilong's eyes lit up. That is brilliant, but it is not enough. The Hu officials are still waiting. The Hu people are our blades. Do you understand? Yan Song's gaze drifted as he contemplated. Right, your son still does not quite see the bigger picture. Yan Jilong asked, clearly confused. Yan Song replied in a grim voice. What if this shipment of weapons falls into the hands of the Hu? Yan Jilong had a sudden realization. He secretly admired his old man's cunning. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Everyone in the capital is asking around, trying to figure out what the Jinyue are doing at the marketplace. The emperor's recent crackdown on the Ministry of Works has, at the very least, shaken things up both inside and outside the imperial city. Since then, the emperor has not held an audience for several days. Some lament that a tyrant is ruining the country. Others, those who felt their talents were wasted, see a new opportunity. If even the refugees have caught the emperor's attention, is there finally a chance for me to make my mark? Others just seem numb to it all. No matter what happens to the Great Zhou, it will never be the Great Zhou they hoped for. In the distant Shu region, a young man stares up at the starry sky. The emperor's star had already grown dim and lusterless, and the Great Zhou was on the brink of collapse. But why has it started shining brightly again these past few days? Though the emperor's star is bright, it lacks the star of ministerial assistance and the star of conquest. It seems I must do something for the Great Zhou. The next day, a carriage departs from Shu to the Great Zhou capital. The woman driving the carriage is drop-dead gorgeous, exuding an imposing aura. From time to time, a sound emerges from the carriage. Reading aloud, A Gentleman's Duty to His Country. Chapter 36, Ambush. I will use this to test the cadres. Zhou Yang was in a great mood after returning to the palace. I have settled the weapons issue, for now. Then he saw her, resting comfortably, and Yan Jiruo's mood soured instantly. So Zhou Yang raised his whip and while she was sleeping, delivered a sharp blow to Yan Jiruo's backside. You. Yan Jiruo was like a startled kitten, leaping straight up from the bed. You. The curse words did not even make it past her lips before Zhou Yang's whip swung through the air once more. At this moment, Qianfu had already discreetly closed the palace doors. Your Majesty, spare me. Yan Jiruo, tearful, looked utterly innocent. From now on in this palace you are a dog, understand? Kneel. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang left Yan Jiruo's chambers. Qianfu, what is so great about being an emperor? Zhou Yang suddenly uttered this sentence. Perhaps it is time for the wise. Zhou Yang let out such a sigh. Qianfu bowed, not daring to speak. Everyone wants this position, but they do not know this seat is full of thorns. Every day, upon waking, one must worry about the livelihoods of 80 million people, and also contend with villains. This Emperor Zhou Yang has not yet. He was interrupted by Qianfu's voice before finishing. Your Majesty, you are wrong. You are the son of Great Zhou. Only under your radiance can Great Zhou prosper. You must not speak such words. Qianfu knelt on the ground, trembling. Get up. I am just speaking my mind. After strolling through the garden, Zhou Yang turned and headed for the study. Qianfu meanwhile wiped his sweat. Just now, in the depths of autumn, he was drenched in sweat. Besides this mundane pro-war faction, there were others. Neutral officials sent many memorials, but they were all suppressed by the Directorate of Ceremonial. There was nothing in the study, but Zhou Yang still wanted to come and see. Sitting alone on the dragon chair, even the exhaustion made him a little dizzy. Your Majesty, after raiding the Duke of State's residence, there were some good tonics. This servant saw that your majesty seemed a bit fatigued. This servant saw that your majesty seemed a bit fatigued. Qian Fu suddenly said this. Zhou Yang instantly snapped out of his recollections. Bring those tonics here. Bring them. Zhou Yang said indifferently, as if he was not interested at all. However, in just about 10 minutes, a large pile of medicinal tonics was placed before Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang summoned the consort and had her feed him the tonics. The Duke of State's tonics are indeed good. Zhou Yang thought this, but he also needed to restrain himself. After all, the body is not made of iron. Zhou Yang comfortably enjoyed being fed by the beautiful consort. The consort, however, was a little scared. After all, Zhou Yang's moods were unpredictable. Like a madman, the consort dared not think further. After Zhou Yang finished eating, he summoned Yan Jiruo again. Do you know why I called you here? Zhou Yang's face gleamed under the lamplight. This concubine does not know. Yan Jiruo had been thoroughly trained, and she also understood her own position. She only hoped her father could get rid of this emperor soon. Zhou Yang reached out and overturned the leftover food. The consort covered her mouth and cried out in alarm. Yan Jiruo also subconsciously wanted to dodge. Speaking of which, the quality of porcelain fired by the imperial kilns was just. It fell from the table and did not break. Kneel down and lick it clean for me. Zhou Yang said word by word. Yan Jiruo glanced at Zhou Yang. Her eyes held some resentment. I like that look in your eyes. Keep it moving. Zhou Yang stood up and stepped on the food. Yan Jiruo crawled over slowly. After having his fill, Zhou Yang headed to Yan Jiruo's palace again. This time she behaved herself, taking the initiative to soften her stance. That took some of the thrill out of conquering her. Keep it moving. I still prefer you when you are untamed and rebellious. Recover a bit. Keep it moving. Zhou Yang frowned. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. After leaving her chambers. Keep it moving. Zhou Yang felt bored again. Keep it moving, even though they are all stunning beauties. Keep it moving, it is all quite the same. Keep it moving, your majesty. Keep it moving, it is getting late. Qian Fu suddenly murmured. Return to the palace. Zhou Yang flicked his long sleeves. Keep it moving, while Zhou Yang was sleeping. Keep it moving. Qinglong was directing the men to build at the market exit. Move faster, you lot. Pay attention over there too. Make sure it is finished before the deadline. Understood. As he spoke, Qinglong stroked his newly replaced saber. The recent confiscations. Keep it moving, even though most has been handed over. A rat inside an oil jar can't help but get a little greasy. The Jinyue and the artisans were all working hard. It looks like it will be delivered on time. Qinglong felt that Great Zhou was seeing more hope. The next morning at court, things turned chaotic. Although Zhou Yang did not attend, the Yan faction had already clashed with the Warhawks. Keep it moving. Yan Song, you old rascal, keep it moving. Traitor, you. This is Chen Lin, you. This is Chen Lin, you. This is Chen Lin. Peace is the only way out. This was a pro-peace official. Just then, Qian Fu appeared in the Grand Hall. His Majesty is unwell today. Everyone please disperse. Qian Fu kept a cold expression. Yan Song stood at the front with a gloomy face, lost in his own thoughts. Yan Song originally wanted to send money to the Hu chieftain himself, but on the surface. Keep it moving. The 1 million was already seized by Zhou Yang. Keep it moving. He could not possibly pay the Hu out of his own pocket, could he? If only it were like before. Keep it moving. Yan Song missed the days when Yan Zibiao was still around. Yan Zibiao's death was no loss. Keep it moving. But now the palace was locked down tight by Zhou Yang. For the day, Yan Song could only return home helpless. Many officials of the Yan faction, seeing the way the wind was blowing, had already begun to submit memorials to change their stance. However, these were all intercepted by Zheng Song, the head eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial. They ultimately ended up on Yan Song's desk. Father. Keep it moving. Should we cut away these fair-weather weeds? Keep it moving. Yan Zi long discarded the report Yan Song had given him. No rush. Keep it moving. The little emperor can't feign illness forever. Keep it moving. The little emperor can't feign illness forever. Keep it moving. After all, the Hu do not have much patience left. Yan Song did not care. Keep it moving. And that very evening. Keep it moving. A band of Hu suddenly ambushed the tiger hunting army. The capital was shaken. But this tiger hunting army was not the same as before. They wiped out those 100 Hu warriors directly. When Zhu Ke came to report, he was laughed at by Zhou Yang. Yan Song had finally hit a brick wall this time. Those Hu people were clearly hired by Yan Song. Keep it moving. But Zhou Yang did not lower his guard against Yan Song. At the same time, the thirst for top-tier strategists grew even stronger. Zhou Yang, if not for the fact that I am from the modern era, Zhou Yang, and having read so many history books, Zhou Yang, I truly would not stand a chance against Yansong, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, thinking that his previous preparations were roughly enough. Zhou Yang set the stage directly at the marketplace, Zhou Yang. At the same time, Zhou Yang notified all civil and military officials to assemble. Zhou Yang, even though it was a bunch of rot served on a platter, Zhou Yang, there were still quite a few useful ministers among them. Otherwise, the great Zhou would have collapsed long ago, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, just like that, Zhou Yang. The marketplace curtain was finally drawn back, Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, on the road from the Shu region to the imperial capital, a carriage was still moving at a steady pace. While passing a tea house, the girl spoke up, "Sir, would not you like to take a rest? There are refugees everywhere, Zhou Yang. Yet here, there is a tea house, Zhou Yang. What do you think, Zhou Yang?" Zhou Yang, the girl nonchalantly asked, "Sir, are you saying this tea house has—" Zhou Yang, let us continue on our way, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, Chapter 37, this little emperor has taken the wrong medicine. The marketplace entrance had been covered by a sheet all these days. Today it was finally unveiled, Zhou Yang. What is that, Zhou Yang? Someone is tied up there, Zhou. A resident asked the surrounding people. I do not know. Another resident shook his head. A cylindrical object appeared at the marketplace entrance. Zhou Yang sat in the carriage, looking at all the residents, saying to Qinglong, "Remember well who comes, and who does not," though that was probably a waste of breath, because all the civil and military officials had arrived. It is fortunate the marketplace was large enough. Yansong, however, had black lines all over his face. The dignified emperor actually went to a common marketplace, and he is standing on the carriage. This is truly. For a moment, Yansong actually did not know how to speak. The officials were also chattering endlessly. The Minister of Works, tied to the post, was nearly out of it. Heaven knows how many times he would been tied up here. Zhou Yang stood on the carriage and clapped his hands. Everyone saw the man tied to the post. No one dared to answer. Qianfu gave Qinglong a look. Qinglong signaled a Jinyue guard to move forward. Zhou Yang, the Jinyue guards around took the lead to cheer. Look here. Zhou Yang felt a bit awkward, Zhou Yang. But not too much. This is the Minister of Works. Now that the barbarians are at our borders, he actually colluded with them, plotting to smuggle Great Zhou's military weapons to them. Zhou Yang paused. Zhou Yang. The surrounding masses were filled with indignation. Zhou Yang. However, all the officials present knew, Zhou Yang, that those weapons belonged to Prime Minister Yan, Zhou Yang. So all the officials present kept their mouths shut. At this moment, the Minister of Works, not knowing where he found the strength, unexpectedly shouted, "You lie. That is clearly Zhou Yang. Audacious. How dare you offend His Majesty? Your Majesty. Your subject suggests having this man executed by slow slicing, Zhou Yang." Yansong jumped out. Zhou Yang watched all this with a wry smile. Zhou Yang. Clearly, that batch of weapons was prepared for Yansong. Yet now Yansong is the one jumping out. Interesting. Zhou Yang, the numerous civil and military officials were completely stunned. I have no clue what this emperor is planning. After causing such chaos in the camp, he stormed straight into the Ministry of Works storage. Go. Zhou Yang glanced at the sun, just about. Qinglong, go on. Go. Subordinates, ready. Move. Qinglong stepped forward and knelt. Go. The show can begin. Zhou Yang remained calm. Qinglong signaled with his hand. The surrounding Jinyue lit the torches. Then they ignited the metal pillar. Everyone present held their breath. What in the world is this? Is it a torture device? Zhou Yang looked around. These past days, Yansong and many officials have been debating whether to fight or not. Today, I will give you my answer. Begin. Showtime. By now, the metal pillar was scalding hot. The Minister of Works lifted one foot. His other foot was immediately burned by the metal pillar. Go. Arg. You tyrant. The Minister of Works screamed and cursed. Yansong's face turned grim. Think about your family. Go. The Minister of Works continued his agonizing cries, but he dared not curse anymore. The surrounding officials and commoners were shocked. I have never seen such a thing. Truly a sight to behold. Go. Fear for Zhou Yang rose in everyone's hearts. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, he spoke. From now on, anyone proposing peace will meet the same fate. May the sun and moon endure forever. May the great Zhou dynasty last for eternity. I will lead the army into battle myself. Yansong's eyes nearly popped out. This little emperor must have lost his mind. Go. Then Yansong saw something even more incredible. The Hu officials asking for bribes. Go. At this moment, over a dozen Hu were tied to separate posts. Their mouths were stuffed with rags. The Jinyue followed the procedure. On the metal plates around the pillar, there was the Jinyue endured the heat to bind the Hu. The wood was inserted into the holes. Yansong could only sigh in defeat. The fire instantly flared up. Go. On the basis of the branding, Zhou Yang made some improvements and innovations. Go. Overall, the effect was not bad. Return to the palace. Zhou Yang looked at the charred remains of the Hu people. The Minister of Works was black as coal in the center. A real tyrant. Some of Yan's faction members whispered after Zhou Yang left, but the common people had no major objections. Life has already been hard enough, and people are always willing to believe in what they are shown. In the eyes of the commoners, the man tied to the pillar was the traitorous Minister of Works. Zhou Yang's show was meant to show the displaced people. Yan Song watched Zhou Yang go with an iron-cold face. The high officials did not dare to face Yan Song either. Go. This round, Zhou Yang had clearly won. Back in the palace, Zhou Yang called for Qinglong. Tell me, are the things I asked for ready? Qinglong signaled that they were ready. Zhou Yang instructed them to move directly into his academy. Afterward, Zhou Yang headed over to his 50 students. At this moment, Zhou Yang's 50 students were looking at the giant spherical object, shaped like a crescent moon, discussing it heatedly. If anyone from the modern world were here, they would see that this thing is actually a globe. Move, my emperor. The students chimed in, starting to speak. My emperor. The students chimed in, starting to speak. Zhou Yang cut them off directly. That is enough. Just call me teacher, that will do. Do you see this? It is the world. Teacher, this is amazing. What is this? The world. A young student spoke up. Incredible. The surrounding youths were also very curious. Pair after pair of wide eyes fixed upon the globe before them. Zhou Yang felt quite pleased with himself. This was built after he scoured the maps of the former emperors. Based on the imperial maps, he had roughly crafted a globe. This is the place where we live, Zhou Yang explained. At this moment, he felt like he was just lecturing. Not like the old bureaucratic officials at all. They are the rotting officials of the old empire, whereas these children before him are the rising hopes of a new empire. Outstanding. The place where we dwell. Why is it round? A child asked, curious. Wonderful question. The surrounding children also seemed to want to know, but not every child had the courage to ask. Look, this here is Great Zhou. Zhou Yang pointed to a spot on the globe. Yes. Why is Great Zhou so small? A child queried. Great question. The place where we live is a planet. Zhou Yang began to explain. A planet. Zhou Yang began to explain. Planet. Zhou Yang began to explain. Planet. Won't the people on the bottom fall off? A little kid laughed and asked. Zhou Yang put in a great deal of effort for this group. He explained what gravity was. But the children's questions kept coming, more and more. The sky began to darken, until Qianfu spoke up to remind Zhou Yang. And so Zhou Yang, with great reluctance, left this group of adorable children. Even though they were just a bunch of strays he had picked up, they grew on him more each day. Every sacrifice made for them was worth it. Zhou Yang would make the flag of Great Zhou fly over this entire planet. Proceed. Night fell. Qinglong came to report. The Jinyue intercepted Yan Song's correspondence. He sent men to deliver secret letters to his partisans everywhere. This made Zhou Yang feel somewhat displeased. Yan Song is like a giant malignancy within the Great Zhou court, and the roots go deep, as Yan Song has been mentoring followers for years. The letters were meant to urge officials across the land to collude, planning to install a new emperor, and they were willing to make huge sacrifices to do it. This guy is really going all out. Zhou Yang smiled and burned all the letters. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. Any news from Xuanwu? Chapter 38, Secret Weapons. Go on. The recruitment of the soldiers is done. Food and supplies are sufficient for the time being. It is just that arms and armory are not easy to source privately. Qianfu spoke respectfully in reply. Understood. Zhou Yang nodded. Then he began to sketch and draft on paper. Then suddenly, something occurred to Zhou Yang. Right. The palace is basically under my control now. Send a few of your boldest eunuchs. Take Zheng Song down immediately. Appoint someone new to lead the ceremonial division. I only have one requirement. They must be obedient. Zhou Yang said, continuing to write and draw. Yes. Qianfu's eyes lit up. He had wanted to move against Zheng Song of the ceremonial division for a long time. He just had not received the royal order from Zhou Yang yet. Once he finished drawing, Zhou Yang sent a young eunuch to summon the Minister of Works. A group escorted the new Minister of Works into the palace in the dead of the night. Go. The new minister was still dazed. After all, it was so late. Throughout history, there have been very few instances of a minister being summoned to the palace at night. Thinking of the previous minister who died a miserable death, the new minister felt a chill. This young emperor is not actually as the rumors say. Some kind of psychopath is he. Filled with trepidation, the new minister arrived at Zhou Yang's study. You are here. Your name is... Zhou, one moment. Your name is... Zhou Yang struggled for a moment to recall the new minister's name. Away. The new minister knelt immediately. Your servant, Li Ji. Zhou Yang patted his own head. Right. Li Ji, take a look at these blueprints. A stack of papers landed in Li Ji's hands. Li Ji held them up to the candlelight. This Li Ji is a royalist. Moreover, he had been persecuted by Yan Song. Now, he has been reinstated. His loyalty should be guaranteed. If it were not for the fact that the Hunter Army's craftsmen are too. Zhou Yang really would not need the Ministry of Works. But for so many years in the Great Zhou, the most talented craftsmen are still within the Ministry of Works. Can you build this? Zhou Yang was a bit impatient. This is his secret weapon for dealing with the barbarians. Go. It should be possible. Li Ji stroked his mustache. Good. 5 days. How many can you churn out in 5 days? Zhou Yang stared intensely at Li Ji. 50. Li Ji replied. Zhou Yang was not satisfied with that speed. But given the current conditions, how about this? I will send the Hunter Army's craftsmen to you. They can handle the minor, unimportant parts, leaving the real precision work to your experts. 5 days. Build 500 for me, Zhou Yang said, looking excited. Li Ji thought it over. That is a bit difficult. But looking at the expression in Zhou Yang's eyes, Li Ji recalled the fate of the previous minister. Shivering, he said, if that is the case, 500 units should be doable. Li Ji replied, voice trembling. Good. You may return now. Zhou Yang spun the globe on his desk. Home. Although the Minister of Works was curious about what this object was, given his status, he could not ask Zhou directly. Go. Thus, Li Ji returned to the Ministry of Works that very night to assemble his men. Ceremonial Division. Zheng Song was busy picking through memorials. The young eunuch beside him brought an exquisite, feeding food into Zheng Song's mouth. Zheng Song would mutter compliments from time to time. The pastries at Fuliang House are just never enough. Just as Zheng Song was enjoying his life, a squad of Jinyue and eunuchs marched in. They stormed into Zheng Song's room. Who are you people? Zheng Song shrieked in his high-pitched voice. Go. I am the director of the ceremonial division. What do you dog servants think you are doing? Zheng Song was feeling panicked now. Back when Yan Song's followers died, Zheng Song was terrified of being purged. But after a few days, nothing happened. So Zheng Song went back to his old ways. Qian Fu walked slowly into the room, his face cast in shadows. Qian Fu. What do you want? Zheng Song recalled when Qian Fu was still younger. Qian Fu was not as harmless as he appeared. I am here to see you off for the last time. Qian Fu did not say much. He simply waved his hand. The Jinyue guards immediately seized Zheng Song. A young eunuch brought a chair for Qian Fu. Qian Fu sat down slowly on the chair. The merciless Jinyue stood by ready. A Jinyue officer stepped forward, approached Qian Fu and whispered in his ear. Speak. Where have you hidden the money and treasures? Qian Fu remained completely calm. Tell me. A eunuch is best at understanding another eunuch. Zheng Song, you have been with the ceremonial division for so many years. How can there be only a few dozen taels of silver in this room? Speak up. I want to see Chancellor Yan. Zheng Song was panicked. Speak. Qian Fu stood up from his chair, walked over to Zheng Song, and patted him on the cheek. You still do not understand who runs the palace now. I had thought you were someone of substance, but it turns out you are just a fool. Qian Fu shook his head and sat back down. Continue. Use your methods. Take your time. There is no rush. A glint of sharpness flashed in Qian Fu's eyes. His Majesty is troubled over the armaments for the second army. This fat pig Zheng Song must be bled dry. Ah! Zheng Song's miserable screams echoed far and wide. Passing palace maids and eunuchs all lowered their heads. Some red liquid splattered onto Qian Fu's face. Qian Fu did not seem bothered. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped it off. Speak. Your bones are quite stiff, are not they? Qian Fu scoffed. Speak. We came out in such a hurry today. I did not bring many tools with me. Otherwise, I would have sent you straight to the imperial prison. A Jinyue guard leaned in close. Hearing this, a broken and beaten Zheng Song screamed out, I will tell you everything. Speak. At this point, he knew there was no point waiting for Yan Song's rescue. Most of the wealth he had hoarded was meant to be sent to Yan Song. Speak. Qian Fu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Zheng Song was already delirious. It is at number 14 East Street residence. I will take you there. Just do not send me to the imperial prison. Qian Fu waved his hand. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him die yet. I will go report to His Majesty first. A sharp-witted Jinyue stepped forward. Yes. Since we have found the location, this guy is no longer of any use. Should we, young one? You have no idea how much they have stashed away. Qian Fu flashed a slight smile. 3 parts ruthless, 7 parts vicious. Move. As eunuchs, we are merely hounds for His Majesty. As long as His Majesty gives the word, these hounds will tear anyone to shreds. We are professionals at raiding houses. The Jinyue officer wanted to try even harder. Forget it. His Majesty needs this wealth and treasure urgently. Of course, there will be a share for all of you. Qian Fu knew exactly what the Jinyue was thinking. So Qian Fu hurried back to Zhou Yang's side. Why are you back again? Zhou Yang was a bit puzzled. Your Majesty, Zheng Song has already confessed where he hid the money. It is outside the palace. This servant thought to come and request an exit pass. Qian Fu said with a flattering smile. Zhou Yang nodded. This guy really is a good servant. Go, go. Ever since Yanji Biao was gotten rid of, the inner palace has been as tight as an iron barrel. It is so late. Go. Qianfu actually needs an imperial token, or Zhou Yang wrote a personal order directly and handed it to Qianfu. The weapons for the new army depend on this loot. He finished, giving Qianfu a meaningful look. Qianfu immediately grasped the implication. This servant understands. Go. Chapter 39, 500,000 Tales. Go. Qianfu, holding the order and the half-dead Zheng Song, arrived at the residence at number 14 East Street. A Jinyue kicked the wooden door open. A large force of Jinyue charged into the house with torches. Many of the surrounding residents were awakened, but upon seeing the Jinyue uniforms and weapons, they all turned away and went back to sleep. Master Zheng, we have arrived. Qianfu looked at Zheng Song, who was beside him, but at this moment, Zheng Song had already passed out. Qianfu frowned and flicked his handkerchief. Wake him up. A Jinyue quickly brought some water from inside. Splash, he poured it over Zheng Song. Zheng Song gasped, waking up immediately. Don't kill me. I will find it. Zheng Song was scared out of his wits by now. Qianfu, however, only sneered. This guy still wants to live. Hurry up and find all the money and treasures. It is almost dawn. Qianfu said impatiently. Zheng Song slowly crawled into the room. Crawl. Qianfu waved his hand. Give him a hand. A few Jinyue dragged Zheng Song into the room. Then, guided by Zheng Song, they found where the money was hidden. Sir, there is an estimated 500,000 taels in cash, and a pile of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and various treasures. A Jinyue officer reported to Qianfu. That will do. Qianfu was tired, too. Zhou Yang was shocked when he heard Qianfu's report. Just a mere head eunuch. To think he could greedily hoard so much money. But a glint of sharpness flashed in Zhou Yang's eyes immediately. If a ceremonial division eunuch is this wealthy, the high officials of the Yan faction go without saying. Have Qinglong turn all those antiques and treasures into liquid assets. Allocate half to the Ministry of Works. Get them to forge weapons and my secret designs. Rush the other half to Xuanwu immediately. Tell him to secure grain and fodder as well. Zhou Yang said firmly. Proceed. Qianfu made sure to record everything. Carry it out. Zhou Yang headed to Concubine's quarters. Inside the imperial capital, now, Zhou Yang's image as a tyrant was well established. Yet some believed that since he stood against the Hu, he must truly be for the people of Great Zhou. So they applauded his brutal tactics. Some optimistic folks even hoped that Zhou Yang could lead the Great Zhou to revival. Meanwhile, that mysterious carriage had already covered half the journey. The next morning at court, Qianfu announced the session. The officials paid their respects. Yan Song was, as always, the first to step forward. Your Majesty, you absolutely must not lead the troops yourself. If you are to campaign against the Hu, I beseech you to take that, and give the 1,000,000 taels to the Divine Valor Army. Let them reinforce the Chieshui Pass. Zhou Yang sat on the throne, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang feigned ignorance. With a look of pure confusion, the previous 1,000,000 taels are gone. No money left. I have already given it to the Divine Valor Army. Who does not know that the Divine Valor Army is your second sons? You take money to arm them, planning to revolt. Peace talks failing, are you old dog, plotting something else? Do you want to swap out the emperor? In my opinion, it is your brain that needs replacing. The Yan faction stepped out to support Yan Song. The emperor's loyalists argued back, demanding funds be allocated to the border troops. Zhou Yang watched the clamor of civil and military officials. If Yan Song were a capable minister for the times, a bit of greed would not matter. But Yan Song has his eyes on the throne. This makes peaceful reconciliation with him impossible. In all fairness, from my modern perspective, Yan Song's schemes are actually quite clumsy. Whatever. To settle the Great Zhou, it is a mess. The Grand Secretary is actually such a fool. As for Chen Lin and Li Zheng, they are a bit too rigid. In this entire court, there is not one true statesman. It cannot be helped. I am from the modern era. Administrative models from other dynasties just do not fit here. Looking at this lot here in Great Zhou, they just do not measure up. Enough. Let us not mention the previous money. Ministry of Revenue, extract another 500,000 taels for the Liehu army. Any questions? Zhou Yang did not actually want that 500,000 taels. He said this to block Yan Song from demanding the previous 1,000,000 taels back. As soon as he spoke, the revenue officials exploded. They all looked toward Yan Song. Yan Song looked stumped. Who am I? Where am I? I was the one who asked the little emperor for money. Why is the little emperor now asking me for money? Outrageous. Yan Song gave a secret hand signal. The revenue official finally understood. Understood, Your Majesty, that 1,000,000 taels we gathered was already the absolute limit. Please keep the state's welfare in mind. You should give that 1,000,000 taels to the Divine Valor Army, so they can resist the Hu. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable. When the Hu reach the capital, it will be death. When the Hu reach the capital, we are done for. When the Hu reach the capital, it is over. The Minister of Revenue is nothing but a slippery old fox. The officials surrounding the Ministry of Revenue echoed his sentiment. Move. Zhou Yang sneered. Do you all still remember the Ministry of Works? As soon as he spoke, the imperial court fell into deathly silence. Li Ji was trembling. He did not even know if being the new Minister of Works was a blessing or a curse. The previous Minister of Works had met a fate with no equal in history. Within 2 days, 500,000 taels must reach the tiger hunting army. Otherwise, you all can take a stroll through the torture chamber. Zhou Yang spoke up. Go. The Minister of Revenue was sweating like a waterfall. A stroll through the torture chamber would surely cost me my head. So, the Minister of Revenue looked desperately at Yan Song. Yan Song, however, sat as still as a monk in meditation. He no longer gave the Minister of Revenue a single glance. The letters were sent out yesterday. In just 5 days, I reckon this throne will have a new occupant. What Yan Song did not know was, all those letters and messengers had already been intercepted. His plan to depose the emperor had gone to pot. Zhou Yang stood up directly from the dragon throne. Qian Fu instantly understood Zhou Yang's intent. The Ministry of Revenue officials were still haunted by the talk of torture. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yang was already gone. Back in the palace, Zhou Yang continued to humiliate. After dealing with Yan Jiruo and the others, he began to contemplate his future plans. Go. A personal imperial expedition is inevitable. News from the capital reaching the barbarians would take at least 7 days. If I mobilize the troops 2 days early, that leaves time. I have already instructed the Ministry of Works to forge weapons. The weapons and armor for the Second Army are. It is a good thing I purged the Ministry of Works. Right now, the Ministry of Works and the Tiger Hunting Army's workshops. Time is still too tight. In 7 days, I must appear at Tianshui to guard against the barbarian troops. Count on the border troops. The border guards are already rotting to the core. Judging by the information gathered previously, the border army is nothing but a crumbling mess. And after this court session ended, Yan Song finally received news of Zheng Song's situation. After hearing this news, Yan Song showed no expression on his face, but deep down, he was somewhat shaken. The little emperor's control over the court is becoming. It does not matter anymore. In a few more days, this throne will exchange hands. Even the imperial seal of the ceremonial division is of no consequence now, as long as I still hold the power over the Great Zhou's elite forces. Then here in the capital, I am the undisputed king. Done. Chapter 40. Views within the Imperial City. Returning to the study, Zhou Yang continued to write and draft. These are all bits of knowledge from the modern era. Whenever Zhou Yang has time, he writes them down and organizes them. Hopefully, this can accelerate the world's industrial development by a couple of decades. I can't forget these things. Zhou Yang does not know if he will live long enough to see modern military marvels like warplanes or aircraft carriers. But a 1,000-foot tower begins with a single stone. Glory must be built with one's own hands. Qian Fu. Zhou Yang put down his pen and called out. Qian Fu stepped forward. Your servant is here. Zhou Yang nodded, then handed the papers in his hand. To him, organize these along with the documents I wrote previously into a binder, and find some trustworthy men. Deliver them to my students. Qian Fu respectfully received them from Zhou Yang's hand, then replied, Your servant obeys the command. I have just made some simple refinements to the blueprints for the farming tools and the weaving looms. This is only the first step in liberating our productive forces. Let us go. Follow me to the Ministry of Works. I want to inspect my secret weapons and the armory. Also, have Zhan Wu bring the Second Army back to the capital. Make sure they arrive before the main force departs. Zhou Yang wears a solemn expression. Those are the treasures that will help us crush the barbarians. Zhou Yang heads to the Ministry of Works workshop with Qian Fu. The entire workshop is now buzzing with activity. They are recruiting and expanding, forging weapons. After the major reshuffle, the new craftsmen are full of spirit. The emperor truly cares about these craftsmen, and they are more than willing to work for such an emperor. When Zhou Yang arrives at the Ministry of Works, Li Ji rushes over to greet him. Under Li Ji's guidance, Zhou Yang inspects the ongoing weapon production. Seeing the craftsmen strictly following the requirements to forge the parts for the secret weapons, Zhou Yang is very pleased. Hear my decree. Complete all weapons and armor within 3 days. Reward every craftsman with 10 taels of silver. Zhou Yang stops and speaks. The eunuchs behind Qian Fu quickly record the imperial decree. Your Majesty is wise. Li Ji kneels. Rise, my official. Once these items are forged, I have new tasks for you to craft. Zhou Yang thinks of directly producing the parts for farming tools and weaving looms, and then hand them over to his students. 3. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang taps his own head. Everyone is startled. All of them bow their heads. Qian Fu. Let my students participate in the secret weapon production as well. Zhou Yang only just realized this. Go. 50 people. That could significantly increase our efficiency. It seems I am not all-knowing after all. There are some things I overlooked. Zhou Yang is even more eager for top-tier strategists. After walking around, Zhou Yang feels a bit hungry. He decides to grab a quick bite at the Ministry of Works. But Qian Fu adamantly disagrees. Zhou Yang knows the palace rules are strict, so he heads straight back to the palace. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang and Qian Fu change into casual clothes. Even the Jinyue have changed into plain robes. Let us go. Zhou Yang intends to go on an undercover inspection to see with his own eyes the current state of the capital. Let us go. But not long after leaving the palace, they encounter beggars on the side of the road. This makes Zhou Yang very angry. Didn't I already distribute money and porridge? How are there still beggars left? Qinglong and Qian Fu are both scratching their heads. They did not expect to run into this right after leaving the palace gate. Qinglong, what is going on here? As expected, Qinglong is the quick-witted one. Your Majesty, this is a place where high-ranking officials often pass by. That is why these refugees and beggars gathered here. Ever since Your Majesty issued the decree for disaster relief, the number of beggars has decreased significantly. Zhou Yang pulls a few pieces of loose silver from his pouch and tosses them into the beggar's bowl. The bowl clinks with the sound of silver. Thank you, noble benefactor. The beggar kowtows repeatedly.